always learn from it, and don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Oh, welcome back. The last show of Christmas in July at Sewing Street. Now, very quickly, check out on your brother machine. Well done if you checked out over the break. If you got it, brilliant. Last chance to get it on 5-way split pay, £119. There are 4 left. 4 left. If you're watching on a replay, check out now. I don't say this lightly. I think this is my favourite thing you've ever done.
We've saved the best for last. Do you want me to come over?
Yes!
I'll go over.
Oh, my word. Sandra,
Look at this.
This is
Look
amazing.
at this. Yeah.
So, tell me about this. This is your 5-inch square panel, but it is not just any 5-inch square
It isn't,
panel.
no. If you follow me on Facebook and you do the lives, you'll notice that you'll recognise some of these.
Yeah.
Because these are hand-drawn. And not only are they hand-drawn, you can actually go onto YouTube and you can see the video of how I drew it, so you can copy it if you want to.
But what makes me excited is that this is literally all, hand-drawn.
They are, yeah.
I don't need to do it.
What I've done, and I've put your pictures on here and I've mirrored them. So I know Sanntangle HQ is the wrong way around, but I think that's so cool because that's the kind of thing I'd do anyway. So don't think it's a mistake, it's not, it's meant. But you've got your little gnome or your gonk, I don't really mind what you want to call it. Look at the scene.
Oh,
Look at this one.
Beautiful.
And then you've got your presents, you've got your little wrap. And if look, this has just been done with pencil and white chalk
Wow.
and drawn with a pen. You
I
know,
love this as
this
well,
one,
your
I
present.
know. Look at that gem at the top.
So do lots of these have demonstrations on your YouTube live
Every
then?
single one
All
of
of
these,
them?
every single one, yes.
Look at
You will
this.
find an instructions for how to make. Look at the angel, but then it doesn't stop there.
No, I mean, this
Look at
is absolutely huge. Now, how many squares do you get?
Oh gosh! Now I'd have to count because I forgot. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that way.
6 times 11, 66.
Look at that, yeah. And do you know what I've done? I've actually
66. Hang on, in a charm pack you get 40.
2, 3,
This is
six.
a designer,
1, 2, 3,
amazing charm pack. You get 60
yeah, yeah.
squares.
I couldn't help
A
myself.
couple of each.
Yeah, a couple of each, yeah, more or less.
Yeah.
Now, what you've also got as well is because I really thought about this because you've got all these lovely pictures, and then I think, well, what do you want? What you're
What
going
you're
to do
gonna
with
use them
them?
for, yeah.
So I've actually done a brand new pattern that you can't get the fabric for anywhere else.
Okay.
That'll actually go with it.
Coordinating.
It will go with any of them because I've done them in various different like monochromes.
Oh.
So it means that not only have you got an exclusive fabric, but it will go with any of it. I've given you seam allowance around each one, so you're not going to like lose your image.
No, that's
And these
lovely.
you can pattern match them because they're all swatches.
Oh, fantastic.
They're lovely, aren't they? And all the monochromes, so you.
Hours a day, 7 days a week.
Morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Oh, what a lovely, lovely day it is. We are starting, it's Festival of Quilts this week. Very excited about that. But I know you can't all go. It's miles away from some of you and such a shame because it's a fantastic event. But what we thought was we would have our own quilt festival so that we can bring quilts and festivals to you. We've got quilt kits, we're doing fabric launches, all sorts. We've got a fabric launch in this hour, a bit of William Morris. We've got a fabric launch in the next hour. We've got the Quilt Festival 2020-24 Sewing Street badge. Free pin badge with all orders while stocks last. So orders placed from the 29th of July will get one of these badges. And there is a very lovely special gifty code on the back as well, which I'm not allowed to show you because it's secret. But there you go. Everyone will have it. It's very nice, actually. Very nice navy blue. So if you want to celebrate the Quilt Festival with us, we'll be bringing festivals and quilts into your living room and new fabric launches. And that's all week, not just today. Everyone who shops while stocks last will have one of these badges. And, oh, sorry. Right. So, as soon as you check out, don't worry, you don't do anything. The badge will be given to you. We're back now. Sorry about that. I had a slight problem with my microphone. Just, hang on a minute. I've got all my wires caught up the front of my dress. That's better. Nearly. It is going to be a fantastic week because we're going to the Festival of Quilts and we'll be there all week. But we wanted, for those of you who couldn't go, you can celebrate it with us. So anyway, check it out. And if you are going, do come and say hello to us. And also, everything that you buy here, you see, this is good because you don't have to carry it. It just gets delivered straight to your door. So we will be celebrating the whole Quilty Festival this week. And everybody who checks out, it says Quilt Festival on Sewing Street 2024. So if you're one of the badge collectors or you just fancy this lovely little Hexie badge, it's gorgeous. I know, we've got loads of badges. But this is a very nice one, actually. I should wear this. It matches my dress. So I've worn this dress today because it's the Olympics. Who's been watching the Olympics? Did you watch a bit? Did you see that swimming yesterday? Hannah's now a world expert on synchronised diving. So clever. Anyway, this is my Great Britain dress, so I thought I'd wear it to celebrate the glorious Olympics. And actually, this badge matches, so I'll have to put that on later. So have a little break from the Olympics this morning while you're watching us, and then you can get back to it all this afternoon. Early bird. So obviously we're having an early bird. Now, we've decided one of the most important things about making a quilt is the designing of the quilt. And sometimes it's a bit hard, isn't it, to work out where you're going to put the fabric and where you're going to put everything. This is the answer. It's the quilt wall. We've got it in 2 different sizes. You might not have seen it before, so I'm going to show you how it works. I have cut out some shapes. So say, for example, you're designing your quilt and you think, oh, I don't know where to put that colour, or maybe you've got a quilt pattern using your own fabric and you want to make sure the colour is in the right order. This has got a grid printed on it, and it's not sticky, but it's like brushed cotton, so it sticks. Then you can use the grids. All you have to do is put your fabric on, and it sort of sticks in place, just because it's brushed cotton. It means that you can then stick the squares, triangles, whatever on, and you can get perspective. You can then stand back. It also means that while you're sewing it together, you can have it all on the wall and pick it up as you go along. It means you don't have it all on the floor. So say I wanted to do that, and I think, well, I'll have a diamond, or I'll put another one there, and then I want to put a square in the middle, you know, like that. Then you can see, so you might look at that and you go, oh no, they need to swap round. But it's only by doing this that you can see. So obviously you can stick any shapes on it. You can put triangles, squares, rectangles, whatever you want on here. But even if you wanted to put, just see how colours went together, it's easier to see. So I could put these might be just, even not designing the quilt, but just swatches, so I can see what colours work together. Because when you then stand back from it, that's when you see. So when I'm standing up close, but now I look at that on screen, I think that clearly isn't working. Clearly, that needs to go there. The colours are too similar. I need that one. So it's really, really good for that. You can just hang it on your wall, stick it onto something. If you've got a quilt kit and you know you've got to put everything in it, row A together, row B together, and then you've got it all on the floor and you've labelled it, you can stick it all up here, and then what you can do is just walk along, pick up all the pieces from row A, sew those together, pick up all, and it's so much easier to see, and it just sticks on. Lynn in Somerset says, I have the design wall and it's fantastic. It really is, isn't it? It doesn't damage the fabric, obviously. You're not pinning, you're just sticking it on. It's a lovely thing to have in your sewing room as a decoration as well. You can just keep changing it all the time. So we've obviously put ours on the back of a wardrobe, but at home, but you could staple gun it to something. Some people have stretched them over things. You could even like have sew tabs onto the top of yours and have it hanging up. But it's actually, you could then change your decoration all the time. So this one has been folded around the cupboard, but this is 112 centimetres wide and 150 centimetres long. We do also have one that's slightly bigger, but obviously, so this is wider than this normally. It's only because we stretch it around the body. You can multi-buy them. So you might have a large wall that you want to cover up. Maybe in your sewing room, you could cover a whole wall for this. You could then use it as an inspiration board. When you get pieces of fabric you like, you could stick it on there. Oh, look, here's one that Hannah did earlier. That's very nice. Oh, there's a smaller one. So look, this is what it will look like once you put different combinations on. And it does make you use your fabric, because you might look at that and think, actually, I could substitute that for a bit of plain. I can keep that designer fabric for something else. Or if you've got a block that you've made that you love, you could stick that on and you could just have it as a decoration. It's wonderful. Now, the price for this is, for the 1.5 metre piece, remember it's 112 centimetres wide, £26.97. But obviously it's the early bird. So we are going to reduce that by £5 to £21.97, and you are getting your badge, which I put down. Don't forget that as well. You will be getting the badge as well. So £21.97, save £5, and you will save yourselves all sorts of time and trouble and decision making. And then, because it's fabric, obviously you could just fold it up and put it away. You could have it hanging up all the time, but if you're short of space, you could hang it up, stick all your squares on, because there's nothing worse than finishing a quilt, putting it on the bed and going, I could have actually put those in a different order. It's a really good way of mixing fabric collections, because obviously we've got all cave fabric here, but it's a way of mixing plains with prints, solids, different fabric collections. You don't only have to ever use one designer. You might look at this and think, oh, well, I've actually got some of these colours. I've got some of these from a different designer in another stash, and I could use it for that. Oh, another message. I've just bought it. Just the thing I've been looking for. I have a large stretch canvas. It will fit in, from Susan from Cheshire. It is absolutely brilliant, as I say, because it's, you know, it's like a quilting weight brushed cotton. So it's not super heavy and super thick. It's not going to weigh anything down. You could even put it across a set of shelves and just put some books on top to hold it in place. I often do that with my quilts because I've got shelves of fabric and I just pin it into place. And then you can fold it and put it away, or you can use it as decoration and just have it up all the time. So with a £5 saving, so that's the first of our festival, our quilt festival celebration, really, because to be honest, this is the beginning of your quilt. This will help you with your design. It will help you to work with solids and prints, and it will save you expensive and irritating mistakes as well. Because, and once you also, what's quite nice is once you've sewn one block, you can then stick it onto the wall. And then you can see that, oh, well, I've done that much so far. It keeps it all nice and flat and even. And because of the brushed cotton, it just sticks. But obviously it just comes off. It's amazing. All you have to do is put it on. But you might not be able to. I've done it before. I've laid out all of my squares on the floor, and then the dog runs right through the centre of it. And you think, I was just about to take a photo of that. But it does make assembly easier and quicker, and it just helps. And there is something about, you know, I can see when I'm standing here next to it, it looks completely different when I then look at it on screen. And sometimes you see a secondary pattern getting involved, don't you? So you see, well, I've got that first one. And actually, I mean, like looking at this, you think, well, actually, I could put some plain fabric strips there, because then that suddenly makes my block bigger. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, well, actually, it looks quite nice. If I work that out, I could actually put rectangles next to there and have that block again. And you can just sit, you know, have a half an hour play with all of your fabrics on it. But with a £5 saving, it's really, really worth it. But add some solids. Have a look at this and say, well, there's some lovely like limey green in here. Maybe a lime green border. Quite often we get messages on the Facebook page where people put a picture of their quilt and they say to everyone, I don't know what colour sashing to use. Vote. Does anyone know? But if you could put a small strip of it between, maybe you can't decide between green and pink and blue, you could put the sash, you know, one either side of that. You would immediately know then which one you need. Or someone else in your family, get people around and get them to vote. And also what I tend to do when I'm making something and I put mine on my design wall is I'll go away for half an hour and then come back in and just go into the room. And then when you have that second look at something, you sort of immediately know which one's right. It's when you've got it all on the floor or on the desk in front of you, it's not so easy. But for £21.97, this is fabulous. And you could... So you could stretch them over canvas. You could just put some fabric loops at the top, and then if you've got a curtain pole, you could just put it. You could put it on the curtain pole. You could attach Velcro to it, and then you could get sticky Velcro. So maybe you've got a set of shelves. You could put sticky Velcro in the corners of that. Put some sew-on Velcro on here, and then you can easily put it up and take it down. Look at this. Right. Half of the stock has been checked out and the other half of the stock is in basket. So if you're one of those that's got it in your basket, or if you haven't done that yet, you need to be quick. Remember, everyone checks out gets a badge, free badge, because this week it's the Festival of Quilts at the NEC, which is very exciting. The Sewing Street team are going to be there at the Festival of Quilts. I'm going to be there at Festival of Quilts. We're all going to be there. But we know that everyone can't go there. So we are celebrating with our own quilt festival, where we will be featuring lots of new fabric collections, quilt kits, sewing machines, and this fabulous, we are actually launching collections. So we're launching today even. We've got two brand new fabric collections, one at 8 o'clock, one at 9 o'clock, a brand new fabric quilt, because we have been working towards this week for a while. We know who's going to be at Festival of Quilts. We know what fabrics you want. So I know we talk about the Festival of Quilts so much, but obviously everyone can't get there. So we are celebrating it with you and for you. We're starting off with this. And we've got Gary from Dukey in today. It's a brilliant week. And this is a really good. So this is because this is the beginning of your design work. Whether you're making a quilt, maybe you're just making a bag and you can't decide which colour to put with which. It doesn't have to be for a quilt. It could be for any item where you want to be putting fabrics together to see how they work. And it's very good, actually, because it's got the grid lines on. It means you can level everything up. You can then do your measuring from this, so you can say, well, I've got that one and that one. Okay, so that measures. So the size of this one it's 112 centimetres wide, which 44 inches, which is your normal quilter weight fabric width, and it's 150 centimetres long for £21.97. So you're saving £5 off that one. So this is the size the one we found them in the past. This is probably the most usable size. And I know lots of you will be multiplying them if you want it bigger. Obviously, this isn't the full width. We've adapted it to put it around the side of our wardrobe, so it's actually a little bit bigger than this. But so that's one of them, and that's a £5 saving. But we do have another one. I've got folded up. See, so they fold up. It's just normal fabric, so it folds up really nicely. Now this one, the 2 metre one, is more limited. So again, it's 112 centimetres wide, 44 inches, but this one is a whole 2 metres long. There we go. Limited stock on the larger one, so that's the size of the larger one. Actually, it's very nice. Make nice curtains. Quite like that. It's very that whole kind of neutral home thing. I'm thinking, actually, this is quite nice, isn't it? Quite like that. Make a nice curtain, wouldn't it? And then you could put quilt on your curtains, couldn't you? Actually, if you made a curtain from it, you could just pull it across the pole, couldn't you? You see, because then you could use it to make a curtain, pull it across the pole to use as a design wall, and pull it back to use as a curtain. Genius. This one is 2 metres long. Again, we're going to take a £5 off, £30.96. So if you want the whole, that's what the length is. But that would be a really good way, because I'm thinking with a curtain, if it was hung on a curtain pole, it would be ideal, because you could pull it right across the curtain pole to use as a design wall, and then pull it back to use as a curtain. Double use. Very nice. So that's the largest one. This one is more limited. This is £30.96. This one, 1.5 metres, again, £5 saving. We've sold both of them previously, and this one seems to be the more popular one, but it's just entirely up to you what you need to suit what you're doing. And I like the fact it has the grid lines on it. I mean, it's a Kay Fassett project. He developed it, uses it all the time, and he uses it for his designs and for his quilts. In fact, when I went to his house last year, he had one of these on the wall. It was the first thing I noticed. I went, oh, you've got a design wall? He goes, well, it is mine. I went, oh, yeah, good point. But he has one all the time, and that's how he designs his quilts. So when I was chatting to him, I was asking some questions about how do you choose what colours that you're going to put together, and he was there putting them all up on his design wall. So that's how he does it, and if he does it that way, then it must be right, because his designs are beautiful, aren't they? So all you need to do is decide between the 2 metre piece or the 1.5 metre piece. Both of them you will be saving £5, and everyone who checks out, while stocks last, I have to say that, will get the free Quilt Festival 2024 Sewing Street badge, which has a little gift on the back of it too. Just saying. You don't need to do anything though. That will be sent, will be directly added to your order. You haven't actually got to add to that yourself. Right, shall we have a look and see what's coming up on today's show? So I've promised you some new fabrics and some new collections. So now, 8 o'clock, we've got a brand new quilt kit, the William Morris Soft Diamond Quilt. That's the one that's behind me. I'll show you that in a minute. So we've got that brand new quilt kit. We've also got a brand new William Morris holiday collection, which is gorgeous. It's basically the William Morris Christmas collection. It's in beautiful Christmas tones of ivory, reds and greens. It's William Morris. It's Christmassy colours. It's gorgeous. And that is a brand new collection today. So brand new quilt kit, brand new collection, William Morris. 9 o'clock, let's go bright. We're going Tula Pink. Tula Pink has just launched, we're launching this with her, the Tabby Road Deja Vu fabric launch. So what Tula does is she takes a previous fabric collection. Now, the Tabby Road collection was first released in 2012, so ages ago. She has recoloured it all and also brought a couple of the fabrics out in a minky. Beautiful. It's like a really soft, low pile fleece, almost like a velvet. Two of them are in that, absolutely gorgeous. My favourite is the fish, the tins with little fish on. It's beautiful. So we are launching that today. We've also got a Tula Pink quilt kit in that hour as well. So if you love Tula, you are going to love this. And if you love cats, you need to be with me for 9 o'clock. That is gorgeous. Now, 10 o'clock, we've got the wonderful Gary from Jukian. He's going to be with me for 2 hours. He is launching the overlock of the MO3500. Now, if you've been here, watched before when Gary launches a product, it's amazing. What he doesn't know about these sewing machines isn't worth knowing. So, and then at 11 o'clock, we will be doing the DX2000, the Juki's sewing machine. So, if you are thinking about buying a new sewing machine and you've got any questions, I mean, I've been thinking about it, really fancy Juki. Everyone keeps talking to me about them. We'll be busy, yeah. And when I'm at the show, I won't have time to talk to him. So when you buy a new sewing machine, it is a considered purchase. It's not something that you just pop in the shop and buy in 5 minutes and walk out. You want to know, what does it do? What's it going to do for me? Does it do what I want? How's it going to improve my sewing? All those things. Now, Gary's with us for 2 hours. So this is your opportunity to get all your questions in. I mean, he'll probably answer all of them, to be honest. 12 o'clock, it's We Love Granny Squares, because I do. We love Granny Squares. Very excited about that. We have got a brand new product for you. It is 50 Granny Squares patterns. They gave me the box last week. I've been playing with it all week. I love it. It's little cards. And on each card, you've got a different pattern. So very excited about that. I'll have to show you that in a moment. Oh, there we are. The Granny Square card deck. 50 mix and match designs. So I decided, I got myself my crochet hook and my yarn and had a play. It's really good. Now, even if you buy at 12 o'clock, doesn't matter what time you buy from us, you will still get your free badge, which is cool, isn't it? The Quilt Festival badge. Right, let's talk about shopping today. We've got so much, I don't want you to miss out. There's 2 ways to shop. You can either do it on the phone line, the number's at the bottom of the screen. Well, it will be. There we go. 0800 001 4433. That's a UK call centre just upstairs and it's free phone. So if you want to talk to someone to order, or if you've got a problem with your order, or if you've put the wrong code in, they're fantastic. They'll be able to sort you out. The easiest way to shop is online, www.sewingstreet.com. And the reason for that is because there's pictures. It's always nice to have a picture. So go on sewingstreet.com and at the very top, you can see it says Watch Live. Click on there and scroll down. This is where you can message me or Gary. So you can message me or Gary if you've got any questions about anything at all. Now, we have 2 sides. Today's show deals, that's everything I've already talked about. Coming up on today's show is everything I haven't talked about, but we've put it all there on pre-order for you so that you can get ahead. There's the new William Morris holiday collection. I mean, it means Christmas, they just call it holiday. It is gorgeous. It really is. William Morris, Christmas mixed together. I know they call it holiday, but, you know. It is beautiful. We've also put it together as a bundle, so you can get... we will take a little bit of money off that. That's where you can get yourself half a metre everything. Here's the brand new Tula Pink Deja Vu. I love that stripe. I mean, that's just one of the blenders with it, but is that not gorgeous? I love it. Although my favourite one is the tins. Half the stock's already gone. Where's the tins? That's my favourite one. We've got it in a bundle. Isn't that gorgeous? I don't know why. It's lovely, isn't it? So what she's done, she's taken this Deja Vu collection that's years old, and she's recoloured it, because she does this once a year in her Deja Vu range, and I love the fact she's bought a couple of them in Minky as well. It's the softest thing. Beautiful. Have a look, because they are different price points, the Minky and the cotton, and then there's one of them, the Club Kitty, that's in Minky and cotton. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? It's just gorgeous, isn't it? The colour, anyway, when you're with me in the next hour, you'll see all of it. It's beautiful. That's lovely, isn't it? That's a bit sort of Aztec, isn't it? That's Jacket, because that's the Minky. There's the two Juki. So there's the overlocker and the sewing machine. Oh, look, 2 kits. Now, this is the last hour. This is my Granny Square hour, which is fabulous. So I've put in this hour all the kits I love that have got Granny Squares in. The Granny Square deck. I've put in some Granny Square products. I found a crochet journal. I've got, now, this pattern, we've got the cushion. The pattern is limited, but I found it. I thought, oh, I remember doing this with Wendy Orlando. We'll bring that pattern back. Got these gorgeous Keep Me Cool Granny Square T-shirts from Sam Sabido, which I'm going to get one of those later. I want the Tutti Frutti colour. This, the Jane Crowfoot, this is a complete kit. We've got limited stocks of this. I managed to get a few of all of these things. So if you love Granny Squares and you love crochet, scroll down to this hour. This is my favourite because I think it's gorgeous, because it is all about the Granny Squares, really. Look, we've even got hooks as well. Gorgeous. So anyway, do get ahead with that, because a lot of those Granny Squares kits, products and patterns are very limited in stock. So I want to just mention the card deck, because this is brand new. We are launching this today. It's the Granny Square card. Now, they gave this, we've only got one, so I had to remember to bring it back in with me. So this is our one. So you go into here. We'll go through it properly at 12, and I'll give you a little demo. So in the card deck, you get an instruction booklet that explains how it works. You get a free pattern, your free beer mat pattern. That's your free gift. And then you get 50 cards. Now, what's fabulous about this is they are put in order of difficulty. So, yes, the box is very difficult. But what I found when I was working from them is that you've got the picture on the front, and then on the back, there's the chart that shows you how to do it. Now, I normally work from words rather than charts. I know how the charts work. The little booklet explains it to you, but the chart is so easy to use. It makes counting easier, and it makes checking against your design easier. So everything you need is on there, and all the symbols are explained in here. But what's great about it, because there's 50 of them, is you can design your own blanket. So you can go, well, I'll have that one and that one and that one. Oh, no, that one's quite similar. I won't have that one. I'll have that one. Oh, no, shall I have that one and that one? And then what you do is you then crochet them, like I've done, and this is what they look like when you make them. And obviously you choose your own colours. They've even given the shade numbers that they've used in here. So I made a few of them. So this is what happens when you make them. It's fabulous, isn't it? And they're the same size as the cards as well, which is even better. So it's really easy. You could use one square for a whole blanket, or you could do what I've done. You could do all 50 and make it together in a blanket. It is fabulous. And then your free gift is the extra pattern that you get with it. So you've actually got 51 Granny Squares. I love this. Some are easy peasy. Some of them are more difficult, but it builds your skill set as you go along. It's only $14.99 for 50. And what I loved about it is you think, right, well, I'm going to do that one. You've just got that. You just have that next to you on your lap or side of the sofa. Now, I'll be going into more detail about this at 12, but I didn't want to not mention it because this is new. This is new. Beginning of our quilt wheel, but we can't forget about our Granny Squares. So I thought, because Granny Squares I know are like one of the most popular things in crochet, but even though it's not quilting, you will still get your badge when you check out. So that whole of the 12 o'clock is all in glory of the Granny Square, and I don't think I should be giving my Granny Square card deck back, actually, because I love it. I love it. Put them all back. So our quilt festival at Sewing Street this week, it isn't going to be just patchwork and quilting. We are celebrating sewing, really. We are obviously focusing on fabric collections, but we will be celebrating all things sewing and crochet, obviously, this week. Morning, gorgeous Rebecca. Thank you, Christine. I got the Tula stripes and my Festival of Quilt badge. So happy. And I'm so excited to see you on Thursday and Saturday. Fantastic, Christine. Come and see me. Can't remember what stand we're on, but do come and see me. F something. Morning, Rebecca. I've just turned in. Are you using anything to stick the fabric to the grid? Can't help say you look like a weather girl forecasting quilts. Do I look? Yes. And the temperature today on the design wall is hot, hot, hot. I feel a bit like that. No, it's not. It's not stuck on. Look, this is normal fabric. It's like magic. See that? Can you see any glue? No? Members of the audience, any glue? No. You just do it and you just go like that. It's brushed cotton, I think. And it's got grids on it. No, it's amazing, isn't it? It's static. It's either static or it's magic. There's another piece, look. Doesn't damage your fabric, no spraying, nothing sticky. You know, obviously if you have a gale coming through your house, it might fall. But I do feel like a weather girl. And the weather today is generally triangular in this area and rectangular in this area. We are down to our last 20 of these. But no stickiness, it's just static, I think. Anyone who's a scientist, let me know. But I think it's static. Right, let's do this quilt. Now, isn't this... Let's wallow in the glory for a moment of the quilt before I show you what you get in it. Now, the finished size is 152 by 183 centimetres, and Hannah's going to convert that into imperial for me. It's beautiful. She's a little busy at the moment, but when she's got a minute, I say this every week, to bring a calculator with me. It's all squares, big squares, little squares, and larger squares. So it's not that difficult to do. But, right, it's 60 inches by, 72. So that's the, well, I was thinking 152. Well, I was thinking, isn't 183 about 6 foot? I'm sure that's about 6 foot. It's double bed size. It is gorgeous, isn't it? I love the way when you look at it, that the choice, it looks different. It's a bit like that design wall. When I'm close up, I don't see the colours there, how it graduates. When you're close up to it, you can just see the darkers. But the way it's been designed with this lovely William Morris brick red here, that frames that. It is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So it's the soft diamond, I guess because it's because it squares into a diamond. But from a distance, you see the diamond. And when you get close up, you see the squares. So we've got shades of blues, mustards, greens, brick red. It's a beautiful fabric collection. It's a new fabric collection by Morris & Co. And it's the most recent one that they've worked with Free Spirit. It's called the Emery Walker Fabric Collection. Now, Emery Walker was a friend, a really, really good friend of William Morris. They lived near each other in Hampstead. And he was a bit of an engineer. And he worked really closely with William Morris. And together, because William Morris really wanted to start printing his own books. And Emery was an engineer, I guess. They worked together, and that's how the Kelmscott Press was created, with William and Emery working together. And you can visit his house, and it's one of the best collections of original William Morris fabrics and furnishings and wallpaper and all sorts. I think it's in Hampstead, but you can visit it because it has got all of the original items there. And this is what the fabric collection comes from. It's fabrics that are still in his house today. Amazing. If you read William Morris's book, which I am now, because somebody pointed out to me he'd written a book, which I didn't realise, so I bought it. I'm reading it. He's mentioned quite a lot in that. It's a beautiful fabric collection. So, anyway, this is what you get in the box. The soft diamond quilt kit, it's all there. Now, that price for this quilt kit is a really, really good price. But we're going to give you a little offer on it, obviously, because it's our quilt festival week. So let me show you what you get in the quilt kit. There we go. And there will be a little reduction on it in a moment. But let's have a look at the fabric and show you what you get in it first. But don't worry if you've checked out, you will still get the discount. So remember, this is all from the Emery Walker fabric collection. I mean, it's a fascinating story about how he worked with William Morris and how they kind of worked. They sort of bounced off each other to inspire each other. And he obviously loved the Morris fabrics, and that's why he filled his whole house. I was having a look at a few pictures of his house on the internet, and it's unbelievable. If you ever get the chance to visit, I think next time I go up to London, I'm going to have a look. So these are all the fabrics you get. And obviously you get the right fabrics that are going to be in it. The colours are beautiful. So you've got like the original willow bough in grey. I love this one. This is the red squares that I was showing you that form part of the diamond. And this beautiful brick red fabric. Isn't that gorgeous? Then you've got this lovely terracotta tone and the mid blue. And I think this one's very clever because this is, again, this, you know, very, very geometric against all the sort of the floral swirls. This is very geometric, but it works so well in this quilt because it really adds quite a sharp border. If you look, this is where it is here. It adds this really deep, strong, powerful border that when you put the lighter blues round it, it makes them stand out. So that's that one. Gorgeous mustard colour one. So this is like a mixture of sunflowers and grapes, but that colour's beautiful. So again, you've got that as the little squares of the diamond. And then you've got this gorgeous one that's got the sort of sandstone back and then the leaf print in blue. I love this one. Now this fabric is used quite a lot, so there's more of this one. So this fabric, let me open it out so you can see. This is beautiful. What's the name of that? Oh, it's called Bluebell. Look at that. I think that's beautiful fabric. It's very, very Art Nouveau, isn't it? So this fabric, I mean, it's used quite a lot in the quilt because it's used for this inner green square part of the diamond and this outer one, but it's also used in the outer the inner sashing, and then it's used in the binding as well. So you've got a lot more of that. I think that is absolutely stunning. To be honest, I think I'd use a bit of plain to put on the binding and keep some of that. We have saved this quilt as our first quilt of Quilt Festival. It is beautiful. Remember, it's like 5 foot by 6 foot. A bit, approximately 152 by 183, which is about that. Wow, we are reducing it by over £50 to £139.99. Now, if you've already checked out, don't worry, your basket doesn't close till midnight, so you won't. That's when any price reductions, and it always happens on Sewing Street. If we reduce anything, you will always be charged the lowest price. Obviously, if we have any left, that price will go back up again at midnight. This is only for today, it's £139.99. You also, that's the point at which your and when stocks last, obviously. That is the point at which your postage and packing is applied as well. So don't think, oh, I'll wait and check out when I've got a few items in my basket. Check out, because you will only have one P&P applied, and that will be at midnight. It is stunning, isn't it? You can see that you've got this marry of the William Morris inspiration and the whole of what has been collected, and it's almost like a museum, is Emery Walker's house. And if you see the photos of his house, it looks exactly like this. I think it's just beautiful. It's a very clever design, actually, because what you've got is you've got some bigger squares, and then it looks more complex than it is. But when you actually break it down, you've got then 4 patch squares of smaller ones, which work out the same size as the big ones. And then because it's joined together like that, so you've got large squares, medium squares and small squares, that's what gives you this graduated diamond look. So if we look at the instructions, you start off with, which is quite nice, that they've got a picture of all of the fabrics that you get, and they are labelled, which makes it so much easier, doesn't it? I mean, they've got names, Woad, oh, I like A is Woad Blue. very druidic. Blue, sunflower, chrysanthemum, berry, linen, leaf green and sunflower. Tells you how much you get as well. Remember, this quilt includes the binding. In fact, it's this beautiful bluebell print that's the binding. You won't get the backing and the wadding. That's never included. Oh, Hannah's got some pictures of the of Emery Walker's house now. Look at that. And you can go and visit it. So these prints that are in this kit, you can visit the house. Do you know where it is? I think it's in Hampstead. You can just check that. We'll get the full address so you can go and visit. And you will see some of the prints in the house because I think his daughter has kept it specifically. And it is now a museum. And a lot of the prints that are in this kit, obviously, you will see on the walls. It's the Emery Walker Trust in Hammersmith Terrace. There we go. I might go and see it. Yeah, Hannah has got the postcode. I might go and see it next time I'm up in London. I mean, I bet it's beautiful. I've seen some other pictures of it, and you can really see all of these fabrics in there. So it gives you the colours that you need, and it's a very simple quilt, to be honest. It's different blocks, small blocks, big blocks, and you just join them all together, cut all your fabric in. It tells you to start with, do all the cutting. It tells you, right, fabric A, subcut it into this number of squares, fabric B. So you do all of your cutting first, and then you just join them all together in simple square blocks. So there's no triangles, none of that. And I think that is an absolute work of art, isn't it? Beautiful. And this to me is the hero print of the whole design. It's gorgeous, isn't it? This one. That is gorgeous. That one is called Blue. Blue. No, it can't be just called Blue. It must have a name. Small wallflower. So this one that's in it, small wallflower. Oh, this is the drawing room of Emery Walker's house. Look, that is the wallpaper in his drawing room. That's amazing. It's lovely to see how they've obviously gone to his house because he was a big collector. I wonder whether he got them for free, being as they were besties. Hope he did. Or maybe he got mates rates on them. We don't know that. I would like to think that he got mates rates on the Morris & Co. wallpapers. or maybe he just went, no, I'm sorry. Sorry, I've got a business to run, Emery. We might be mates, but you've got to pay for this. So when you've got your quilt, you've made it, and next time you're in London, go and visit his house, and you can see it all there, can't you? Right, we've got over 20 people who've got this in their basket, and you need to get checked out before you miss out. So we've got this beautiful, I'm just seeing what that one's called, small wallflower. Gorgeous. We should do them in order of how much I like them. Actually, they're all lovely. Now, remember as well, they are free spirit fabrics, so they're not only beautiful prints, they are beautiful quality. This one is called Emery's Willow. That's lovely. Have you found that one in the house? Is that in the bedroom? Or was that the bathroom carpet? I can see Hannah's going around the house looking for the matching fabrics. There we go. Oh, yes. That's the wallpaper in the dining room. Obviously. They didn't believe in less is more in those days, did they? Maybe that's William Morris in the picture. He does look a bit like David Bowie. I don't think he was alive then, though, Hannah. Is that Strawberry Thief on his chairs? It is, isn't it? Wow. I'd actually quite like those. I love the fact they've got this gorgeous wallpaper and they've just covered it in random paintings. I think they should take those off so you can see the wallpaper better. It is great, though. It's like fully over-decorated, isn't it? I think it's fabulous. It's just like, get it all in there. Right, so then we've also got this same fabric, the Emery's Willow. Is that what it was called? in this beautiful sand colour. Remember, you've got a £60 saving on this. Then we have this lovely terracotta print. Have you found this one yet, Hannah? No, this is different. Oh, this is the same as that one. This is it's the wallflower, but it's in a larger scale print. So it's the same as this blue one, can you see? But it's a larger one. Yes, Emery's Willow. Well, William Morris has... So William Morris has his normal willow bough, but this Emery's Willow has a different background. Can you see? It's got almost like a little, like sort of spotty background. And that's what makes it Emery's Willow. Now, I love this one. There's two prints in this. There's the same print in two colours. This one is called Sunflower. Have you found that one, Hannah? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the curtains have got that print in the dining room, but just in a different colour and a different scale as well. It probably is somewhere else. Yeah, unfortunately, Hannah's only got 3 photos. But I think we should go on a work trip, Hannah. You and I go round with our quilt. Going, oh, look, that's where that's from. I love this because you've got those big sunflowers, but then you've got bunches of grapes. I mean, it is so William Morris. But this, I think, I don't know whether the green, no, I think this is actually my favourite one. If I was going to buy this one, if I was going to buy any of them, just one, just half a metre, it would be that one. Right, when everyone's checked out, we only have 4 remaining. I just love the colour of that because it is such a... like a brick red, isn't it? It's William Morris red, should become a colour. Then you've got this amazing geometric one, which is very different to his normal ones. This is called Dorothy's Killim. Oh, so it is very Killim. Oh, so William Morris used to collect rugs and killims, and that is Dorothy's Killim. And they together, Emery and William, they both collected like Islamic arts, killims and rugs. And so that is Dorothy's Killim. So obviously their mate Dorothy had a rug. Don't know who had Dorothy. Well, it's Dorothy's. Maybe they had a friend called Dorothy, and that's a rug in her hallway. But they both collected. I mean, they kind of bounced off each other. They used to collect fabrics. They used to collect artefacts. They collect all sort of art. It was a whole part of that movement, wasn't it? And the fact that they created Kelmscott Press together, amazing. So that's a great fabric to have put into this quilt because it really frames the diamonds. And then this is my second favourite. This one here, I think the Bluebell one, absolutely beautiful. You've got a lot more of this one, and I would be tempted to not bind it in this and then keep a bit. But obviously, the glory of the fact that you've got the binding in this quilt means that it ties the whole thing together. So we are down to single figures on this. This is our first quilt kit of our quilt festival at Sewing Street because we are celebrating the Festival of Quilts with our own quilt festival for you. Big saving on that. Big saving. $139.99 for this quilt kit. And the great thing is you don't have to carry it all around. You don't do 20,000 steps. You don't have aching feet. Although if you are going to the Festival of Quilts, you won't mind about any of that. But there is a bonus. There is a bonus in that we're bringing lots of new things and lots of savings to you. What a gorgeous quilt kit. Now, we've got loads of you who've got this in baskets. Do keep checking out. I will give you a stock update as we go along because I think this one is going to sell out quite soon. So I will let you know, but if you want it, don't wait. Remember, your P&P will be charged at the end of the day. Don't wait to check out because you think you might buy something else. You can keep checking out and then you'll still only pay your P&P at the end of the day. So that's the whole of this. So much fabric in this, isn't it? What a glory to do. I think once you've done all your cutting out, I would say cut everything out and label it all. What I tend to do is just write it on a little piece of paper and then fabric clip it or pin it to the top of the pile. Have everything labelled and then it'll be a breeze to sew together. And this is a stunning, I mean, obviously it'll be lovely on a bed, but for me, I would hang it on the wall. Because that's the sort of thing you want to look at, isn't it? And what a bit, obviously in a bed, it's like bed art then, isn't it? But I think that would look amazing on a wall. Or over the back of a sofa. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Imagine bringing that out when you have a picnic. Oh, what, this William Morris quilt? Oh, yes. Had it years. Years. It's gorgeous. Right, so let's talk about, I'm going to put this to one side, but I will keep you updated. We are going to run over on this hour slightly because we've got so many exciting bits, including the badge. Now, this is a brand new fabric collection. I love this. I think this is genius. So this is your Christmas colourways, but without being too full-on, screamy, overtly Christmas. I mean, it feels Christmas. It feels Christmassy, and it feels William Morris. We could have put it in last week, Christmas, but or it could be just winter, couldn't it? Let me show you the fabrics that you get in it. There are so many. Now, this one I've got, this is the bundle, but let me show you this one. This is kind of the hero print of it, because this fabric collection features Christmas reds, Christmas greens, and then also some deer. Isn't that gorgeous? I love that. That's a whole beautiful bucolic scene, isn't it? You've got the deer grazing by the river under the willow boughs. It's beautiful. It's called the Cotswold Holiday Collection, and this fabric is called the Brook. So that's one of them in it. I just needed to open that one up for you because I love that. Now, this mega bundle is 7.5 metres, so we've got 15 fabrics. And with the mega bundle, we normally do a reduction for you. So the price of this, £134 and 85 pence. So let me show you all of the fabrics that are in it. Now, normally what we do when we have a brand new fabric, oh, look, there's Strawberry Thief in Christmas red. What we normally do is we take ½ metre off. Oh, that one's nice. And this is what our normal price would be. It would be £125 and 86. However, this is our Quilt Festival where we're having a lot of specials, a lot of reductions and a lot of lovely things. So instead of ½ metre, we'll give you a metre for free. So you are getting 15 fabrics for the price of 13. You are saving £17 and 98 pence. So whether you want to make a Christmas quilt or a Christmas tree skirt, I saw a lovely pattern for one the other day, or you want to make lots of beautiful fabric Christmas napkins or a table runner or a big patchwork cover, then you are going to be saving a whole metre of fabric. And we're doing that especially for our Quilt Festival. So £117.87 for 15 ½ metres. We can do that on split pay for you as well. So if you want to spread the cost, that's 2 equal payments of £58.93. You pay £58.93, we send you the 15 fabrics, and then you pay the other £58.93 the next month, but it's interest-free. These are gorgeous. All of those fabrics, beautiful. Should we have a look at them a bit more closely now that we've got that price and you know how much you're going to save? Metre, whole metre. So this is the beautiful pictorial one. You could use this for the centre of a panel, couldn't you? You could just use it like that. I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? We've got 2 Strawberry Thieves. So we've got like the red is lovely. It's a very William Morris Christmassy red. It's muted. It's not your sort of super bright scarlet. It's not his normal brick red. It's a little bit redder than that, but it is a very gentle. So this doesn't scream Christmas at you, but it could be Christmas. You've got the Strawberry Thief as well, but in a larger scale in evergreen. Beautiful, isn't it? Then I'm just putting them together in sort of collections for you. This is very William Morris, isn't it, this one? I know they all are William Morris, but some are real sort of more iconic than others. This is called Small Pimpernel, but again, it's been coloured in these lovely tones. What I like about it is it feels Christmas, but it isn't overtly. So it's more like, you know, you could have this out at any time of year without thinking, oh, why have you got your Christmas quilt out? But if you had it out at Christmas, it would feel like that. I think that one is absolutely gorgeous. I love this smaller print as well. This one is called Bellflowers. And again, because it's got that lovely red, which is the same as the Strawberry Thief red, and then the green and the white, it has that Christmas feel to it, doesn't it? Is there another one of those? I thought there was new. Mistletoe. Well, I don't know whether it's mistletoe, but it looks like mistletoe. Could be just leaves. What's this one called? It's called... Oh, it's not. Boy, this is typical, isn't it? It'll be on the other one. It's always the bit of the fabric that hasn't got that on, that doesn't have it. And it hasn't got it on that one either. So Hannah's going to tell me what it's called. It looks like mistletoe, but I don't know whether it is. So this has got that beautiful deep green background, and then you've got the same print, but in an ivory background. It is mistletoe. Mistletoe in green. I thought it was. Isn't that beautiful? But obviously this one, mistletoe, has got red berries, so they stand out. Gorgeous. Really like that. I love this one because this feels very Christmassy with the colours. It's called Mini Brophy Trellis. I love this green. It's a real eucalyptus green in the background, and then you've got a fir green with a lovely red. And in the centre of all of these fabrics, you've got tiny little flowers and leaves. It's a very delicate fabric. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Really like that. So remember, you are getting a whole metre for free. We normally do half a metre, but not this week. No. So this is Brophy Trellis again. And what I like about this is it's the same print, but in the green it's in small scale and in the red it's in a larger scale. So they really marry together well. But rather than having the same scale, they've upped one of them. I think that's fab. Fab. Obviously, you've got the gorgeous willow. You are paying less than £8 for a half metre. But obviously, in the bundle, this is the most cost-effective way you can get the collection. And it also means you don't have to decide which one you want. I love the willow bough in this Christmas green. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really lovely. And we've also got it in the red as well. So we've got the willow boughs in the red. I mean, even if you weren't using the whole collection at once together, just putting these two together is lovely. Maybe you just want to make napkins and you could use this green as a border round the red. I mean, that is lovely, isn't it? I'm still going. Look at this one. This is a really big leaf collection. So it looks lovely. Acanthus scroll. So what's lovely is it looks lovely as a whole piece, but actually when you cut it into smaller pieces, you just get all of these lovely swirls and shapes. Then we've got, is that acanthus as well? This is lovely. This is very fresh, isn't it? That small acanthus scroll. So it's the same fabric, but in a different scale. But isn't that beautifully fresh? Now, we do have these fabrics. All of them are also available by the half metre. Obviously, you won't get the saving, but you can get them by the half metre. So, for example, if you see this and you think, I love that, love to make a tablecloth in it, I need 3 metres, then you just can buy them by the half metre, but then it means that you can buy them cut as a whole piece. I think that is lovely, isn't it? They just all go together so beautifully. And then the last two, this one is medium bluebell. So, is that the same as the bluebell in the kit? Let me look. It is actually, yeah, it is. In a different colourway, obviously. And then we've got, this must be bluebell as well. Mini bluebell. So we've got medium bluebell and then mini bluebell. So again, they've done this throughout this collection. You've got the same prints, but they've put them into a different colour and a different scale, and it completely changes the look of them. So what an absolutely gorgeous fabric collection. I mean, this is where you can make something that feels Christmassy without it being Christmassy. And it's just winter. It's traditional. It's gorgeous. The colours are rich. You've got the heritage of the William Morris prints. And we've saved you a metre of fabric as well. So you get a metre for free. Just to celebrate our own quilt festival, which we are doing all week. Because normally, well, you know, if you are a regular viewer to Sewing Street, you'll know we normally give you half a metre in a bundle. But special occasions warrant special things, don't they? I think that might be my favourite. I think it's that green. Oh. So look at that. Bundle, 7.5 metre, 1 metre for free, saving £17.98. I think I love this one. Do you remember Sam Sabido did a Christmas blanket, and then she did a pattern for a jumper, and the colour of the jumper was this green. So I bought the pattern. I love that green. Feels very like that, doesn't it? Really want that. Gorgeous. Now, half the stock's gone. Half the stock's gone. If you want it, you do need to get checked out. I love the mistletoe. Doesn't the mistletoe go really well with this acanthus scroll as well? Love the fact they're really fresh. But the great thing is you don't have to decide, because in this mega bundle, you are getting all of them. All of these beautiful. So there's mistletoe. I love this little floral print. Obviously, we've got Strawberry Thief in here. How could you have a William Morris collection without it? This is very iconic William Morris, that one, isn't it? Right, fewer than 20 of the mega bundle are left, so you do need to get checked out on it. I've never seen the Strawberry Thief, let me stick that back on, in this colourway. Have you, Hannah? I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? It's a real classic deep green. But, you know, this could be in your house all year round, and I think this is what they've done really well. Well, they've obviously, it's the holiday collection, but because it just none of it is Christmassy at all, but it's those colours that makes it feel just deep winter. And then this is the large print. So do check out. We're in single figures now on the bundle. Most cost-effective way, £17.98. You will be saving a whole metre of fabric with that, which is a lot. Absolutely loads. Right, let me show you now. We have also got them available by the half metre. So if you've got the bundle and you want a bit extra, or if you just want a half metre, this is the best way to do it. This is what it looks like. Let me hold it up. So this is what it looks like. I mean, that would make a nice dress, wouldn't it? Love that. Loads of you are checking out that and pre-order. What a beautiful scene. They're quilting weight, even though it looks like I mean, that, you see, if you bought just half a metre of this, wouldn't that make a lovely cushion? Absolutely beautiful. And just even if you bought just this half metre, you still get the badge. I mean, if you bought this and you thought, right, I'm going to make that into a cushion, wouldn't it be lovely to do some embroidery? I would embroider over the grass, or just embroider little French knots for the flowers. Or you could make this into a picture. Just if you bought even like a cheap picture frame, you could stretch it over the backboard that comes with it, pop it back in the frame. What a lovely picture. Very, very inexpensive wall art. Have your own piece of William Morris. Then your house will be like Emery Walker's. I think that one's beautiful. Right, I'll just do them in the order I've got here. That'll be simpler. Let's go Strawberry Thief. Small red, Strawberry Thief. Absolute classic. Half a metre makes 2 napkins. All you've got to do is hem the edges. £8.99. So you could go for a so if maybe you've got 20 people this Christmas, you could make yourself a whole set of napkins, keep them every year. Make a lovely table runner though, wouldn't it? And be very simple. Just cut it into like 3.5-inch squares, sew it all together. It could be the simplest design. It would just look amazing. If you're making for charity, or maybe you've got school fetes or church fetes, it's such a recognisable print. You could just make small drawstring gift bags. They would just fly out. But I mean, a tote bag in this for your Christmas shopping. Or maybe, you know, you've got a few people, even like teachers that you make special presents for at Christmas, make them a tote bag. If you get yourself 2 half metres, you've got the front, the back, the lining and the handles. I mean, it'd be the most luxurious tote. Or just do the front in it and use a plain for the back. Very affordable. So you could get 2 tote bags out of half a metre and just use a plain fabric from your stash for the back. Love that one. Right, now next we've got the Strawberry Thief, but this is a larger version in the green. See, but if you wanted something that went together, these two go together beautifully. This could be the handles of your bag, couldn't it? Maybe a bit thinner than that, obviously. But a lovely border as well. Gorgeous. Yeah, this would be nice if you wanted a William Morris jacket. Be very nice. Actually, patchwork jacket as well, especially for the Christmas season. But not without it being Christmassy, you see? But if these are your colours, how lovely would that be? So £8.99 for half a metre. And obviously with all of these, if you want more than a half metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you need 1.5 metres, put 3 units in your basket and it will be sent to you as a whole piece. I think this is beautiful. Then we've got this gorgeous, what is this one called? Small Pimpernel. That is quite a big pimpernel. I don't know what a pimpernel is, actually. Is it a flower? Is it a flower? I thought it was a play. The Scarlet Pimpernel. I thought it was a person. I always thought the Scarlet Pimpernel was the name of a person. It's obviously not. It's obviously a flower. Yeah. I need to look into that. I'm going to find out. Anyway, this one is called Small Pimpernel. Nothing to do with the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is the Small Pimpernel. Beautiful. Shall I hold this one up? Da-da-da. Well, the problem is I think one of the stickers fell off, Hannah, and I think I've stuck it back on the wrong fabric. So that'll be fun for Dan when he packs them away. There we go. Give you a little wish. Beautiful, isn't it? Love that one. Yeah, what I need to do, I don't know which one it's missing. I'll put that there. Next one. Maybe it belongs to that one. This one is called Bell Flowers. They are gorgeous, aren't they? So you've got that lovely sort of Christmassy mix with a bit of brick red background. A bit like a wood block print. Oh, that's its code. Look at that. No stickers mixed up now. It is a bit wood blocky, isn't it? And I like the fact the flowers are so white because they really stand off the red and the green. So again, it gives it that sort of Christmassy feel without it being overtly Christmas. I mean, and they do work with other collections. Also, have a think about, if you wanted to go a bit further, the plain fabrics. Because if you bought, if you've even got white fabric or you've got these Christmas reds and greens, that will go with it as well. So you can just make it go a bit further. It means that you could then line something with it instead. I think it'd be fabulous for a Christmas dress. You know, when you don't want to go overtly for a Christmas dress, you just want a wintry one. It's got the colours without screaming Christmas. This would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Yeah, lovely infinity scarf. That would be really nice, wouldn't it? Or just the lining of a bag, or maybe your Christmas bag. So many different things you can do with it. Yeah, Christmas stockings, or just the top of it. Yeah, if you wanted to go a bit further, make a plain Christmas stocking, just do the cuff in that. How about the gorgeous mistletoe then? Very popular on pre-order, this one. Love that. If William Morris did mistletoe, this is what it would look like. Oh, he did. Well, just because it's very ornate, isn't it? All of the stems and the stalks of the mistletoe were sort of scrolly and lovely. And he's made his mistletoe berries red, which is so much more interesting. He's kind of mixed mistletoe and holly together. Love the green on that one as well. Oh, now I found some free. We love a free design, don't we? In the Free Spirit website, you can have a look at them. They're on the Free Spirit website, shows the collection. So these are all the fabrics we've been showing you. And at the bottom, there are a couple of quilt. I love that one, Twinkle Twinkle quilt. Now, you can download the instructions for free, and that's using all of these fabrics. So if you want to make that quilt, get the instructions for free, get the fabrics from us. There you go. It tells you everything that you need for it. And you can't buy your fabrics off Free Spirit. You have to buy them from us, obviously. But if you go on there, then you can, we've got those fabrics. You can't physically buy them on their website. You don't have to buy them from us, but we do prefer you to, since we've shown you where you can get those. So get the instructions. I love that Twinkle Twinkle quilt. And then you can see, because we've got those fabrics, have a look on there, see what quantity you need, buy the fabrics, get the pattern for free. The other mistletoe. Oh, there's another quilt design on there as well. So there's the Twinkle Twinkle. Now this quilt design, this uses the lovely print. Is it the brook? The one with the deer on? Can you see how they've used that print in the centre? So they've made trees from the green ones. So we've got all of those fabrics. And the brook print, the bigger one, they've used as lovely scenes called Christmas in the Meadow. Even meadows have Christmas. So there you go, you can buy all of those. Have a look have a look in the break on their website, download the instructions, print them off, and then you can order the fabrics, you're done. What a massively unusual quilt as well, isn't it? Because Christmassy, but not Christmassy. Love the white mistletoe. It should be called mistletoe holly. It's got red berries. I think it's lovely though, isn't it? Feels very Christmas table linen to me, that one. This is the beautiful acanthus. Love that one. Just the colourways are gorgeous. Small acanthus scroll in green. And it is really lovely. It's eucalyptus fir sort of colours as well. Again, it does feel very table linen. Wouldn't that make the luscious Christmas tablecloth? Right, now we're going to do my favourite one. Only because of the colour. I love this green on it. This one is it's that sort of fresh mint eucalyptus type green. Very geometric. But when you get close to it, you can... All right, there's only 10 metres of this one, which sounds like a lot, but compared to what we had, it isn't. So they've called it sage. I guess it is that kind of the paler, fresher green. And then you've got the detail in here. In the centre of these squares, there's tiny little flowers. It is a bit, it's a bit kind of granny square quilt block, isn't it? And I love the flowers with all the little leaves that are coming into them. It is gorgeous, isn't it? What a lovely design. It's like a very sort of traditional floor tile. Brophy trellis. And then the next fabric is the same print, but larger, but in the red. Again, you've got that sort of, it is like floor tiles. Beautiful. We're going through them quite quickly just so we can get through them all. But if you go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, you can then see actual individual photos of them all, which makes it a lot easier. I love that one. And it is the start of our quilt festival. So we've got lots of launches of fabrics and kits and all different materials. And free pin badge for everyone who shops today while stocks last. And it's got a special free gift on the back. I can't tell you a secret. Then we've got Willow Bowing Christmas. That's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. Again, that sort of feels a bit stocking Christmas sack, doesn't it? Willow boughs in green. Well, I keep thinking, I mean, it could be, you can use it all year round. It's just that it has that nod towards the Christmas colours. And actually, you know, when you've got quite a modern interior, maybe it's very neutral. It's quite nice having these traditional prints in there. That sort of mix of the modern and the traditional works so well. Because it's not like too full on, is it? Love that. It's beautiful. But you look nice, just simple. Cover a notebook in it. It's just a beautiful fabric. And you'd only need 1/2 metre for that. That would be very opulent, wouldn't it? You can embroider on the front all the things I need to do. Not the things I have to do. Or you could be things I'd like to do. But it would be a lovely notebook cover. Same in the red. Lovely. These would be nice. If you made those, you know, reusable Christmas crackers, you could make some in that green and some in the red. Or, you know, fabric paper chains. Oh, wouldn't that look nice in those two fabrics? It's lovely that the fact that you've got the two tones as well, because it makes it look slightly shiny. Like it sort of, it gives it like a real gloss. Like I thought there was like a shine on it, but it's the way you've got the different shades and tones in the red. I think that is gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful fabric, but it goes so well with the green one as well. I want to make fabric paper chains in that. It looks so traditional. I might have to start now though, because I'd like meters of them. Every year I go, do you know what, next Christmas, I've got time. I've got a pattern. I wrote a pattern for it last year, so all I need to do is make them. And I can make meters of paper chains. This is opulent, opulent. This is a Acanthus scroll in red. And it's lovely. It's lovely as a whole piece, isn't it? But again, when I said before, if you cut it into small pieces, you get all of those lovely swirls and curls in it. And it works really well when you pair it with other fabrics. So if you just wanted to go red, all of these reds, look, work beautifully together, don't they? If you just wanted to go red, you could make a patchwork dress, lady in red. It would be quite a showstopper, wouldn't it? Love that. I mean, wouldn't that be gorgeous? Those fabrics with calico. I love calico and red. Bit of a fan of that. Right. Last two I've got mixed up now. Yes, these are the last two. We'll go red first. Go red. Really? That's go west. Just sort of felt like I had to sing go red. This is Bluebell, which is the same print as the green that's in the quilt behind me, but just on a smaller scale and in one colour. So adaptable. This is why William Morris's prints are so classic and so iconic. He creates one print, and then by scaling it up and down and changing the colours, it becomes a different thing. Look at the detail in that. Because this is Free Spirit, printed by Free Spirit, it is a beautiful, high-quality print. So the fabric is very soft and drapey, but you've also got the precision of the print, which you don't get with every fabric, to be honest. To be honest, I think with these fabrics, you get what you pay for. And it's gorgeous, isn't it? Love that. Then finally, same fabric, Bluebell. There we go. Right, so they are all available on the website. We have a few of the mega bundle, but not many. Because remember, I think this been flying out because we've given you a whole meter for free. So if you've been going through all of these with me and you can't decide which one, get yourself a meter for free and save yourself £17.98 and you will get the whole collection. Loads of you need to get these checked out because you'll miss out. And it's the sort of collection that once we've done the mega bundle once, we won't be able to repeat it. Because what will happen is that the most popular fabric will sell as, the whole collection will sell, one of them will sell, and then we won't be able to make the mega bundle again. So get the mega bundle while you can. And celebrate quilts and festivals in our quilt festival all week. And don't forget the badge. Look, look how much fabric you're getting. It's absolutely loads. I can't even get it onto a circle. I might put that one in the centre. Look at that. All of that. 15.5 metres for just £117.87. Don't forget in the break to go and download those free quilt instructions, and then you can make a quilt using that. Gorgeous. Amazing price. Right, let's just run through the quilt kit again. Remember this, I mean, I don't know how you're going to decide. This is our first quilt this week. And, of course, it had to be William Morris, didn't it? It's from the Emery Walker fabric collection. Emery was William's bestie mate, and they lived together lived next to each other in Hampstead. These are all fabrics that are in his house. There are more people who've got this in the basket than we've got in stock. So if everyone checks out, some of you are going to miss out. It's $139.99, but it was $199.99. So we have reduced the price to $139.99, which is amazing, isn't it? So everyone who checks out, even if you checked out before, will pay the lower price. You can also buy it on split pay, 2 equal payments of $46.66. So you pay 3. Can't add up. 3 equal pay. I was looking at that thinking that can't be 2. No, 3, sorry. Equal payments of $46.66. Pay $46.66. Now, we will send you the kit. By the time you've paid the final one, you'll have finished it. It's all about the cutting. Cut all the squares accurately, and then it is just sewing squares together. There's no angles, it's squares, but it has been designed in such a way that with the different sizes of the squares, you get that beautiful diamond shape. And the way that the colours have been arranged is very clever. Each colour complements the next, so the darker Killing print really outlines parts of the diamond. But what it also does is allow these lighter woad coloured prints to stand out, and then you get this lovely soft red. You've got all of the fabric for the front of the quilt and the binding as well. You'll obviously need backing and wadding, that's always the case, but save yourself some money and get that beautiful quilt. I'll leave it with you, but I will keep you updated as the day goes on as to whether we've got left, because we are oversubscribed on it. And if you all check out, we're going to have 15 of you missing out. So if it's in your basket, get out, checked out. And the same goes for the William Morris Holiday Collection. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time with the beautiful, brand new Tula Deja Vu, Tabby Road Deja Vu collection in cotton and minky as well. It's gorgeous. Anyway, I'll see you back here in the break. Go and have a look at those quilt patterns, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is our special Quilt Festival week. It's the Festival of Quilts at the NEC this week, and we know that not everyone can go, but also we want to join in with them and celebrate the whole fabrics and quilts. So we are having our own quilt festival. Anyway, we've just launched a brand new William Morris collection, a brand new quilt. So now we are launching a brand new Tula Pink collection. It is gorgeous. It's what Tula does every year. She launches her Deja Vu collection, which means she takes a previous collection, changes it about, recolours it and brings it back as something new. And this collection, the last time she launched it was 2012, ages ago, and she has recoloured it. It was massively popular. So what we've done is we have put the whole collection into a mega bundle for you. There are 8 different fabrics in here. These are all cotton quilting weight. There are a couple of fabrics in this collection, a different one. They're not in this bundle. This bundle is all quilting weight cotton. There are 8 fabrics in it, 4 metres in total, but we're going to give you half a metre for free. So you'll save £8.99 because this is a designer fabric. It's £8.99 for half a metre. So £62.93, you can have the whole of the Tabby Road Deja Vu. So if you remember, if you're a Tula collector, if you remember the Tabby Road, this is been recoloured by Tula herself to make her Deja Vu collection. So let me show you what you get in it. This is probably the hero print. Well, it's the one that Tula highlights as her hero print. Isn't this beautiful? So the reason she's chosen this collection in her Deja Vu to bring it back recoloured is that it was one of her favourite fabric collections. She absolutely loved it. She also had a collection quite recently. They were all different pets, and she felt that she hadn't really done cats their full justice in it. The cats were just tiny little prints in it, so she wants to honour the whole cat because she knows how many of us love cats. Isn't that beautiful? Now, half a stock of the mega bundle is gone. I mean, look at the cat on this beautiful pink background, and the cat with all its spots. It's bright. I mean, but they are just stunning. It's such a little kitten, isn't it? Look at its little face. Absolutely gorgeous. That's one of the fabrics in the collection. We've also got the same cat in this collection, but a little bit smaller, and this time on a sort of a minty green background. So in the mega bundle, you are getting a half a metre of all of this. Look at that. So whether you just love cats and want to put them in a quilt, whether you want to make a cat bed or a special item for your cat, or you just love cats and you just want to make a little bag or a notebook cover in it, would be really gorgeous, wouldn't it? A tote bag in that would be amazing. I love Tula Pink fabrics. I always use them when I want something really bright, even if it's just like the lining of a jacket or the inside of a pocket. But when you make something in Tula, it always makes you smile. I mean, I think it's so realistic. Little pussycat as well. I love the fact this one's got stripes and spots on this gorgeous mint, but don't they look together, lovely together? The next one, I have to say this is my favourite, and I don't know why. I think it's just because it's got all these little tins on it. And all the little tins have got fish. Well, obviously the bones, because the cat's eaten all the fish, all on it. And aren't they lovely? So some of the tins have got stripes, some of them have got spots. They're all in all the real sort of Tula colours as well. Absolutely love that one. Really lovely. And look, you can see how the colours are echoed in each of them. So the way that she's recoloured the whole collection means it all blends together, but in a bright and mad way. Those are the 3 main sort of prints of the collection. And then she'll always put some, well, blenders. You can't really call them blenders, but look at the stripe. The stripe is gorgeous, isn't it? So the stripe features all of the colours that are in the rest of the design. So you've got the navy blue, which is used like in the branches here. You've got the purple and the pink and the mauve and the orange and red and lime green. So you could use it as a full-on stripe that way, but how lovely would it look as a stripe that way? So maybe you decide, right, well, I'm going to make a tote bag, for example, from this. Use the stripe with it because it's picking up all of the colours. Or use it this way. It changes completely. Or wouldn't this make the most gorgeous binding? So if you cut it on the diagonal, look at that. Now, the stripe on its own is about to sell out but it is in the bundle. But look at that as a bias binding. Gorgeous. The cat tins is only available now in the mega bundle. We have sold out by the ½ metre, which is only available in this mega bundle now. Right, the Disco Kitty. Right, so this one, there's only 2.5 metres on its own, because obviously I'm going through the bundle, but we have got it available. So this one, Disco Kitty, 2.5 metres left outside of the mega bundle. Obviously, if you buy the mega bundle, you'll get ½ metre of all the 8 fabrics. If you want this one on its own, there are only 2.5 metres left of Disco Kitty. So if you want the, what is this one called? It can't be called cat tins. Cat snacks. If you want cat snacks, you can only get it in the mega bundle. There's the gorgeous stripe. Oh, Club Kitty. Club Kitty, outside the mega bundle, there is only 1 metre left. We have got this, and I'll show you in a minute, in the Minky. Minky is like almost a velvet. It's a very, very low pile fleece, but it feels almost like a polyester velvet. And I'll show, we do have that in the beautiful soft. I really want to make this into bias binding. I think that's delicious, isn't it? So if you buy the whole mega bundle, you will get that in there. Right, let's move to some other fabrics. Good morning, Rebecca. Gorgeous show. Really love the fabric bundles, especially the adorable cats. Keep up the great work. Love, Andrew. Oh, thank you. It is gorgeous, isn't it? I love these fabrics. You love them too? I think they're amazing. I think Tula is absolutely hit the nail on the head with this fabric collection. It is beautiful. What is this one called? Because I haven't got that one on. Oh, it's a little mouse. It's a little mouse. It's Eek. Look, can you see? I was thinking, oh, it's just flowers. I wonder why she's just done flowers. She never just does flowers. Outside of the mega bundle, look at the little mouse. Look at the little mouse. He's a little navy mouse with pink spots, obviously, and green ears. And this is what is great about Tu. This is why I love her fabrics, is because there's always humour in them. And I think there's a place for humour in every part of life, including fabric. And you've got, like, this beautiful flowers. And then there's a little mouse. Love that. And I like the fact that she's done these beautiful bright colours, but put the mouse in navy so it really stands up. But that mouse, I mean, we'll go with other collection because Tula has her colour palette, so you can mix and match these across other collections as well. Right, the stripe is sold out on its own. The only way you can get the stripe is in the mega bundle, and the same goes for cat snacks as well. It's super busy. Now look at this one. Look at this. That feels like it needs to be opened out completely. Look at that. Oh, so Hannah's going to get ½ metre. I'm looking forward to this quilt, Hannah. And she's going to make tumbling blocks. And unfortunately, she's still doing the cross-stitch shrimp, so she hasn't got time. But when she does, she's going to make tumbling blocks on this. Isn't that gorgeous? So that's using... What is this one called? Disco Lucy. Oh, look at the selvage on this. There's only a metre of this left. Look, the selvage has got little mice on it. Disco Lucy, that's great, isn't it? Look at the colours in it. I mean, you know, when you look at a fabric like this, it's lovely all the way along, but think of it as there's only a metre of it outside the bundle. But if you've bought the bundle, think of this as handles for the tote bag that you're going to make of the cat. That way. Think of it as the border. If you're making, say, a cushion, you could use this as the border on the back. Think of it as a binding. Because once you start cutting fabric diagonally into a binding, it then suddenly changes, doesn't it? So say you're using this fabric and you are binding it, and you've cut it on the diagonal in this, it changes completely, doesn't it? So when you look at fabrics, look at them horizontally, vertically, and diagonally, because they can be used in all of those ways. If you use it diagonally, don't forget to spray it with Best Press or Starch Savvy. It keeps it a little bit more stable. But I love to see fabrics like that, because you get then all the different colours and the patterns. Right, the next fabric in this bundle, this has got to be eyes, hasn't it? Cat's eyes. If only the cat's eyes were as colourful as this on the M5. Wouldn't life be more fun? Confused all the drivers, but you know. That's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So you can see the little cat's eyes, but it's a lovely all-over print, isn't it? It's something that complements the larger prints that you're going to get in your bundle, because it's got those colourways. It's got the nod to the cats with the little eyes, but I think that is lovely. They are like little marbles, aren't they? So if you've bought the bundle, obviously these will all go together. There are lots of fabrics now that you can only get in the bundle, like Cat Snacks, Disco Kitty. Have we got any of that left? Right, so just letting you know. So I've been going. There's one left in the bundle that let's do the final one in the bundle, and then we'll go back. This is very lovely. This is Spotty Cat, isn't it? What is this one called? Furball. Techno Mint. It is a bit Techno Mint, isn't it? But again, you see, I love the way that... Techno Mint. Yeah, it's a bit Techno Mint, isn't it? Yeah, it's one of those things. What I love is that other fabric designers, they'll have their low volume prints, their sort of blenders that go with the rest of the collection. But Tula has mad fabrics as her low volume blenders, doesn't she? I like that. I love a Techno Mint. Furball Techno Mint. It's brilliant, isn't it? Tic Tacs for raves. Techno Mint. That's a great name. Minty, Techno Mint. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Because it's like leopard print spots, but they're furry. Anyway, all of that, all 8 fabrics in the bundle, £62.93. You are going to save half a metre. Now, the only way you can get several of these is by buying the bundle. So I'm going to go through them individually, so I'll let you know stock-wise. So let's start at the beginning with Club Kitty. This has sold out on its own. You can only get Club Kitty in the bundle. There's a sentence for you. You can only get Club Kitty in the bundle. Love that. The next one. Disco Kitty. You can only get Disco Kitty in the bundle. So if you want Disco Kitty or Club Kitty, you can only get it if you buy the whole bundle. And why wouldn't you? Right, Cat Snacks. Unfortunately, Cat Snacks 2 you can only get in the bundle. We do not have it by the half metre because you've been loving it. I love it. That is my favourite one, and I don't know, I think it's tins. I love packaging and pictorial prints. I think that's why. I haven't been to the Packaging Museum, no. Oh, Hannah said I should go to the Packaging Museum in London. Well, when I go and visit Emery's house, I'll go to the Packaging Museum as well. Disco Stripe, that has sold out on its own. So those 4 are only available in the mega bundle. Right, what about this Glorious? Right, again, only available in the mega bundle. That has sold out. Disco Lucy has sold out on its own, and just to let you know, the mega bundle, we still have some stock, but it's oversubscribed. There are more of you who have got it in baskets than we have in stock. Remember, 4 metres of fabric in the mega bundle, you get half a metre for free. We are very limited in stock. We did buy quite a lot because it was a launch, but how about the little mousy flower one, Eek? There are 3 metres left outside of the mega bundle. So I'm just trying to get my mouse the right way up. If you want this one, there are 3 metres left. Yes, I know it's very similar to William Morris's Acanthus, although William Morris wouldn't have put a mouse in it, would he? No, because it's that humour in fabric. So 3 metres of this left, but it is available in the mega bundle. Cat's Eyes is available outside of the bundle. I used to collect cat's eyes when I was a child, when we'd be driving along the road at night, and sometimes you'd see a cat's eye in the wrong place, and I'd get my dad to stop the car, and you'd run out and then pick up a cat's eye. I had bags of them. And then you realise you had different coloured cats. Did anyone else do that? Did no one else do that? You'd be driving, you'd see all the cat's eyes in a straight line, and then you'd see a random one on the side, and you'd make them stop the car, and you'd run out and pick it up, because it had obviously got knocked out. Once I found the whole rubber moulding that was in the road, and it had the 4 cat's eyes in. That was my best ever souvenir. Then I discovered that they have like different coloured cat's eyes. They have white up the middle of the road, and they have reds on some sides and green on others, I think like on different junctions. If anyone else was a cat's eye collector, it was like the most exciting thing about going on a car journey when you were a kid at night, was the cat's eyes. So this one cat's eyes we do have available. I can't believe you didn't collect cat's eyes. That was a thing. Am I the only person that ever did that? No, I'm not. Yes. Did you do that, Ian? No. Cat's eyes tins. Oh, so I'm not the only. So Ian says you used to be able to buy cat's eyes tins to put your collection in. I just had them in bags because you'd see them on the side of the road at night. I think cars would knock them out of their rubber holdings. It was always a thing. Right, did anyone else collect cat's eyes at night like I did? Then how about this one, Hannah? Furball. So Furball is available in the mega bundle, and we've got a metre of this left. So basically, we've only got 3 of the fabrics available by the half metre. So if you want the mega bundle, £62.93. 4 metres in total, half metre of all 8 of the fabrics, £8.99 that you're saving. And obviously, there are only 3 of them that you can get. All of these you can't get by the half metre anymore because you lot have been checking out. Right, there are 9 mega bundles available, and there are 27 in baskets. Yeah? 27 in baskets, 9 available. It's brilliant, isn't it? Tell me what you're going to do with your club kitty and your disco kitty. They are so nice, aren't they? Anyway, I'm going to leave that with you. Let's talk Minky. I want to talk Minky. Club Kitty Minky. Now, this is gorgeous. I haven't seen this before. So Minky is, I kind of think it's the American word for sort of, well, it's not fleece because it's a much lower pile than fleece. Quite often you'll see soft toys made with it. It's a velvet, a fleece that has the same pile as a velvet. They offer, yes, they do call it plush as well. It's 100% polyester, but it's very, very soft. It's like, it is like the velvets, but let me show you how soft and warm. I mean, it's wonderful for blankets and clothing. Often it was used to make things like baby products, absolutely gorgeous for blankets. Beautiful. It's 100% polyester as well. So we call it here plush, we call it microfiber. So it's really good for very, very soft blankets and throws. Can you imagine this over the end of your bed? It's good, it's wide. What is the width of this? I will find a, what I need is a tape measure. We must have a tape measure somewhere. Got everything else. Right, let me hold it up and I'll show you. So it is beautifully soft. Oh, it's definitely wide. Look. No, look how wide it is. You could back something in it to make it really super snuggly, couldn't you? Why have you not got a tape measure? I can't looking around. There's always one somewhere, isn't there? But not today. We will find one. Just a moment. But look how wide it is. I reckon it's about 60 inches wide, 150 centimetres, I think. It would be lovely to make cushions. Can you imagine how beautiful they were? They'd be lovely to put over the bed as the end of like a bed runner. Obviously, nice for a cat blanket, a little cat house. But it's just absolutely beautiful. You could even use it to back a quilt because it would be really soft. You could use it for clothing. It could be easily used for like a little hoodie or a fleecy top. We're still looking for a tape measure. It's ridiculous. It's not, yes, we're not a sewing channel. We don't own tape measures. Yeah, it's 60 inches. See, that was a good guess, wasn't it? See, I thought it was 150 centimetres, 60 inches wide. It is absolutely beautiful. So it's £19.99 a metre because it is super wide for 1.5 metres. But obviously, if you want more than that, then it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. I think that is gorgeous. And honestly, it's so soft. Look at the drape on it as well. And it really is quite different, isn't it? I think it's just gorgeous. I mean, wouldn't cushions be absolutely stunning in it? You could, really like to, because if you're like me, you have cushions on your bed, and then when you sit up in bed and you read at night, you need to sort of lean against the cushion. How lovely would that be? The little pussycats. So that's the Minky in, I love the way it's called, Club Kitty Electro Berry. Now, we've also got the Minky available in this gorgeous print. That would be beautiful. I mean, honestly, to back a quilt, because I know a lot of you back quilts in fleece, but you could back it in this as well. I mean, it's not as thick as fleece, so you might need to put a wadding in, but it is so soft. I tell you what would be nice. You know when you go camping and you want a really nice, just a lightweight blanket, just so that you feel cuddly and warm, be beautiful for that. Or, be lovely for when you want something a bit brighter for like a tweens or a teens room. Again, cushions, beautiful. I mean, it would make amazing makeup bags and tote bags as well, because I've made velvet tote bags, made velvet weekend bags, and this has that same feeling as the velvet because it's soft and drapey. And you get a lot, because it's 60 inches wide, you are getting a lot of fabric. And actually, when you look at this one, you can have like a lime green makeup bag. And soft toy making, because a lot of people use this because it doesn't fray. So it's really good for soft toy making, and it's super soft. But imagine an elephant made in that. It is lovely, isn't it? Or you could use it for the lining. Imagine having it as like the lining of a jacket or something because it's so soft. But that is beautiful. And so if I show you it with the with its cotton, because you can mix them if you want to. Right, the mega bundle, there are only 2 left of the cotton. But look, see, that's the cotton and that's the Minky. So it's a slightly bigger scale, but how cool. Whereas the cat is the same. The mega bundle's 2 left if you want the mega bundle of the cotton fabric. Just 2 left. Oh, I think this is gorgeous. So it would be nice if you had half a metre of each of these, because then you'd have a beautiful set of cushions. But they are lovely for when I think of like I've made weekend bags, velvet pouches. They're beautiful for that. Disco Prism would be lovely as cushions. Maybe you've got like a, you know, a caravan or mobile home. There's just such a lovely warmth and depth and vibrancy of colour. If you've got like a caravan mobile home, make yourself a couple of cushions in that, whether you like the cats or whether you want the Disco Prism. It just gives you, and it's also really nice. I used to have for the kids when they were younger car cushions. So when they fell asleep in the car, I had like fleece ones, but these are even softer because they're so beautiful. And also for younger children's makes, because you've got all of those patterns on them. And it'd be lovely for, you know, a snuggle blanket to just keep in the car. It's beautiful, isn't it? And I love the fact that if you did want to make smaller items of it, maybe they're just like little purses. You've got the different colours going along this. So you've got the purples and then the limes. Yes, Hannah's going to come and... Right, come and be my glamorous assistant so you can see all the colours. Because it's that much wider than the cotton... Oh, yes. Can I just apologise for Hannah's behalf that her shirt's really creased? Yes, well, this is fine because just think how bright you'll look holding this. I hadn't even noticed her shirt was creased. She's got shirt paranoia. I think you need to come and show everyone how creased your shirt is. I don't think it looks too bad.
When I put it on this morning,
was it?
I thought it was going to be fine.
I think they've dropped out since this morning.
Oh, it was. I looked like a crunched up bag. Anyway.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? It is lovely, but wouldn't that make a nice blanket? To do that round. Or I think cushions, just because it's so lovely. Or maybe, you know, maybe you've got like those bench seat cushions in your mobile home caravan.
I also think a little baby play mat to put them down on.
Oh yeah, that would.
Got all that bit they stare at.
Oh yeah, the black bits because they do when they can only do shapes in black and white.
There's loads there.
Yeah, bed runner.
Yeah,
super bright. Super bright, lovely bed runner because it's gorgeous. You know, maybe you've got one of those really neutral white bedrooms and you just want a splash of colour. That would be beautiful, wouldn't it? So many different things you can do that. So if you think of like the polyester velvet would be ideal. Pauline says the Disco Prism is my favourite. I think it's gorgeous, isn't it? But if you think of the velvet that we sell, you know, the ones with all the leaves and stuff, it feels very much like that. It has that same sort of soft, beautiful draped velourness to it. Right, loads of you got these in baskets. Tabby Road in Minky. It's not, it's called Club Kitty. Club Kitty, the cat, yes. So, Club Kitty in Minky, over half of the stock has gone. Okay, how are we doing on the mega bundle, Hannah? Okay. Mega bundle, how many have we got? 2. 2 and 30 in baskets. 2, it is the only way that you can get... I think we've only got 3 of these fabrics left by the half metre. Have a look on the website if you want to get any of them by the half metre. It will tell you what we've got left in stock. There are over 30. You've got the mega bundle in your basket, and we've got 2 left. So anyway, we're going to go for a quick break. I'll leave that with you to have a think what you're going to do with this fabulous. Congratulations to everyone who's got some of this fabric because it's gorgeous. Remember, everyone who checks out today will get our special Quilt Festival badge, which has a free gift on the back. I will be back with you in a few minutes with the wonderful Gary from Juki. So if you've got any sewing machine questions, obviously buying a new sewing machine is something you need to think about, but this is the time to do it because this is where you are going to get advised by an expert about what they do, why you need it, how it will make your stitching better. I've been thinking about getting one of these for a while, so I'm quite pleased. I mean, I'll be like your frequently asked questions, you know, your FAQ, because I'll be asking all those questions anyway. But do message Gary in because while he's here, we've got him here for 2 hours. He can answer all your sewing machine questions. So we're going to be talking overlockers and sewing machines the next 2 hours. I will be back with you in just a few minutes' time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is the beginning of our quilt festival, because as you all know, it's the Festival of Quilts this week in the NEC, but we are celebrating with our own quilt festival with all sorts of new deals and fabrics and loveliness. But we've got the gorgeous Gary for two whole hours. 2 whole hours of sewing machine loveliness. But we are starting with top of the range, amazing overlocker. I've been having a look at it in the break. It is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So if you've been thinking about buying an overlocker for a while, if you're like me, that you know you need one, but you've just never committed to buying one, this is where you will have a demonstration from an absolute expert on why you need one, what it does, how it works. Because who's going to buy an overlocker if you don't know how it works or how to thread it up or what you do? But because this is our Quilt Festival 2024, we have got a special price for you. So this is the overlocker. It is the Juki MO3500 Smarto overlocker. Now, as part of the deal for this, you are getting 30,000 metres of free thread. I can't even imagine what that looks like. 30,000 metres of free thread, and we are taking £200 off it straight away. 30,000 metres of thread, save £200. Now, we don't have massive stocks of these. We've got a few, so, you know, we've tried to get as many as we can, but we don't have massive stocks. This is the deal today. We are offering it on a 5-way split pay, so if you don't want to pay the full amount up front, interest-free, you can pay it in 5 equal instalments of £479. So you can pay your £479 today. We will get the overlocker to you, and then over the next 4 months, you pay the other instalments. That's entirely up to you. Some people like to do it that way. Some people like to pay it all up front, but it's interest-free, whatever your decision is. It's just a way of you spreading the cost. So for this fantastic overlocker, 30,000 metres of free thread, and save £200. Wow. Oh, and you get a badge. You know, anything for the badge. And the badge. Right. So, Gary, well, welcome to Sewing Street.
Yes,
welcome to Sewing Street. Are you at the
everybody.
Festival of Quilts this week as well?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, always, every single year. Don't miss a
Excellent.
festival at all.
But you come to us today. So
Oh, absolutely.
lovely.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the same as last time. Obviously, we'd like to do a little bit of a pre-gift as such to say, really, before the festival. Obviously, we've worked together for many, many years here at Sewing Street. So we've brought, obviously, you stood next to the QVP, the
That's
DX
coming up in the next
That's
hour.
coming up shortly
Very
on there.
excited about that.
A bit of a temptation on that one. And obviously, that's one of our biggest selling machines, obviously, for the Festival of Quilts as well.
Right,
Got
okay.
all the extras, but we'll go through that one shortly on there.
Well, it's lovely that you've come to us, because obviously not everyone can get to the Festival of Quilts.
That's exactly it.
Before we talk about the overlocker, though, baby news.
Baby news.
Baby
yes,
news, that's
everybody,
what
I
we
think,
want to
wants
know.
to hear on that one. George,
Baby news.
I would say George has had his baby. No, George's other half has had a baby.
George has had the half has had
On
the
that.
baby.
Mother baby doing very, very well. Absolutely brilliant. A week old now. So yeah.
And name?
Teo.
Lovely.
Yes, so lovely on that.
That's really cute.
And it was a big baby.
How much?
£9 1 ounce.
Ooh.
A big bouncing Franklin baby. Yes,
Big
indeed.
Franklin baby. £9.
Very, very
Wow.
much so. But everybody doing absolutely fine. So thank you for all
Yeah,
that.
has he
About
been
that.
allowed
Ask
on the
questions.
overlocker yet? You know?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me that he probably has. So.
Yes. He's probably been put in front of the overlocker to go to sleep.
Absolutely. It's that sound it's going to get used to. That's right. We don't have rattles or mobiles.
No.
We have overlockers and sewing machines.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to
absolutely.
George and his partner and baby Teo.
Yes, absolutely.
How
So
lovely. That's
fantastic.
nice. So I don't suppose George will be at the Festival of Quilts then? Or...
Well, he's had a sort of. We have over a week at home now, so I think.
Right. Oh, well.
he's
Oh, is that over a week? Oh, well, he's fine then. He can
The
come in.
hotel's going to be
can't he?
lovely and quiet for him. So
Yes,
absolutely wonderful.
yes, Teo will be demonstrating at the Festival of Quilts. Fantastic. Right, baby news. So that was lovely because we'd wanted to know whether that
Yes, indeed.
had happened.
The important news there first, and then the exciting news now.
The exciting
for me,
news
is the exciting
this
news of the sewing
amazing
machines.
machine with 30,000 metres. I can't imagine what that looks
Yeah,
like.
it is safe, 30,000 metres. I know illustrated I used the 1,000 metre reels on here. Obviously, they are the 2,500 metre cones, which
Okay.
will come with it, and obviously a good selection. not useless colours as such to say.
Okay.
On there, it's just good neutral colouring, your whites, your
Oh,
neutral
brilliant.
greys.
So it means that you can start stitching straight away.
Very, very much so.
And a lovely £200 gifty saving.
Indeed, yep. And that's the great thing. Obviously, this machine we had when it very, very first came out.
Right.
And we've been waiting to get it back again. It's our top of the range overlocker. It's the MO3500
Okay.
Samato.
So so if you've not got an overlocker like me, but you keep thinking about it, what's the advantage to get the top of the range? What does
You
it?
should never have to change it again.
Right.
Buy once, buy a
Okay.
machine forever on such a say.
And does it mean that it's easier to use?
It's easier to use, but also a lot more flexible as well.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
we've got this one. People know us for our industrial machines on there.
Yeah.
So we put a lot of our industrial technology into our domestic sewing machines and our domestic overlockers. So certain features on here which you will never see before on domestic overlockers, and there's some features that we've added in which are sort of wanted as well on there, i.e. it now comes with a knee lifter. So a knee lifter, as we know for our sewing machines, which most people would know for lifting the foot up and down. On an overlocker, again, it's the first one that we have done with the knee lifter, gives you that extra hand as such to say.
Of course,
which is brilliant, especially now what we've designed this more for heavier, bulkier fabrics. So when you are dealing now with the soft furnishing side where you've got chunkier, obviously having the extra lift on the foot without having to take your hand away is a lot better that way. So that's certainly one of the features, as I say, is the knee lifter on there. As standard, which we have with our overlockers on this range, it's all air threading. So I'm just going to open that up inside
Wow,
as well.
because that's the one thing that people always say about overlockers is threading them up, isn't
Absolutely on there. So there's two things that really put people off overlockers.
Right.
One is the threading, and second is the tension system.
Okay.
On there. So the main reason that people look at an overlocker and think it's more complicated than what it is, because they look at 4 threads straight away, and then obviously 4 ways of threading, 4 tensions, etc. that way. But it's really not difficult at all. It's like anything, you just get used to it over time. And I always say it's the very first time you ever sat in front of a sewing machine, you probably looked at that and think, oh, what do I do with
Well,
that?
yeah,
How
you
do
think,
I
can't thread that up.
And now you can probably thread it with your eyes closed.
Yes,
And
yeah.
It's a similar sort of thing with the overlocker, but with the air threading system, it takes away 2 other things as well. I.e., with the manual threading systems, you have to thread them in the correct order. If you don't, it will just keep breaking threads on there. Or if it does, if a thread runs out or you want to change a thread, you actually have to unthread it to rethread it all again.
Right.
With our one, with the air threading system, it doesn't matter. You can thread it in whatever order you want.
Oh, so there's the picture of how it works.
That's it. It's obviously, that's the tubing system obviously shown on there, the way it all connects. So it just blows the air straight through. So therefore, it's only one channel it can go, so it can't be wrong. And that's the great thing about that. So,
are you going to show us that?
Oh, very much so. That's one of the key things on there which we can get started with straight away.
Brilliant, yeah, because that's what I'm fascinated by.
So, first of all, as we see, we've got our tools standard in the front flap on there, so it's nice and easy. You've got your screwdriver, you've got your tweezers and your cleaning brush, so the important bits, and they're the bits what you usually put somewhere and they get wrapped under some fabric somewhere and moved into
So what's the
bins.
screwdriver for?
So for needles.
Okay, so change it like a sewing machine.
Exactly.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
So you've got your 2 needles in there. It is a 4-thread overlocker with your 2 needles. Then you can change it into a 3-thread overlocker with your 1 needle, and also a 2-thread overlocker as well with your 1 needle and 1 looper.
Okay.
So you have the flexibility that way. Also, it's got built-in roll hem for obviously a nice fine narrow edging, which I can also do on 2-thread and 3-thread. So again, for those very fine sheer fabrics, really, really nice finish on there.
Oh, of course, yeah. So if you were hemming like a chiffon or
that's exactly nice, or organzas, chiffons, or anything like that.
Work. Oh, we've got a first question.
Brilliant. Yes, indeed.
Does this overlocker have 3 needles from pattern stuff?
No, it does have 2 needles.
Okay.
3 needles generally are it's a cover stitch, not an overlock.
Ah, okay.
And again, industrially, we do manufacture 3 needle overlockers, but they're really, really quite specialist.
Okay.
Usually, actually, I'm even just trying to think. Most.
Yeah, what would you use that?
Well, it's sort of sometimes they like to go wide or more decorative on there.
Right.
Again, with overlocking, usually 2 needles. You can get what they call, say, the 5 threads, 4-thread, 3-thread. 5-thread is usually a separate chain stitch, so it's not quite as flexible.
Okay.
But a lot of people, when they say 3 needles, sometimes, again, obviously I'm not getting this wrong on there, but maybe thinking of a cover stitch.
Right, which is different. That's mainly hemming, isn't it?
That's right. There are some machines out there which they've tried to produce, so giving you both cover stitch and overlocking out of one machine.
Right.
It's really, you do, to be fair, Juki produced one. Many years ago, but we did take it off the market because
because you produce not just for home sewing but for industrial, as well. So
but
you
again,
cover all of it.
Anything can be developed, but if that development is not working properly, or the customers, exactly, and the customers are finding it very difficult, and we know the ones that we sold, and many years ago this was again, it's like because you had to convert it literally from an overlocker to a cover stitch, you just end up spending a lot of time, and what we don't want to do is fiddle, and what we haven't got a lot of time is extra time.
Yeah,
so
that's true. Yeah.
I would always recommend, if you want a cover stitch and that 3 needle way, buy a separate cover
Just
stitch.
buy that separate,
to a separate
I mean,
overlocker.
sometimes that's where it has to be, doesn't it?
That's
Is that you need, it's got to do the right job.
Well, and that's it. It's always having a tool to do a job is always going to be better than having a multi-tool to try and do lots of different jobs. And certainly as far as ease of use goes as well, without a doubt, by having it just set up to do that job, then you haven't got to fiddle around. You're not taking parts off. It becomes a lot easier that way.
Okay.
So that's certainly, hopefully that's the sort of the answer on that question there. So yeah, 2 needles, flat-sided needles, same as your domestic sewing machine. So nothing special.
Are they exactly the same then, the
Absolutely.
needles?
Yep.
So there's not a special overlocker needle?
In some manufacturers do use special overlock needles, So
and what size do you use?
I use size 80 in everything.
Oh, okay.
Yep. If you speak to some of the tutors in our classrooms, they use size 90s. But
so if you're overlocking like jeans and canvases and denims, you still just use an 80?
I would still use a size 80, absolutely.
And do you use like a universal or a ballpoint or a Microtex?
Sharp end, your universal on there. Yep, even when using jersey, stretch, and like, don't have to worry about ballpoint, don't have to worry about... not on our overlocker.
Oh, okay.
Again, I always bring lots of different stuff.
Right, and you can just use your Microtex or universal, you don't have to use it. Oh, right.
No, don't have to use it.
I didn't realise that they were the same needles.
Well, some machines, are not. And then some machines are more fragile, so you do have to find them, tune them by using different needles.
But I guess because of your industrial heritage, and yours a workhorse.
The setup is the workhorse there, but also it's that construction or build, full metal chassis inside, DC motor.
I think that's really important because I think any of us who sew a lot, we buy machines, and it is so frustrating when it breaks because it's just not, because we always think it's up to more than it
well, that's exactly
and I get a bit overconfident, think, I can go really fast, and you think actually the machine's not really up to what I'm doing to it.
Well, you can tell by the sound of it, the way obviously if it starts vibrating and bouncing, or suddenly you've got to start pushing fabrics through it and things like that. Really, that machine is definitely not up for those jobs, and that's the easiest way to then damage or break machines, by you then overriding what the machine can actually do. Right?
Yeah, and I guess and it's not about, you sort of think, well, it's because you've got a business, but actually just home sewers, we are hard on our machines.
Well, now certainly soft furnishings and things like that is where you sort of, again, I don't know, sort of last week had a quote of get your soft furnishing for your settee or something. Yeah. It's hundreds and hundreds of pounds. And a lot of people can't do it is because their machine's not necessarily capable of doing it. Where this then takes it to that next step.
Right. So it takes your sewing up to that kind of professional level.
And also then allows you to expand then the fabrics you're using, the finish that you're going to get as well. So I can really then go to a heavier fabric and go down to a lighter weight fabric.
Right.
And it's got those adjustments.
So we can go from, you've got it here, you've got like your organza, and then you've got your heavy...
Then right through to tapestry
weight
and
fabric
like
as well.
And that's where the adjustments now on this will allow me to do that.
Oh, okay.
So don't get me wrong, what we're going to do now is I'm just going to set it up and we're just going to get on and go.
Yeah, let's
because I want to play, we don't have to adjust it, we'll just do the job. But then I'll go through the extra features, obviously, which makes this then go to the extremes on there, which is great.
Rightio.
So, first of all, is this lever here. So we're just going to lift that up on there. So just pop that up like so. And then that balance wheel, which all machines have got just on the side, we're just going to turn that towards me, and then that will just lock itself into place. So you're not seeing right or wrong, it's automatically doing that.
Okay.
And then say it's connecting the tubes, it's like the picture we saw earlier. So from there, I'm going to take my first reel of thread, and it's lots of little differences in machines as well, which can add up to a big difference.
Okay.
So with the top yarn mask, again, every overlocker's got the yarn mask, but I am going to just turn this around on the back of it. I don't know how well we can see on there. as you can now see,
here we can see.
we've got a clip
coming in.
and we have brushes on here as well.
There we go.
So,
And
with
what are
that-
they for?
So again, it allows us to use their more flexibility of threads. We're using different types of threads, whether we're using floss threads, some threads are slightly hairier. So it's that next step of machines over 1,000 stitches a minute. So it's a fast machine on there. So these little combs, again, it keeps the fluff, it keeps the thread moving in the right
I
direction.
see.
So it's
So it sort of pulls it through gently.
that's exactly it.
Right.
But the nice thing, so it's all those little extras which.
Well,
add
that's
up
like
to
a real
big extra.
engineering feature, isn't it?
Well, and it's to say it's what we use in our industrials.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's why when we get to our top of the range domestics and that, don't get me wrong, when you're sort of looking at smaller machines, then you don't necessarily need these extra features because the machine.
But if you're buying the top of the range machine, you expect it to
That's
be
exactly it.
built to last, got that quality, and things that, well, like you say, like the little brushes. I can see that it gives the
Yeah.
easier.
Well, your
thread
sewing
through.
machines have got them underneath the needle plate. It's just that most people don't know that because you don't see them because they're, yeah, there you go, they say. And if you take your needle plate, you will see on, not all machines, again,
Right.
those top of the range machines, they will have thread combs, or what we call thread combs,
Okay, to
on there.
clean-
Again, to keep the thread a lot smoother, keep it running, keep it also flattens it as it
Right.
goes as well.
Because,
So-
like you say, so it's little, all those little things.
little extras that
Yeah,
which make a
yeah.
big thing, but also that's then in the long run, which then decreases any chances of problems with it as well.
Right,
So
and that's what we need. We want to spend the money, and then that's it, not have to bother.
that's exactly what it is.
Problems
We want a machine then we can just get on and go and be
Okay.
reliable. So inline tensions, I'm just going to pull the thread in and you hear just a little click as it's just
Okay.
locking itself into the back of the tension, and then it just lies straight down behind the guide like so. Form myself a little bit of a tail, and then from there it's all colour coded as well. So this is the red dot, so it makes it nice and easy to follow. But you say there is good instruction manual with it, so it gives you full descriptions and diagrams there as well. And then all we do is we take the end, so about 1 centimetre, sort of 1/2 inch-ish thereabouts. We just poke that into the hole, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to press the air on button here, and if we watch where the end of the tweezers are, there you go, that's that one.
That's amazing.
Quick, easy.
Wow.
And again, you can't get it wrong.
Is that like sucked through then?
It basically
Or
blown through.
blowed
Yeah,
through,
that's
right, okay.
literally blown through on there. And it's one of those, obviously, this is the same system that we've been using over 10 years. And we haven't, even from the sort of the basic, the MO1000s going the right way through, that system is exactly the same because it's the best we can produce.
Right, okay, yeah.
So even after all these years and that,
It still is the best
it's
way to
still
do
the
it.
best on that. A lot of people ask us as well about the reliability and again with the air threading system, because older machines and some of the more of the budget level machines, they have rubber bellow systems in it. So obviously if anything like that can get wear and tear over time and things like that. There is no moving parts in here. So obviously no moving parts, nothing to go
Nothing
wrong.
to go-
It's
right,
taking
yeah.
air straight from the motor.
Right,
on there,
okay.
which is then just blowing straight through. So again, that reliability on long term, and after all these years, again, it's proved it as well. So, and that's
Well,
why-
yes, I mean, you've got that. And I guess, you know, you probably over the years, if things do go wrong, you develop it, you work with it, and you change it so it's right.
That's exactly.
So you're buying a machine here with a really long heritage.
Very much so, and you say that pedigree of designing new systems on there, but also not releasing a system and then 6 months, a year down the line, bringing out a new system. It's designed to work and work for a long, long time.
And if these
on
are being
there,
used in factories, they've got to be reliable.
well,
haven't they?
again, with some, that's money. Time is money.
Yeah,
As
you know, if
such,
that's broken and it's a week, you know, they've lost loads,
That's
haven't they?
it.
And they're not going to buy it.
And obviously then they're going to go to other brands,
Yes,
look at that sort
yeah.
of thing as well. But obviously you've got the reliability. But also it's the same as home as well. We want it to be reliable.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
And a lot of us now, when we're doing we're starting small businesses at home, it's exactly the same. So
Well, yes,
you need
'cause-
the tools for the job. On there
And then
to
it
be
means that,
reliable.
you know, if you don't want to, you don't mind investing the money if
Yeah.
you've got the reliability.
That's exactly
That's what
it.
I always.
And it's that investment there where once you buy it, the right one, as we say, you've got it for many, many years. You're not like you're changing it every 2 years
No,
or something like that and
no.
having to upgrade, and then you are wasting money that way. So let's go to the second thread. This one is illustrated. It's got the blue triangle on there. So again, little click at the back, just into the guide, straight down, pull through, pull myself a bit of a tail, and then we just take the end, and then about 1 centimetre again, sort of that, just under 1/2 inch. Oh, I'll drop it. There we go. And that just pops back into, then, say, the blue triangle on this one. It just goes in, which I know I'm going to pull out as well. Try that one again. And then we just poke the end in. So again with this one, so if we now watch here, I just press the air on button, and I didn't poke the end in. So if that happens, we know we just haven't poked the end in far enough, and it's as simple as that. So we just take it. I do find that is why I've got a slub on the end of the cotton there. So let's just get rid of that. And we've got a pair of
A pair of scissors.
It's something I should have been prepared for. And
No, I've got some. I have to walk all over the side and find them.
Now, on there.
I don't know why we haven't got. We probably have got some on this side, but maybe they're underneath the.
Wonderful.
They're
Thank
probably
you very much.
behind the quilt.
Yeah, they keep disappearing, but hey, that's scissors. I think that happens at home all the time as well. One minute we put it down,
just
where have they
disappear,
gone?
don't
That,
they?
exactly. So let's just take the end again. We just poke that in. So
it's just poking it in the hole, really.
Yep, that's it. And say just to, see. There, we press that. Look here, just press the air on button and done.
That is amazing.
So,
yeah, so you're not actually threading, are you?
No.
You're just putting the thread end in the hole, and then it will just
letting the machine do its thing. Because again, as we know, on some we've got lots of little guides, lots of little hooks. If you miss one of them or get one of them out of order, it's just going to not stitch correctly.
So this is the time where if you've got an overlocker that you just, I hear from a lot of people who go, oh, I can't bear threading it up, can't bear it.
Yeah.
This is the answer.
This is absolutely solves that problem on there. And again, we've had it before where people have bought second overlockers to have one light, one dark. They've still got to thread them.
Just because they don't want to thread them.
Just because they don't want to thread them on there. So having something like that.
When this is quite simple, isn't it?
That's it. You're more likely to then change your colours more to match
Yeah.
it. But also not being afraid, not thinking, oh no, I need to thread my overlocker. You stick it in the cupboard and don't use it. So with that, you're quite happy to do that. So this time we're going to do the right hand needle. So it's the green square. So this is a little bit more conventional as what we're used to. Down, through, under the guide, over the top guide. So again, still very simple. Down, there's a little guide just in between, clicks in. Then we've got a thread guide above the needle, which then just sits behind. And then we have got built-in needle threaders as well.
Fantastic.
So, but what I'm going to do, before I get to the needle threaders, I'm actually just going to bring both threads down to the same point. So this time over again, behind. So it's the beige one this time. Under.
And you just follow the colour coding.
Of course, colour coding around, over, through, and again behind the guide, and then the guide above the needle. So, built-in needle threaders. All machines with built-in needle threaders, to use the needles have to be in the highest position. So, if we take off then the threading device for the loopers, that's just clicking the lever back down. On the side of the balance wheel, we have just got a little mark. I don't know how easy we're going to see that on there.
Okay.
But there is a little mark there.
Yes, can see that.
Now we've got that lined up, the needles will be in the highest position. So the needle threader is this lever here. So I'll just do it with my other hand there.
So just the same as
literally
the
that
same
lever
machine.
there. And that's it. But this time, obviously, because we've got a left and right needle, so we either click it to the right or click it to the left, depending on which one we're doing. So first of all, right hand needle, lock it into position. We take the right hand thread, click, lever up. That's your first one done. So again, nice and simple that way. And I'll just pull it straight back out again. There. Through. Click.
It's probably not very easy to do it from the side.
Slightly.
I can imagine.
This is it. All these
I would,
sort of be
yeah,
used to
I don't think
doing
I'd be
it.
able to thread my machine, even with the needle from the side.
And then just take that loop. There, that's that one done. And then over to your left hand, click it into position. Again, take the thread, hook it onto the needle threader, lever up, that's that one done. And there's your whole overlocker threaded. So nice and simple. Oh, lift at the back, just to pull the threads through.
Yeah, that's quite good, isn't it? The fact that with the twin needle, you can thread both of them.
That's it, having both your left and right hand needle.
And have it and being able to do that. So you haven't really got to thread anything.
No.
Because it's doing it all for you.
That's the thing is, again, it's not just obviously with the following the directions and following the directions.
And like you say, if you're facing it on straight on, it'll be much quicker.
Much easier that way, exactly.
I really wouldn't want to do that.
I'm not saying it's too early in the morning for me.
No,
but
I so wouldn't want to do
1.5 coffees later. So once it's from there, obviously I have got all 4 threads, and that's then ready to go. So what I can then do is close the flaps. This is another feature, again, what we do on our overlockers. If you've noticed, when I press the foot control, a little beeps at me, and it will say lower the presser foot. So if the presser foot's up, again, it's a safety feature that way. If any of the flaps are open as well, the machine will not run.
It will not work.
So again, you've got a lot of sharp moving parts.
Yeah, that's quite
so,
reassuring, actually.
Well, again, for businesses, for schools, for colleges, absolutely ideal that way. But what I'm going to do is just turn it over by hand just a few times to lock the stitches in. And then from there, what I can do is remove all of those tails.
Oh, so once you've locked it in, it's not going to come unthreaded.
No, that's it. It's forming its own stitch. And now it's done. They say, as you've just found, you've got a little catch tray, which then does just clip into the front. I am going to leave it off for the sake of the demonstration.
Oh, okay.
So
and that just catches all the...
And that just catches all your little bits and pieces.
Right.
So what does an overlocker do? So at the moment, it is the 4 thread with the 2 needles. So that's giving you the safety stitch as well on there. So for your seaming and overlocking at the same time, all you do, foot down, and it just runs through. So first of all, we just take it through, again, very smooth, doesn't vibrate, which it shouldn't do, doesn't bounce around, just nice control. You've got DC motor and control on there, so again, it won't just race away, but when I want the speed, I've got the speed.
So that's seaming and finishing at
That's
the same
it.
time. Well, how do you deal with seam allowances then?
So with overlocking, obviously, you are then learning to sew in a slightly different way. I'm just having one of those mornings.
You are having one of those
I
mornings.
really am. So let's get rid of that tail. Right, so let's just run that through. I just don't want to catch that piece of fabric.
Because that's what I've always wanted, because I do a lot of sewing and dressmaking, but I've never committed to an overlocker, and I don't know why, because I end up using pinking shears because I don't like finishing the edges.
That's it, which a lot of people, again...
But and I've been really tempted, but what do you do when it says, like, 5/8 of an inch seam allowance?
So certainly on seam allowances now, you've got your 5/8 seam allowance, and because you've been so used to dressmaking in your own way, you can still basically construct and dressmake as you would normally do. Other than that, now patterns, you can buy patterns specifically for overlockers,
right?
With overlocking seam allowances on there. Or you then learn with your guiding system on the front of the machine, you can put a guide on which then will allow you to cut off that extra edge as well.
So you can still do...
Oh yeah, you can very much so.
But
again, you're just relearning it slightly on how to do it. But if you sort of look at a lot of fabrics out there now, whether you're looking at fleeces, the stretchers, they don't have seam allowances anyway.
Oh, right, okay.
So there is that. So something new that we have on here, then... We're used to thread trimmers now on our sewing machines.
I just want to show the finished stitch. That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, that's like shop bought.
That's exactly that professional finish.
Look at that.
On there.
So it's seamed it.
Yep.
It's finished it. I mean, it is beautiful, isn't it?
So it's just giving you that absolutely professional finish, a lot quicker, a lot easier. But what I was going to say, if I was just going to take that off, what we've got is this little button at the back here on the front of the machine. So as I take it across, this is sort of one of the new features which we've got on the industrial. So if we look underneath here where the hand's going to be, I'm going to just press that button, and you see there's a little trigger that comes up and down. So I'm going to just do that again. So it comes up, there, up, and then basically, so that is an automatic thread trimmer. So it's the same, when we're overlocking, we get to the end of our work, it will automatically then come up and trim the threads for us. Right. So again, it's that industrial development on there. So I'm just going to put that on there, and then so trim, and it just cuts the threads. So as you can see, as we looked on there,
yeah, that is. I mean, it is a beautiful finish.
It's giving us the 2 rows of stitching. So again, it just gives us that extra safety seam. Obviously, a perfect overlock on the edge as well. So it is that professional finish. Then if we open it up, obviously that's what's then giving us the strong.
So it's seamed it, it's cut it, it's finished it all in one go.
And the great thing about obviously what an overlocker should do for you, which we can do, it doesn't matter what piece of fabric I pick up, So I'm just going to pick up then, obviously that was just a cotton calico.
Right.
I'm just going to pick up some stretch fleece.
Okay.
Just going to pop that under.
So this is where now we don't even have to change the needles.
I'm not going to change anything at all on there. Just going to pop that under. Just going to sprung load on the front of the foot, and then away I go again. So this is the two things with an overlocker. So one thing is the threading, and second of all then it's the tension system. So with ourselves, we have then solved both of those issues. So we have, look, say, a completely different contrast.
You haven't pulled it out of...
No, it's done exactly the same stitch. Again,
Wow.
performance level on there. If we open it up for the inside seam, yeah.
There we go, back there.
So we pop that one on there, and then...
That's a beautiful finish, and it will still stretch.
That's it. So to say about stretch, obviously this is a two-way stretch nylon lycra.
Yeah, so if I'd zigzag that on my machine, I'd go like that, and it'd go... Pop, pop,
Crack,
pop,
crack,
pop,
crack, crack, crack. But also, if you did a wide enough zigzag or a long enough, then it will give you that more flexibility.
Yeah.
But the problem is, you open that up then, with a zigzag, it'll leave you big gaps.
Yeah, exactly.
So obviously with that, it's giving you that straight
So
seam.
even on a sewing machine, when you do get these sort of utility stretch, it's not the same, is it?
No. Absolutely, yeah. Nothing will overlock like an overlocker. We're saying now with machines they have built-in overlock stitches, but again it's still on a vary of a zigzag. It's still not. It's not using two threads. It's not using three or four threads. So it's not giving you that extra strength. So again, this is two-way stretch nylon lycra. So this is the sort of thing your sewing machine generally will not like at all.
No, I wouldn't even attempt that fabric on my sewing machine.
A lot of people will avoid doing things like this.
And people say to me, "Oh, could you just hem my T-shirt?" And I think, no, because because it will look rubbish.
Well, this is it.
It really will.
And again, hemming a T-shirt, things like that, that is more like for cover stitching. So,
but I wouldn't even on a sewing machine just sew because it would look rubbish.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It would stretch it, it would wave it.
Yeah,
it
would definitely wave it.
That's it,
I've
and
done
that's
it before.
where it comes to my next thing, is the differential feed.
Right, okay.
So again, a lot of people with overlockers and sort of seen before, they know then the differential feed.
What does that mean?
That's exactly. Now you're new to coming to overlockers. Your first question is, what is a differential feed?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Which is brilliant, because sewing machines don't have differential feeds.
No, I haven't got one of those.
So the easiest way to put it is I'm going to show you. So a sewing machine has one feed, it does that all day long. An overlocker has two feeds.
Is that like a walking foot?
No.
Right, okay.
No, sorry, again, it's not, I didn't mean that as direct as that, actually.
No,
nothing like that. So a walking foot is a top feed and a bottom feed, so it will walk together, so i.e. why called a walking foot on there. So a differential feed will alter the speed of the front and back feed. So it can either push more fabric in or take
right,
out.
so it's nothing to do with the top and the bottom.
No,
it's the speed.
That's it, and the stretch, the way it pressurises and stretches the fabric.
Right.
And that's why on certain fabrics, like with T-shirting and things like that, you will get a wave on your sewing machine. Because there's one feed which is pressurising it, so it's technically being dragged
part
the
so
way
it's
through.
kind of the pressure on the feed.
So what it will do is the way it takes it through, it will contract the fabric to stop it from stretching. So
I've got quite a few T-shirts because I'm quite short that I've hemmed, and they've got wavy bottoms.
yeah, exactly.
Well, either have long T-shirts
Some
or
people
wavy
like a wavy
T-shirts.
bottom because it's what that,
Yeah, I know,
that
but
frilled edge on there.
Yes,
so,
but I didn't really want that.
But no, then on the other hand of it, then if you
Not
want
what
that
I'm
flat
looking
finish. So I'm just going to sew through without, again, just take it through part of it. So this is without the differential feed, and this is probably the result, again, that you will see on a lot of sewing machines if it will cope with the fabric in the first place. But also, if you didn't have a differential feed, that's what it will do. But on that, it's just a dial on the side of the machine. So at the moment, we have got it on N for normal.
No, neutral.
Neutral, normal, that's exactly
Right, okay.
And then we've got 1.5 and 2.
So do you have to raise the number depending on the fineness?
Fineness and the stretchiness, exactly.
So the finer the fabric, the higher the number?
More the stretchiness of the fabric, more higher the number. So if you're going to, like, 'cause if you notice then with the nylon lycra, it didn't stretch it at all.
No.
It's because it's a very hard weave fabric. So therefore, if it's a slight, like a softer, stretchier
Okay, so if you had like a very lightweight T-shirt fabric.
That's exactly it, which you're recognising all weighs
yes,
more than anything else.
then you need to raise
there.
the differential
And
feed.
That's exactly what we would do, is put the differential feed
So
up.
if I'm hemming a cheap T-shirt,
Yeah.
because it's very thin.
This is exactly what you need on here.
So what would you say to him? Do you just like have a little go first?
Yep, as it's like anything on there. There's people can say to me about automatic tensions, automatic this. There's no machine can judge what fabric or thread you're putting through it. So again, it's very much a personal thing of having a go. But some people.
I mean, I guess you can tell it what you're putting through, but it's not going to know that all on its own.
It's not going to know that on its own. So you see when we first.
Oh, I see. So that's neutral.
This is neutral,
sorry.
normal. No, there's exactly different definition on that. But that will give you that wave. But as soon as I put the differential feed on,
yeah, that's.
to this point
let me put it on the table.
Oh, sorry.
Can you see
I'll
it
keep
better?
holding it out of the way.
Right. So. Yeah, this is great. This is my own personal demo. So this is where you've got it wrong.
That's exactly it, yeah.
Yes, and this is what, actually, that even looks better than the T-shirts I've hemmed. And then that's when it's right.
So you can see on the table how it's waving it on there, and then from that point onwards where I turned it on, you can just see it is then
So you just have
flat.
a play with it if you're true.
And it is just
using
an
new
adjustment.
fabric.
That's right. The thing is, you're not going to get any. You're not going to damage anything. Or anything
Do all
like that.
overlockers have a differential feed?
Now, I would say probably 95% of them do have differential feeds on.
So that is
yeah.
something that you need.
Absolutely, yeah. Because again, with that type of fabric, this is what's very difficult to on your sewing machine. So this is really, if you look at any manufacturing, or if you look in your wardrobe at home and have a look at anything made of this type of fabric, basically a sewing machine wouldn't touch it.
No.
It would all be
but
done
I guess
on
it's
an
worth
overlocker.
knowing, so that if you're getting an overlocker and if it doesn't have a differential feed, or if yours doesn't, it's sort of a bit pointless.
That's right, yeah.
Well, not pointless, but it's not doing what it could do.
Well, that's exactly it. Yeah, a differential feed really.
I mean, if I had an overlocker and I got this result, I'd be really frustrated.
Absolutely, because you would think with an overlock it should give me that professional finish, and that is why you then definitely having the differential.
So if your overlock hasn't got a differential feed and this is happening, there is only one answer.
And also, if you're not happy then with your sewing machine because of the stretching on it, this is also the answer as well. Is an overlocker. That is the professional, the correct way of coping with that type of fabric.
Okay.
On there. So so that is absolutely excellent there.
No, that's brilliant. Love that.
That's the sort of thing. Again, how quick, how easy. The threading. You say we haven't touched tensions at all. We haven't played around with it.
No.
So it is really just that very much get on and go overlocker, but it will allow you to go to the extremes as well. So we can now convert it into a 3-thread overlocker.
Okay.
So this is then for just neatening, finishing.
So this is currently 4 threads.
This is
so
4
we've got
threads.
2 underneath.
That's it. 2 of the loopers, which is your underneath.
Underneath.
And then
but they're
combined
called
with 2
loopers.
needles.
So so it's like 2 bobbin threads and 2 top threads.
That's exactly, yeah.
Right,
that's
but they're called
exactly.
loopers.
But
on
they're
them.
loopers
Okay.
on there. But again, people recognise them because they're underneath. They're automatically called bobbins because for our years of sewing machines, that's what we always called it. So,
But there is no bobbin.
There is no bobbin. But also the loopers is what makes it more awkward to thread if you've got a manual threading one. But also it's why no sewing machine can offer you an overlock finish like an overlock.
Okay. So why don't they have bobbins then?
So because loopers is an over edge, so it runs and it forms its own stitch. As you notice when we're sewing, we don't have to have fabric. With a bobbin and a sewing machine, obviously that's what then forms a lock within the fabric.
Oh, I see.
So the bobbin comes around the rotation,
the
needle picks it up, which then locks it onto the fabric that way. And this is then why, when you're using certain fabrics, you need to change your needle on a sewing machine because of drag. So if you're dragging the threads, obviously you can technically put it out of timing, etc. that way, so it's not picking the underneath bobbin thread up.
Oh, so it has to be like that.
It has to be.
So
like
if we
that
go
as
down
well.
to 3, we've now got which one are we reducing? The top or the bottom?
You're going to reduce by taking one of the needles out. So then that will then give us either then what they call a 3 thread, which we can either do narrow or wide 3 thread, depending whether we're removing the left or the right hand needle.
And when would you use 3?
Let's go with that.
Right.
So let's do that.
I'm preempting.
That's brilliant. So what we're going to do is I'm going to cut then the outside needle. That's it. On an overlocker, don't do that.
And I presume you get you get a full instruction manual. You don't have to remember all of this.
Obviously,
goodness.
with ourselves, what we like to put on as Duke, you've sort of over the years you've known us for, our backup service is there for you as well. We have helplines, we can do FaceTime. We always have classes around the UK as well.
Okay.
That can
What's
be
the
arranged.
warranty on it?
Full 2-year warranty.
Oh, wow, that's
and
good.
I do like to reinforce as well, even we know we sell a lot of these for small businesses, so you
And the warranty's still covered for business
warranty still
use.
covers that as well.
Because
Yeah,
not
absolutely.
all manufacturers do that.
No, not at all. So, but again, we know with ourselves they're built heavy enough.
Yeah, no, that's worth it, because the thing is, you might buy this thinking you're only going to use it for yourself.
Yeah.
And 6 months later, when everyone's found out you've got one and you end up with a small business making sort of,
Yeah.
And if your machine's then not covered, that's quite
exactly
annoying.
it. And it can be very, very much so as well. And then you start having to obviously replace, if you've got certainly with more of a budget overlocker, then you start replacing a lot of expensive parts on there. Where obviously everything's heavier duty, so it's built, designed to last that long. So, yeah.
Well, I think it's just, it's a considered purchase, this
very
price,
much so,
obviously.
yeah.
But it's like you sort of pay it once and then it's done.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Or split pay. Split it 5 times and it's done.
Yeah.
Split pay. But it is kind of done, isn't it, then? It's going to cover you. It's going to do what you want.
Well, we've certainly had
better.
it. A lot of people with an overlocker, it's like, do I want an overlocker? Do I need an overlocker? Can I justify an overlocker? And I can guarantee it, sort of, certainly, well, go to Festival Quilts, for instance, on there. Last year, again, we sell a lot of overlockers for yourselves at the festivals as well. And when you come and I see a year later, see that customer come up and say, I love my overlocker. Why didn't I buy one of those years ago? Because they save you so much time. You say that finish it gives you as well, you just won't get. Yeah, overlockers are...
It is a bit with things like this, though, isn't it? It's only when you've got it and you use it and you think, actually, this is amazing.
That's when you can really sort of appreciate what an overlocker can do for you on there. But also, it's one of those things where, as you say, if you want to save time, if you want more professional finish, then this is what it is. And coping with that type of fabric where all you...
Oh, I think that's brilliant. I mean, that's better than my machine would ever do. But it's better. But it's still... I think, I still think if it wasn't the differential feed, I would be a bit disappointed, I think.
Yeah,
So what's this now?
So this is now a 3 thread. So basically what I've done is removed the outside needle. So this is more
so
like...
do you keep this... So does it always have a twin needle in it?
No, these are 2 individual needles.
Oh, I see.
So on top, there's a little magnet holder. So where I've just literally popped the other needle.
Right, I thought it was a twin. So
And again, it's great because a lot of people do think that.
Yeah,
It's one of those sort of questions, is it a twin needle, then I put a single needle? No, they are 2 individual needles. So then all I've done is remove literally one of the needles on there. So,
And that sits there so you don't lose it.
Haven't adjusted anything, haven't fiddled with anything. It's just straight onto 3 thread. So then the 3 thread, so I'll put that next to then the 4 thread, so we can see the difference on there. So
it's not as wide.
It's not as wide, so it has just neating your fabric off. So as you say, if you want to then construct as you would normally do, then you can then just take it down.
3 thread doesn't seam.
No. So
Got
that's
it.
what you're doing. You're taking out that extra row of stitching on there. So it's a bit narrow, it's a bit neater.
So if I was using a dress pattern, I had a 5/8 inch seam allowance,
Yeah.
I'd use my sewing machine, and then I would finish with my overlocker.
So, what I would personally do, if you to do that, I'm actually just going to put the differential feed back down onto neutral as well. Obviously, because it wasn't a stretch fabric.
Yes,
it didn't actually make a lot of difference at all. So, but keeping it all back onto neutral, onto its normal settings. So, what would we do then if we was then having our normal pattern pieces cutting out our normal dress? So, for instance, if we had like an arm shape cut out on here, so what we can do, on our overlockers, we have what they call a narrow cutting bite, i.e. the blade and the needle is quite close together. So some overlockers, they're wider apart. So if you try and do curves and things like that, again, it can skip off the edge. This is also then another thing that we've done as well. In the accessories included with the overlocker, we have done a narrow curve foot. So on here, if I just sit that next to, this is another foot as well, which again, there's so many extras which I'm going to talk about. This is what we call a tractor foot. So the length of the foot here is the normal, sorry, I'll put it there. The length of the foot is like the normal length of any overlock foot. This one, we call it a tractor foot because it's hinged in the middle. So what it will do, it's hinged at the back and it's hinged in the middle here. So going over, certainly this is more for your soft furnishing. Obviously, a lot of us now making dog accessories, dog beds,
Right, okay.
obviously bags, soft furnishings, anything like that. This is what we would use commercially to go over all your lumps and bumps, obviously top curtains, heading tapes,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
pinch
Or
pleats,
even jeans when you've got that great big...
That's exactly it, with seams of jeans
great
as
big
well.
seams.
So obviously with the North Standard presser foot, which most overlockers have got, it's just flat, it pressurizes it flat, where this is designed to undulate a lot more, going up and down all your different layers.
Right, so that's a proper industrial
That is a
use.
proper industrial attachment.
Brilliant.
Again,
Okay.
that's what's coming automatically with the MO3 500 as well. And we've also now, what we put is a curve foot. So industrially, we'd have a machine set up just to do curves, and that's it. So that's all it does. But then again, most industrial machines you have set up to do one or two different jobs.
Okay.
So we'd have a machine set up with a tractor foot, a machine set up with a curved foot on there, or a standard foot. So as you can see, the curved foot is a lot narrow. So therefore, it will allow you to turn and manipulate the fabric a lot easier.
Which you need to,
which
like if you were doing
your
quite,
shaping, that's
like
right.
necklines and things.
Necklines, anything like that. So again, we've adapted it. This is taking it to that next stage up again.
Well, again, it just means that you're not going to be limited. You're not going to get to the point with, because you could quite easily buy one and go, well, I can't do my armholes.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Or why can't I cut out patterns or get tight curves?
Yes.
And again, a lot of overlockers have that situation on there.
Right.
So
Okay.
you say, we imagine that we had the arm leg cut out on there, so or marked out on there. What we can do is literally go round. So going to answering your question, so what we would do is mark your pattern out, and then we would cut it out and overlock it at the same time.
Oh, I see.
Because then we've basically got all of our pattern pieces then, all finished off, marked up, cut out, ready for us to construct as we would normally do.
Oh, I see. So quite often when we've had dressmakers here, it says I'd never realised this happened. They say, well, I've overlocked all the edges to start with.
Yeah.
But what they mean is that they've drawn the pattern out and done this.
Exactly it.
I thought what they meant was they just edged it, but they've cut it all out. And then I guess then the seam allowance is then correct for sewing it together.
That's exactly it. But on some overlockers, you do have to then get the pair of scissors, cut it out, and then overlock it afterwards, because the overlockers won't allow you to do those tight curves. But as we can now see on here, there's your pattern piece.
Yeah.
Completely overlocked, completely cut out, ready to construct as you would normally do.
Using whatever seam allowance you fancy.
Exactly it. So obviously there's some patterns out there, especially if you're doing sort of nice evening gowns, bride or anything like that, where you might need to take it in and out several times throughout the fitting period. Obviously you don't want it overlocked.
Yeah, because that's what I always thought. I thought you sort of like a sewing machine, you sort of had a line with a 5/8 of an inch. And I think, but then it's cut it.
That's
and
exactly it. And once it's cut, you can't add it back on there again.
And actually, in a way, that's easier than cutting out, because you just paste the pattern on, draw around it.
Exactly.
You don't actually have to cut it out.
Yeah. And you're letting the overlocker then do the work for you. So again, it's taking away, obviously saving you a lot of time.
I've never ever understood that before.
Yeah. But again, a lot of overlockers necessarily won't allow you to do as tight.
And because of the special curved foot as well.
Yeah, it will allow you to even more tighter curves on there.
And so much nicer to sew with, because now it's not fraying.
It's
depending on what you're using. It's now not fraying.
It's not fraying. It's going to hold its shape a lot better on there. Also, other things as well. We know paper patterns are £15, £25 to buy now. Why not get some calico, get some sheeting, anything like that, and literally cut out your paper patterns in fabric pieces. So therefore, you know that's never going to tear, that's never going to rip. You've got that then stored for your next time, because we know every 10 years these patterns recycle and that design comes back into fashion again. Never cut your patterns away,
it all
always keep
in
them.
fabric pieces.
And because you've got it in fabric pieces, you've got them forever. So there is that way as well.
We've got a question from Rosemary. Oh, and you've got 10 minutes.
Right. Oh, so is that
if
time?
you were overlocking two raw edges together, would you allow a small amount of raw edge to the right-hand side so the fabric doesn't pucker?
No. Not
Rosemary,
again.
no.
Not with my overlocker. I wouldn't at all on that. It would take
so can
it
you
through
show us
without
that?
puckering.
What does she mean?
So if you've got then those two raw edges, where some overlockers, again, I can remove the blade on here, but what I'm going to do is I would leave the blade there as a guide. So if we just cut that down, so say this is like curtain fabric. So we have our two raw edges together there. And then the nice thing about it is, so hopefully this is, oh, let's put the real fluffy bit on there. So I'm going to put that exactly on the edge there, and then I'm going to brush the fluff over to one side. The reason being is I can then connect it, but I'm not actually going to cut anything off, but I'm going to remove all of that frayed fluffy bits on there as well. So using the edge of the foot, we have got our needle marks on here and our guide mark on the side of the foot, so we know where it's going to sit.
Right.
So excuse me, I am going to just turn it a little bit closer to me so I can just see the guide a little bit easier that way. And then taking that through, I'm using the guide, so I'm not actually then cutting the fabric. I've got exactly level top and bottom. All I've got is the frayed parts past the blade, because that's what I want it to remove, but I don't want it to actually cut any of the fabric.
Okay, so all it's doing is trimming off the sort of the selvage,
That's
really.
exactly. Just pop that catch tray on there. But I say, I've not even gone as far as to salvage, as such to say.
It's just
with the salvage, what you could actually do is have that then as your inside seam, because then you're not actually losing any of the pattern at all.
True.
So there is that side there. Again, that little trigger button just to cut the threads, so much nicer on there. So, I didn't actually remove any of the fabric, but what I've done is cleaned it all up. And now when I open it up, so I know I haven't actually lost any of the pattern at all.
Right, okay.
On there. And then looking in my little catch tray.
Yeah, it's just taken off
It's literally just taken off the fluffy edges on there. So
well, I hope that helps.
hopefully that's answered. That's the right way of answering that question is on there. So absolutely brilliant. So, and then the other extremes, which again, I'm realising we're running out of time.
Yeah,
so
you've got
quickly.
10 minutes, Hannah says.
Right, brilliant. Then we can do is then turn it into a roll hem as well.
Oh,
so
okay.
leaving it on free thread, again, keeping the right hand needle in. So something on the side of the machine as well is the top dial we haven't mentioned yet. Okay. This is our pattern selector. Right. So what it's doing, if I change the pattern, if we look in the window as I change, so it's then changing A, B, free thread, this is what we're on at the moment, and then you can go to narrow seam on there, so and then rolled hem.
Oh, okay.
So by that, it's now giving me instructions. So yes, we've got the instruction manual, which is brilliant, but all the instructions are also built inside the screen as well. So we know then exactly when we're changing it, what we can then look at. Okay, roll hem lever, then you've got a little lever here, which then we just flick that up
brilliant.
On there, and then the stitch length, we go down sort of to 1.5. Again, it's down to the user on that one. And now if I get some nice lightweight fabric, so I've got that crystal organza there, and I'll run that through.
So this is when you're doing like the overlay for your beautiful ball gown.
That's it. One thing we've also put on our overlocker as well is, if you notice, every time I stop, the needle has an auto stop up. So not many overlockers have that.
Right,
Most
okay.
overlockers will just randomly stop wherever it wants to.
Oh, but this will always stop.
Always stop
with the needle up.
And then what we have got is a dual foot control. So like we have on our domestics and our industrials, we've now got it on our overlocker. So the little button here, we just press that, so I can do half a stitch and then have needle up, needle down on that. And I can control then that button to do other things as well. So I can have it so it's in the thread cutter.
Right, so you program, you choose.
You program
what you
it all
want
on screen.
What you want the baby button to do.
What you want it to do on there. So again, it's that industrial development onto the overlockers.
Yeah, because I guess like if you're selling industrial, they probably have it set to the same thing for one person, one user all the time, and then but another user might want it, but it's
that's exactly it. Or you're doing certain jobs where you know you're going to be turning, you want the needle to stop down, so you're pivoting, etc. that way. Or you say you might want it to cut the threads every time. So with that, again, it's that extra development that we put on there. Have a little look at that.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
That's the reaction I like.
And that's the tiniest hem. Can you imagine you could never do that on a sewing machine?
No. A roll hem, anybody who's tried a roll hemming on a sewing machine, on certain fabrics, Yes, it would do. There's a lot of fabrics it won't do it on
yeah.
there as well. But also the preparation, you've really got to iron that little seam in there before
and
you
you've
put
got,
it
and then
through
you've
the
got to
roll
get it
hem.
through the foot.
And you've got to get it through it so
Yeah.
it sort of channels it through. And if you're not holding it quite right tension or at the right side, again, it doesn't come out. That, as you can see, it will just take it through and give you that perfect
It's
finish,
really beautiful as well,
there
isn't
as
it?
well. So definitely having that automatically built in. You say the tension sorted itself out. It's giving you that nice.
And I
tight
guess you
roll.
can do that on any fabric as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Again, lighter the fabric, the better. But generally, obviously, if I'm using different sort of weights of lighter.
Yeah, so if you were doing like little cotton lawn scarves.
That's it. You say if you've got sort of the slightly heavier, but the polycottons or lawns or
okay.
anything like that, again, it will give you that nice, neat finish on there.
Well, also it gives it a nice finish, even if you don't necessarily want to hem it, but you just want to have a nice finish on it.
Oh, this is like a raw edge. That's right. As you say, for scarves, anything like that, tableware scarves.
Oh, that's true.
Perfect finish.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. So again, completely different weight of fabric.
Oh yeah, that's lovely.
And again, just gives you that lovely the roll hem finish on there.
Wow. So we've only got a couple of minutes. Are there any other key features you want to cover?
So then we've done sort of going to the lighter weight fabrics. Going to then the heavier weight fabrics, we have what we call a micro lifter. Again, this is what we have on our industrial machines when we go into the real thicker weight fabrics.
Right.
We can put the bulkier fabrics through. We've got our foot pressure as normal, which most machines have out there, and then that will adjust then for the different pressure. But when you're using extreme or thicker fabrics, then even with the foot pressure, it doesn't allow the height of the foot to lift. So the micro lifter, I don't know how easy we can see that when I turn this dial. If you can see,
There we go.
see that foot just moving.
Yeah, just slightly. Yeah.
Down slightly. So what that's doing is giving you extra clearance underneath the foot.
Okay,
So,
so if you're
really
using
coping with
something
the
like
bulky
your
of the tapestry
tapestries
fabrics,
or-
etc., that way, then it will actually offer you then that extra clearance, but still giving you full foot pressure.
Right.
And then combined with that, we have what we call a micro stitcher. So this little dial in here, overlockers don't have width control.
Okay.
So they're set compared where your needles are to
Right,
the
and
loopers.
that's the way it
and
is.
that's the way it is on there. Obviously, I can remove a needle, turn it into a roll hem, but it's not actually changing the width, it's just changing the stitch. So the micro stitcher, which is this little lever in here, there's a finger that will move left and right. So again, for heavier, bulkier fabrics, again, I can take the finger out, so it's then giving me a wider stitch, which will allow them for the heavier weight
And that's
fabrics.
what you get for this.
And then
top
this
of
is
the
where the
range
top of the range one
overlocker.
allows you to go to those extremes.
Got it,
So it's
yeah.
taking you to that next level then of going to the extra finer fabrics, having the curved foot, and then going to the heavier weight fabrics with the micro lifter, with the micro finger for the stitcher, and also then having the tractor foot there with it
So
as
there's
well.
nothing this can't do, really, can it?
Well, it is going to exactly it. This is what we like to say. It is going to that
is-
machine, whether you're using it domestically, where you just want to cope with everything, where you're using it
I
commercially.
mean, it is interesting when you go through it, because I think I would be disappointed if I'd bought one and it didn't do these things, because I would sort of expect it to.
Certainly nowadays with the flexibility, say, of people's sewing.
Yes,
that's it. You
absolutely.
want to know, you say, whether you're, say, dressmaking 1 minute, but also, you say, for quilting, where obviously you are using those much loftier fabrics.
Well, yeah,
on there.
exactly.
Why not finish it all off? Obviously, people then you can bind the edges, or you can put then decorative thread on, so you can.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be brilliant for just cutting and finishing the edge before you bind.
And then before you bind it on that, you
And
know
if
it's
it wasn't,
held it
if I couldn't
perfectly
get through
together.
those layers, I'd be so
Yeah,
disappointed.
but also then, like you were saying before, like your walking foot, you would use that all the time. But again, with something like this, if it's pressurising it too much into the foot, it will then slide and move the fabric.
It does.
So with the micro lifter, obviously by having the extra height,
Got
then
it,
it's not
yeah.
pressurising, so therefore it's not pushing into that top layer.
Wow.
So it will allow you to cope with that thicker fabrics a lot easier, or layers of fabric a lot easier. as well.
Fabulous. Well, that's brilliant. Well, don't forget to get this checked out. Remember, £200 saving and 30,000 metres of free thread with it. Fabulous.
On there. So, well, again, there is so much more, obviously, to show for all. You know, these hours just disappear.
I know, they just go. They just go
all
like
great
that.
fun as well. So, and it's brilliant asking new questions and new questions because you're not using an overlocker before. It's
No,
fantastic.
well, I know. When I see them all the time, and everyone goes, you need to get one. I go, I know.
Yeah. And then I can say, guarantee, when you do get one, you'll be back. I wish I'd have got one.
I wish I'd got one years ago.
Absolutely,
I know. And don't forget, this one comes with a knee lift. That's new.
So it's got the knee lifter as the industrial feature as well as the add-on. It's got the auto thread trimmer as well, just by the touch of the button. It's got that thread trimmer at the back as well. Again, people with thread trimmers in their sewing machines now, it's sort of, once you've had one, you will never look back.
Oh, I would not buy a
absolutely.
machine without a thread cutter. Absolutely not.
Now we've got that development on here that we can have it as a manual thread trimmer, or there's a sensor at the back of the foot. So when we actually finish it off, when it hits that sensor, it will actually automatically cut it as well. Again, everything with that development for saving time, for speed.
And it does make a difference. It takes your sewing up to that next level, doesn't it?
Very, very much so.
So we will be back in a few minutes' time, but we're still with Gary, but we're going to go on to the sewing machine next.
Wonderful. Yes, indeed. Yes, we have a play
really
on that
looking
next.
forward to that one as well. Don't forget to have, I know it's a considered purchase, have a think about it. That £200 saving is for today. Well done for all of you who've got one already. And we'll have a quick break, and then we are going to come back with Gary to the sewing machine. Remember, the overlocker offer is valid until midnight, so you need to think about that. So anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes with the sewing machine.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So well done to all of you who've got your overlocker. You're going to love that. So, new sewing machine.
Absolutely.
Brand new machine to Sewing Street.
Yes, it is, yep. Well, everybody knows us for we've got the DX7, and we've had the DX7 here many, many times.
Right.
On there. Always a favourite on there. Obviously, Festival Quilts is the biggest one. We talk about it because it is the biggest out there on there. And it's the QVP, the Quilter Virtuosa Plus series. i.e. it's
Quilter
Virtuosa Plus indeed.
Nice.
So it's the DX2000. Anybody who knows the DX7 or have seen that over the years on there, it's exactly the same machine.
Right.
So the reason I emphasise that point is because when we do an addition, we don't just change things for the sake of changing it, especially if they don't need to be changed.
No,
if it's that good, we're on there.
Yeah.
So the inside, the outside, the capabilities of the machine is the same as the DX7, which is we've had now for nearly 10 years on there.
Okay.
Very, very strong, very powerful machine. And a lot of it, we know whether it's then for soft furnishing again, whether it's for lighter weight work, dressmaking, quilting, patchwork. It's a tool that just does it all as such on that. So why then the QVP? Well, we have got some bonus extras with it. So
Okay.
obviously we've got the bonus extra with the QVP version, but we've also
Right.
got some bonus extras because of being here with your sales at Sowing Street.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
You've got a double bonus in a
So
way.
today, so the price is £1,695, but you
Yeah.
are getting 2 kits worth £226.45.
That's it. If you sort of put it together,
Wow.
what do you get for that?
So what
indeed?
do we get
Right.
for free?
Well, starting off, for starters on that, people who don't know necessarily what the DX7 comes with originally, 'cause
Right.
that comes with a huge amounts of accessories anyway. So as we can see, the extension table. Lovely extension table on there. Really
That's a nice solid
size on there.
That's a nice solid piece.
Honeycombed underneath, doesn't twist, doesn't flex on there
Right.
as well.
Okay.
Another little thing is a tip a customer actually told me, which I do pass these tips on when I get them. Obviously, having the honeycomb under here, a lot of people now, they use those quilt taggers
Yes, yeah.
on there. Absolutely ideal. Lower your quilt on here, and you've got the honeycomb
wow.
for your quilt tagging. So anybody who's getting this machine, who's got this machine...
That's very true, yeah.
Absolutely.
Perfect
So,
quilt
yeah,
tagging table.
So thank you for the the customers who told me that, and that's what they use it for on there.
Oh, wow.
Adjustable legs as well, so obviously doesn't matter what type of table you're putting it on. Absolutely no
Yes,
problem.
because we don't all have level tables.
Exactly as I say, a lot of us use our dining room table. It's got a drop leaf bit in the
Yeah,
middle, and they change, so fully adjustable on that. As you can see, when it comes off, you've got a nice sleeve arm on there as well.
Yes, yes.
Then once that's off, the accessory box, so then that will just slide on, which then gives you our flatbed. But you can see, even without the table, it's still a nice area.
Yeah.
8-inch arm on there, sort of 20 centimetres, so a nice size. Obviously, not the longest of longest arms nowadays. This used to be called a long arm at one point, but now they are going up.
That's true.
A couple of things now is obviously we've got a higher rolling area. So sometimes machines are slightly longer here, but they're not as high. And as we know with quilts, you want to roll them.
Yes,
It doesn't matter how much
absolutely.
space you have.
No,
here,
you want
the quilt's
to
always
roll,
going to be
yeah.
bigger than that space. So having that rolling area.
And
is
has
much,
that
much
been
nicer.
developed specifically for that?
Well, when we first developed these machines, and we are talking this development of this chassis, this is over now 15 years, and that's how good it is because we've not had to change it at all. on
Right,
there.
okay.
And that was very much our headstone, because I like to say that when we develop machines, personally ourselves as well, at Franklin's, at Juki UK, we get involved with development of machines.
Right, okay.
We're not just a supplier, we actually are behind
Yeah,
the scenes.
and that's important though, isn't it?
Well, it
because otherwise
is.
you'll just stand still.
Because
you
the
develop them.
Japanese market wants something different from the European market, which wants something different from the American market.
Right.
So we don't always, just because they're developing stuff and they think that's what they want, it's not always what we want here in England or in Europe.
yeah.
We want other developments in there.
Okay.
So again, extra high clearance here, but also putting the extra light system in. So non-shadowing. So we've got quadruple light systems in here. So again, those little things. which
Those
make
are the
a difference.
features that you need though, aren't they? That's what you
Exactly,
want
yeah.
from your machine. And
that's what you don't realise sometimes, when you haven't got that light, and then you end up with shadowing, or you're not seeing this matching the colours properly or anything like that. Again, you
Well,
don't
it's kind of
realise.
where you think, well, I can't sew in the evening.
Yeah.
I can only say in daylight,
and
and that's a little
exactly-
bit of a shame in the
which is-
winter.
Yeah, and also for a lot of, as I say, very short hours.
You've only
that
got
way.
short, and you need the lights on the
And
machine.
that's it. So very, very important to have that good setup that way. Inside the accessory arm, and that's why it's called the accessory arm, because there is accessories. So inside there is our standard
These are all the
accessories.
standard ones.
That's it.
now, Okay.
So overlocking, blind hemming, zips, buttonhole attachment underneath there as well. Again, fully automatic one-step buttonhole, so
Okay.
it measures the button, but also gauges the fabric for you as well, which hopefully we get time to show you that one shortly in there. So that is with standard, and also standard, you get your walking foot.
Oh, that's a
So
standard.
that
is
is
it? Oh,
standard on
that's
here
good.
as well within that set. And with your walking foot, you also then do get the quilting guide, which then goes into the back of the walking foot. So again, you've got your left and right adjustment on there.
Right.
Also, the quilting guide, I'm going to go over to the machine, and then that will fit directly into the back of the ankle on your standard feet.
Oh,
So I can use it over the
brilliant.
walking foot or directly on the machine.
Right, so you can use it for quilting your parallel lines or sewing your parallel lines without having to mark them.
Exactly it. Because
Fabulous.
built into the machine, we do have a 1/4 inch stitch button. So I can press that, and using the standard sewing foot, it will give me a 1/4 inch allowance on that foot.
Right, okay.
So again, built into it, again for the quilters, for the patchworkers.
Yeah, so you don't need a 1/4 inch foot then? You
No,
just use the...
you can just use what's
standard
built
foot,
into
but
it.
use the
But
button.
obviously, people do like the 1/4 inch foot. So we've done the 1/4 inch patchwork foot, which comes standard with it as well on there.
Okay.
So that's all part and parcel there. You also then get your free motion foot. on there. Again, obviously very important. And now it's sort of that creative sewing is so big at the moment.
Yes.
It really is.
Well, I think once you realise that your machine can do it, you think, well, why not?
Absolutely. And once you start playing with it,
It does,
you've got to feel
yes.
comfortable. And there's certain things we've done on the machine as well. Like this is not a hopper foot. It floats. It's a gliding foot with height adjustment. So again, it stops the vibration, stops the movement. Again, it doesn't affect your eyes because if you've got something bouncing around in front of your eyes, it's naturally going to affect the way you're seeing
but
the
you
stitches.
can change the adjustment depending on the
That's
thickness
it,
of the
and it will
fabric.
just sit still and float. So it's much nicer there. So again, with that, we've also got a Teflon foot. So
your
obviously
vinyls.
bag with your vinyls, obviously bag making, or soft furnishing, things like that. The Teflon foot, absolutely
Are we
brilliant.
still on standard?
This is standard.
Oh, we're still on standard. We haven't
with
even got
this
the free
machine.
stuff
No, we
yet.
haven't got to that yet.
Okay.
Then we've got our open toe pattern foot. That's obviously for our plique work, etc. That way. And we've got our in the ditch foot. So obviously for our patchwork stitches,
Right.
but also on that sewing programme on the BBC, they were using this a lot for their top stitch effects as well. So this is where a lot more people have been asking for these, not just for the patchwork side, but for the dressmaking side, to give you that in the ditch stitching.
So how does that work then? I haven't got one of those.
So you've got your central guide on here. So your fabric butts up either side. So when you actually stitching this, there's certain stitches on here you can use on the quilting side as a decorative stitch, so it then joins them both together.
Right.
Or there's like an invisible hem stitch, so it disappears within the seam.
Oh, wow. And you just run that
And you
along
literally just run in either piece of fabric either side of the central guide.
Because it's really hard to stitch in the ditch.
Oh.
And I don't know why. I think why this should be easy. And then I look at my sewing and I think, why have I missed it?
Yeah, why is it missing? Well, there's the major reason for that is a lot of machines don't feed fabric straight.
Right, I thought it was just me.
Yeah, no. And a
Because
lot
I
of
think
people
I followed that seam.
Well, especially when people go out and buy a brand new expensive sewing machine, they think it should feed straight. And to be fair, it should feed straight. There's no reason. But with Juki, we use an industrial box feed system on there. So we don't use a domestic feed. So our zigzag is 7mm, and our feed system only goes forwards and back. Therefore, you can't go sideways, it can't go diagonal. So you're going to get more of a perfect travel. Domestic companies now are
So you
trying...
are going to get... And I find that frustrating that, I use the machine all the time. So it's like a bit like for me driving a car, how it works. But
That's
I think, why is this not more perfect?
It is what it should be perfect, especially on a high-end machine as well, because it's trying to do, again, many other things. Okay. So people come to us and sort of say, why doesn't it do this? There's reasons why we don't do certain things on there. Because you can get a lot of flashy things which you might look at once, use once, and never use again. And if it takes it away from performance and quality of sewing,
fair enough,
it's just not worth having on the machine. So, So again, as we're going to sort of show you that, we can go over all fabrics and how straight the feed will travel, how well it will travel over the lumps and bumps as well on there. So standard bobbins with the machine.
Yeah, okay.
You also then get your eyelet punch, you get your twin needle, extension arm, you get spare needles. So that's the accessories are standard.
And what
as
needles
such.
do you use in your machine?
Again, flat-sided 705 needles, same as most other domestic
Right, do you have
companies
any
now.
particular brand that you use?
I like Schmetz.
Yes, so do I.
And I think you are. So any serious sewer, we love Schmetz on there.
So do I.
So the quality.
I am a Schmetz fan.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're just the best.
They are the best. Yeah, well,
Other
we can
machines,
quite happily say
needles
they are the best.
available. That is mine and Gary's opinion.
Yeah,
that they are the best.
And we've tried them, we've tested them, the quality of the metal, but it's the way they're finished as well. They're so much nicer, they really are.
So let's talk free.
So let's look extras, the QVP extras on there. So
right, I'll move all these
onto one side.
So this is your extras.
These are the extra bits and pieces then with the QVP.
Right.
And then we go on to the extra bits and pieces that we've done for the bonus pack as well.
Fabulous.
So this is free motion cording foot. So,
what does that do?
So I'm going to stop moving. Sorry, I'll keep doing that. He loves me on that, keep moving around. So as we can see, we've got a little hole in the side here, so for feeding our cord through. So obviously when we're doing free motion for cording, it gives you that perfect finish on there as well.
Wow.
So again, that creative sewing side. So a very, very popular foot. Again, it's not a hopper foot, it's a floating foot.
Right.
So very, very smooth that way. Then we have our gauging foot. So literally gives you then our parallel gauges on the side, so for different seam allowances, but also for running then for quilting, for patchwork, where we've got our rows of stitching, we can get them absolutely spot on.
Oh, wow.
On there instead of using an adjustable guide or something
yeah,
like that.
so that's got, and how close, they're very close
So
together.
literally they are 2mm apart, so on there, so really nice close gauging. And the thing is about that, and going back to the machine, our dials on the front, we've got what we call jogger switches, i.e. or jogger dials, so we don't use the push buttons. A couple of reasons being is the dials are so much nicer just to get hold of and use, rather than trying to find a button somewhere.
Well, I think also when you're doing stitch length as well,
Yeah.
you know, you've got to go up to like the tacking, and then you think, oh, you forget to go back down. But
yeah, with that
do it
dial on there,
quickly,
nice, quick, it's easy. It's also the visual effect, but also we can obviously control it at 0.2 of a millimetre adjustments.
right.
i.e. 0.2 of a millimetre gauging on our feet.
Okay.
So it all matches in. Again, that's the way it should be designed that way. We've also then put with it the beading foot. So where you can buy like the beads by the metre.
Yes.
So this will actually, machine will then sew them on. So it will feed the beads through, which will allow you then to zigzag over the top.
Oh, wow.
To sew it on that way without then smashing into
Yes,
needles,
yeah.
etc. that way.
Fantastic.
So again, that creative
What a
side,
great
which
foot.
is really nice.
I love all these feet that you can
Free-
get and never do.
Well, again, a lot of it is like
you've never
you've
heard
got
of
to go
them.
out, you've got to then sort of pay for them extra, or you say a lot of time people don't even know they're available.
Didn't even know they were
on
available.
there. So by having that, then obviously included in it, they're more likely to have a play.
Oh yeah, if it's there, you're gonna have a go with it, but you might not
Absolutely.
even know.
So this is your 3-chord cording foot on there. So again, for that creative cording on side
Okay.
on there as well. And then we have put an applique foot with it. So obviously applique, as we know, just stitching around edges and things. And what you want to do is obviously see where you're stitching.
Yeah, that's because I'm often having to, if I haven't put mine on, I have to lift up the foot and look
and see
underneath.
where it is exactly to follow that line. But we've taken it one step further, where the front of the foot is actually slightly magnified. So when you are
No
following that
way.
line, it magnifies that line.
That's
so It is
amazing.
that bit easier as well. So again, not just having a clear foot,
Sorry, I needed to look at that.
having an adapt.
That's amazing. It is as well. So when you're looking through, you can actually see.
That's right. It just helps illuminate what you're following on there
at
as well.
that.
So it seems simple, but again, we're the ones to think of this. 'Cause
Well, it is.
again-
Like now you say it, of course it's
Yeah.
magnified,
but it's
someone
not-
had to think of
that's
that.
exactly why wasn't it done before on there. So yeah, so again, those developments, when we develop it, again, we are, I know it sounds strange, and I've said this before, we are a sewing machine company. we don't make printers, we don't make computers, we make sewing machines, and we make over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines. We know what
Wow.
we're doing on that side.
That's a lot of machines.
So extra, we've obviously chucking in an extra 10 bobbins as well, because you can never have too many
Oh,
bobbins.
I've never got enough of them. I don't know where.
there.
Well, no, I dare say I hate taking thread off them. I
Oh,
think it's such a
wasting.
waste.
The cost of thread
I hate
nowadays
taking
is
thread
so
off them.
expensive.
So
And
you get an
obviously-
extra 10.
An extra 10. You do
Brilliant.
get 4 with the machine anyway.
Do they have specific bobbins for the machine?
Any machine, any manufacturer, you should use the correct bobbin
Yeah,
for their
yeah.
machine, because even the same manufacturer produces different bobbins
Right,
for different
okay.
bobbin systems. On
So
there.
always get Dukey bobbins.
This is what it's 11.2 deep fill bobbin, and to be fair, there are now other manufacturers out there who use the same bobbin
Okay.
on there. But if you go online to buy bobbins and they say it's universal, do not buy them. There's no such thing as universal
Right, okay.
on there, because it's the size, it's the contour on the outside of it,
okay.
but the main thing is the quality of them. And this is why you can go online and buy 100 for
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
few pounds and realise they're going to not work properly on there.
Yes, now I have had that problem.
These are polished, finished. They're properly finished. It's properly.
And I've
plastic,
realised I have to
so-
buy the right bobbins
And that's
now.
exactly
Yes.
it. So
you get
yeah.
10 extra.
So you get 10
Brilliant.
extra on top of what you get, and then there's a little bonus pack on there. So for our bag makers and for our soft furnishers, we're then putting a double piping foot with it. Again, it's the
what's that
industrial style, so it actually clamps and sits over your piping, whether you're doing a single line piping
okay.
or you want
Yeah.
your double edge piping on there as well. So again, it just gives you that lovely finish, and
Right,
because it sits
yeah.
on the piping, it's like its own channel, so it will feed straighter.
That's
Also, the
fabulous.
needle will only be in one position as well.
So you can get really tight and close to it.
really tight and
'cause
close.
Even with a zip foot, it's not
Oh no, the
still
zip
tight.
foot you're butting up,
Yeah,
but
that's
also
true.
going back to a feed system again. If your feed system's not holding it straight, again, this will
Yeah.
get that slight little wobble.
I mean, and that is a very professional.
It's what we use on the industrials. Why not use it on our domestic?
Absolutely,
So,
love that.
On that,
Love that.
one of the biggest questions people ask me: does the machine sew on buttons? Yes, the machine will sew on buttons. It even has got the button stitch built into it.
Marvellous.
I always say be a bit careful, obviously, because if that button does move on there, and you
You're
end up
gonna
hitting
crack
your
your needle.
So what we've developed is a rubber face foot. So it's rubberised, so it grips the actual button to stop the button obviously moving, but also stops the button from twisting, so you know the needle's going to line up in the correct position each time. So again, simple but effective.
And also, when you're sewing a button on, like on the edge of a jacket, with all these layers, it's not the easiest thing to do by hand,
No,
is it?
absolutely not. No, and also the machine will actually give you a proper securing stitch as well, so it's going to be stronger.
It's going to, yes.
On there.
Fabulous.
As well.
And this all comes, this is part of your freebies.
Yep, and this is the narrow zip foot.
Right.
So with modern machines nowadays, one of the biggest people, I'm going to say complain, have a sort of they moan about, and I can fully understand, and I'm with you on this 100%, is the modern zip foot has a bulk back end. Yeah, there you go.
Yes,
It's got a bulk back end. So obviously for finer zips, this is okay, but for jackets, for heavier zips, sleeping bags,
Right,
dog beds,
okay.
etc., where you've got a chunkier zip.
When you get to like a number 5 and above.
Yes, that's it. Yeah,
Right.
something like that. Obviously, with that, it's not going to sit underneath the foot.
No.
And this is what domestic
Good point.
feet are now. So what we've done is what they call the narrow zip foot.
Oh, I
So basically,
see.
we've cut the back off.
So when you're going for these kind of the moulded nylon zips or the number 5s and above, you know,
That's
then
it.
that's what.
Then you know it will butt up against it, right next to it, rather than obviously being
What a great
interrupted
thing.
on there.
And all of this comes free.
And this is it. And also for piping as well, because you can get that
yes.
little bit closer. But I will say, built into the machine, we've got 36 needle positions. So again, we can pinpoint
Right,
it,
yeah.
0.2 millimetre right across the width to get it exactly.
It's funny though, when you have things like this, you find your own uses for them, don't you?
That's
But they're
it.
not necessarily being
Oh, no.
invented for. And you
No,
think,
that's-
actually, it's really good for.
Because you may have that project out there, you think, oh, only if I could do this, or only if I could do
Yes.
that. You think, actually, yeah,
That will
that
do it.
foot will do it on there as well. So, again, very useful feat as we've done as the bonus package on there. So,
What a lovely.
also comes with your knee lifter. It comes with our multifunction foot control with the heel back, again, which we can have so needle up, needle down. We can have it so it lifts the foot up and down.
Oh,
We
and
can
you
have it finishes
program
off.
it.
Program that on the machine for different functions.
And then
on
you
there
can
as well.
choose.
And again, for our different types of sewing, we might want to change it each time.
Oh,
So
that's
on
true.
there,
Yeah.
because sometimes where we want pivoting, because it will give me an auto pivoting, but sometimes for patchwork and quilting it's fantastic, but for then dressmaking you might not need it. We might just want it so it cuts the threads for me.
Oh, I see. Oh, so you just choose what it
Again,
does.
we can choose
Fabulous.
it on the programme.
And
on
it comes
the
with this
machine.
amazing case.
Comes
This
with
is a really
solid cover on there.
This is a really solid case. That's
Built-in
proper.
handle on the machine, so then it comes through. Obviously,
Yeah.
yep, that's the grips inside on there. So obviously, when your case is on, there's so many cases out there. When you put the case on, it's all rattled.
Oh yeah, yeah.
on there.
But this is
So it's moulded on the inside.
yeah,
obviously,
it's
to
like
stop that
almost
from
like
happening.
a polystyrene.
Yeah,
isn't
it's a
it?
hard. It's a processed hard polystyrene.
Right.
on there,
So it doesn't.
So it won't scratch the machine when you put it on, like
Right.
obviously some plastics can do on there, but obviously it won't move at all. It
I
keeps
guess
it
it's a
perfect.
bit like, so if you're transporting, taking it in the car or something, it's like putting it in the box.
Yeah. Well, that's right.
Because it's got the polystyrene.
Without the hassle of putting it in
Yes,
the box.
yeah.
Exactly. You've got that sort of that grips it and they're rigid enough
So
on
this
there.
is an amazing price point, 1,695. Not, I mean, that's the machine.
Yes.
Anyway, I think that's a great.
Well,
price.
obviously, you've got a good saving, that's it, on the machine. And even at that price point, you've got everything.
And then
in there.
all of these
Yeah.
other really specialist feet. And it's this sort of thing that takes your sewing up to the next level. So you cannot get that piping finish.
No.
You just can't, not without that foot.
Absolutely, you need attachments like that to get that extra precision on there,
Yeah.
and that's what we're about. It's not
know.
we don't that will do. We're not that will do. It's got to be that is what it is. Yeah. on
Wow.
there.
So the price on that, 1,695, we can offer that to you on split pay, 5-way split pay. So you pay 339 today, the machine gets sent straight to you, and then you pay the other 4 instalments. You can pay it all in one go, it's entirely up to you. When you check out online or on the phone line, at that point you can decide which you do. But it's just a way of you spreading the cost without it costing you any extra. And it just makes it more accessible to more people. That's why we do it. It has so many extras, this machine, for free, as well as, I mean, to be honest, I think it's got loads of extras standard, let alone for free. It's got a walking foot.
You can see why it's the quilt show. This is by
bet
along
they'd
our
fly
biggest
out.
selling machine because of the price point. Obviously, not everybody wants to go up, can justify going up, or needs to go up to then that higher sort of that when you're looking at £3,000, £4,000 on the machine.
I've got one question for you.
Yep,
Hi,
wonderful.
Rebecca and Gary. Can you tell me the throat measurements, please? Helen from Lincolnshire.
Yes, hello, Helen. It's 8-inch from what they call the C section from bolt to needle, 20 centimetres, but then giving me an extra high clearance on there as well for an extra rolling space.
Right.
on there. But basically 8 inches.
Okay.
That's usually the question. That's what people want to know on that one. But as I said before at the beginning, it's about the height as well.
Oh, yeah,
Quilt,
no, it is, because you
roll,
have to
that's it,
roll.
yeah,
You've
on
always
that
got to
side.
roll,
Very
so-
much so. And then one other bonus that it comes with as well, and this is this thing
Yes, that's a
sitting
very
on
long
here.
stick.
Exactly it. So first of all, I'm just going to pop that out, and then I'm just going to take the lid off because it's easier to see what's behind it. So
Yeah, so most machines don't have one that tall. What's
no,
the
exactly
purpose?
it. So at the back is a little cone holder.
Okay.
So things like, obviously I've got the metallic thread on there at the moment because we know how painful metallic threads can be to use on there because a lot of time it's the way it runs off the actual reel itself, but also using industrial cones on there as well, which obviously you can't put
okay.
onto a domestic machine.
Yeah, I mean,
on
because
there.
the cones are much better value thread, aren't they? But you
Absolutely.
can't, it's not easy to get them to...
Well, basically most machines won't take it, or some of them have an external spool holder, which then you
Yeah.
can knock, fall over. Obviously, it doesn't run it properly through your tension systems either sometimes
Yes,
as well.
that's true.
So this literally just clicks onto the back of the machine.
And that comes standard.
As standard with the package that we've got on the
Right.
QVP. Obviously with a telescopic arm, obviously people know that from their overlockers if they've got that. Obviously nice and easy. Again, it's what we have on the industrial machines because when the thread runs off...
But it
obviously-
does have a stand. If you're using a standard spool, then that's just
Exactly
there.
there,
So this
standard
is
there.
a completely optional.
And then also comes
Perfect
with your second
extra.
spool. So
twin needle.
twin needle, but also now triple needle, which a lot of people have not even... when I say triple needle, never
I've
heard of a
seen them,
triple
but I've
needle
never.
before.
I've used twin needle a lot, but
Yeah.
I've never used triple
Well, going
needle.
back to a little bit of a question on the lady earlier about the 3 needles on the overlocker,
Yes.
and say 3 needles is more cover stitch, then using a triple needle on your sewing machine, you can technically get sort of that cover effect with your sewing machine.
Okay.
So, and obviously this has got the capabilities of doing that
And-
as well.
okay.
So on there, so yeah, it comes with that complete flexibility.
Right. So
on
this
there
is
as well.
but this is great. So if you want to use spools,
Yeah, on there, but also fully independent bobbin winder.
right?
So a lot of time now, especially when we're quilting, creative sewing, we're using a neutral bobbin.
Yes.
Why not? Why keep winding bobbins as you're sewing? Obviously, it saves you time
Yes.
on there. It's not going to affect any other part of the machine at all. It's not going to declutch the machine at all. So
Has it got a completely independent?
It's
feeding
completely independent
system?
feeding
Okay.
system, and then when it's full, it will automatically disconnect itself as well.
Brilliant.
So again, it's one of those little things which can save time, etc. That way. As well.
Yeah, well, yes, it's so annoying when you run out and you think, oh, I really don't want to unthread that.
And that's exactly where you can just say wind and wind many bobbins on there, absolutely no problem. So, right, so that's going to say the extras on there. Obviously, the machine itself as well, absolutely fantastic. Built-in thread trimmers, so we've got the knee lifter, we've got the straight stitch conversion on there, but let's get it threaded, let's get some stitching done on it.
Brilliant.
So, drop-in bobbin system. No, little button there, we just press that, that will just then drop the plate off. Clear view plates, obviously we know then how much thread we've got left on our bobbin. We can also see what colour obviously is into it as well. But we pop the bobbin in, then we follow the arrow number round, number 1, round, number 2, number 3, cuts the tail off, and once you've got that tail, that's it. It's set, we don't do anything else to that now, apart from pop the cover back on, like so. And then the top threading through, so then number 1,
And that's nice that that's all actually on the machine.
that's it. It's all arrowed and numbered on the machine itself. So 1, 2, 3, over the top number 4, back down number 5, number 6. The needle threader is number 7. I'm just going to pop the foot down at that point. And then number 8 is the thread trimmer just on the side. Again, cut the tail off. So what we're going to do now is there's the lever on the side here. I'm just going to push that down, but we're going to see it down here. So I'm going to push that down, comes in, through, threaded.
Brilliant.
So it's a one-step needle threader, so you're not having to do half the work. You're letting the machine do all the work for you. So again, we know there's some needle threaders out there where you've still got to bring it down, turn it in, hold the threads. It's more complicated than actually just threading it by hand. So little things, again, even on the bottom of the foot control, we've got a little cable wrapped round there as well. So
that's nice, because you end up wrapping them round the foot.
That's exactly it. Or some people tie them up and then eventually obviously get breaks in there. So it just keeps it nice and neat that way. I can use it with and without the foot control.
Oh, okay. So if you don't,
start,
if you don't want to
and
use
speed
the foot,
control. So if
right.
you don't want to use the foot, we have got the best of both options. And for certain things, there's like for the free motion and things like that, I wouldn't use the foot control. I would use what we call sort of cruise control on there, which we might get time, hopefully, to have a play in a minute on there. So some of the features on the machine. Auto tension system, built-in tensions, and I know I famously say there's no such thing as auto. Machines do have auto on there, but a machine, doesn't matter what thread we're putting it in and what fabric we're putting it in, a machine should be evenly balanced, and technically that's what they sort of call auto. But there's no machine can gauge the thickness of thread, there's no machine can gauge the thickness of fabric. So, but a well-balanced machine should be balanced on thick or thin fabric, and that's exactly what this is. Also, foot lift. So we've got our mechanical foot lift at the back as standard with extra high clearance as well. So if I press that up again, you can see it's giving us double clearance. I can get my finger under there. That's how much space we've got. And using the knee lifter, so a lot of people say, oh, I don't know if I will get used to using a knee lifter. That knee lifter will give you that extra clearance as well.
Oh,
so when you're using bulky fabrics, especially like again, bag making with straps where you've got many layers of different fabrics, then you've got to take a hand away to give you extra clearance. Use your knee lifter. It's there for a reason.
That's the point.
Absolutely brilliant. So the lever, again, I do that because it's that mechanical clonk on there. So on front of the machine, we do have a button as well. So I press that, it just lifts the foot and down again. So the reason I show you both of those is because even though we've got electronic assist, it's still connected to a full mechanical system. Our tensions are mechanical, our foot lifts are mechanical.
Yeah, no, that...
Again, there's no computer sensors or anything like that in there, again, which can obviously...
So it's not going to go wrong, it's got a
That's exactly.
mechanical
It's a
system.
proper mechanical pressure system, and there's many times where you hear where the machines start to try and work its things out. It shouldn't have to. There's none, again, I'm going to relate back to industrials. None of the industrials have got that. At all, is because that's what can give issues, and I think there's people out there might be nodding right now to say, yeah, we know that one. So what I'm going to do is just put my foot down. As soon as I switch the machine on, it will just come on to normal straight stitch.
Okay.
Doesn't matter what I've played with beforehand.
Yeah,
if I turn it off, turn it back on, or if I then change a stitch, it will then preset itself back again. The reason I do that, feel free to play with it, adjust it, have a mess around on that, because you know you're not going to upset it at all. And then what I can do is just put my foot down and literally, away we go. Again, smooth, quiet. And you say, I'm not going to hardly touch the fabric, and you say, well, it's doing what it should do. Feed the fabric through straight. I will remove the bits from behind it so I don't knock it off the table. And then, even at 1,000 stitches a minute, still very smooth. Notice when I stopped, that foot automatically lifted.
Oh, I love it. Needle down, foot up.
Foot up. So, start again, down, away we go again, up, stop, turn. So that pivoting facility.
Do you have to program the machine to do that, or is that just what it does?
I have got it programmed in there for this one. So again, because not all sewing you want that to happen. So on that.
Yeah, I always want that to happen, but I guess maybe I'm trying to think when you wouldn't. But when you're sewing and you constantly turn.
That's it. And also, to be fair, I've got all of my machines I have are set with a foot lift, because it is one of those features. Once you have it, you generally don't turn it off on there. But what we can.
But I guess there might be an occasion.
Yeah, where you want it to constantly.
That makes such a difference. So if you're like appliquing around curves or anything, it's constant. Sometimes it's 2 stitches, foot up, 2 stitches, foot up. Yeah, that's fantastic.
And just having that auto system on there is absolutely brilliant. And that's where we can also then go into the control and then change the machine how we want it. So what we can do with the auto foot lift on there, we can now change. So at the moment, I've got it set at 2mm. Obviously for quilting, for patchwork, okay, we're using finer fabrics, but for quilting, you obviously lofty waddings and things like that. So what we can do, if you watch the foot, you can see I can now raise it up to a 6mm.
Wow, so it will stop, needle down, foot up high.
And then we'll go in, so I can OK that one, because I'm using a loftier there. So when we start sewing now,
I love that.
We've now got a 6mm clearance on there. And then what we have also got is an auto tie on, tie off. So this button here, if I press that before I start sewing, then what we do is, when it starts sewing, I get to the ends, I press the reverse button once to tell it I want to finish. It will then go backwards, forwards, tie it off, stop, cut the threads, lift the needle and lift the foot. And I just have to then take my work out.
Oh, wow. So you just press it whilst it's still sewing?
And that's it. I've had my foot flat to the floor still, and I've just told it what I wanted to finish. And you say, and obviously what it should do at the back as well, just as neat, and it's perfectly balanced top and bottom. And as we like, obviously, with our machines on here.
And also, when it is beautifully balanced like this, it means you can use a different colour bobbin thread and they don't come through.
And that's exactly it.
I use that quite a lot because you're quite often sewing something double-sided.
Yeah.
And you want...
Well, but the thing is, I think over the time when I hear people, I think it's just people have got used to bad stitches. Because, and no disrespect on that, because when we see and we sit down and start playing, automatically look, oh, I can't believe that's how it is. Well, to my answer to that is, I can't believe you're putting up with something which is not like that.
Because it should be the same front and back.
Should be exactly the same as
and you should be able to sew with different tops and bobbin threads.
And that's exactly, and get that balance there, because sometimes you might say reverse work, sometimes you don't, if you're using a bobbin thread as a neutral colour, so you don't have to keep changing your threads.
Yes, that's true.
Obviously, now you've got different thicknesses of bobbin thread as well to give you that neater stitch on top, maybe for a plique and things like that. But what I can then do is literally, without, again, I'm not going to touch anything at all. I've gone from quilting to then I'm going on to dressmaking. Again, that auto tie on, so it's stitched forwards and back first. I'm going to
so it's not like a lock stitch. It is actually a forwards and back.
It is a forwards and back proper tie on.
Sometimes.
And then at the end, just press the button again.
Sometimes a lock stitch is great, but it can, depending on what you're sewing, can create quite a bulky knot of thread.
Literally, this is why I've just showed you this one.
Right, I like that.
Great timing, I like that as well. So to start off with, as you say, it's stitched forwards and back. So on quilting and that, it disappears a little bit more, but obviously on finer fabrics, it's bulky. So on the machine, we have the reverse button and we have a point. Well, the point is our single point tie-off. So at the end of it, I did a single point tie-off on there. So it basically takes that bulk out of it. It's still giving me the knot.
Wow.
But also, as you can see, that stitch on a crystal organza is no different to that stitch.
No, it's beautiful.
On your quilting.
It's beautiful.
Which again, which you should be able to do, pick up any piece of fabric.
Oh gosh, what's that, vinyl?
Yep, upholstery vinyl. So
yeah, that's nice like car
cotton back or something like that. That's exactly it. Is it? Well,
is that your sofa?
This is part of my sofa. Got a hole cut out the back of it now.
Car has new seats now.
But so many people now come to me where they've got a caravan or
of course.
Got a boat or something like that. They want to just recover the seats. This is what they're using. This is what they need to use on that. And then if you've got to go somewhere and spend hundreds of pounds for somebody to make it for you because your machine doesn't like it, then why not do it? I'm going to do it obviously on the side that we can see the stitches better. So I'm going to take that through again. So not going to touch anything at all.
So you don't like lengthen the stitch?
On this one, I'm going to because this is a difference as well. Obviously, I'm going to show you a lengthen stitch on another piece of fabric because of that. But a lot of people on their machines will ultimately have to lengthen the stitch because the feed system, on the elliptical feed system, it makes the stitches so much smaller on thicker fabric. This being a box feeding system, it will give you the same travel on a fine fabric than it will do on a heavy fabric. And that's why from the quilting is the same size as the...
So really you're not having to do a walking foot as much?
Absolutely, and that's exactly it. You've hit the nail right on the head there. On all of this, I'm not going to attach the walking foot.
Yeah, see, I'd lengthen my stitch to about 3.5 here, and I'd put my walking foot on.
And that's it.
Definitely.
I've not even put the Teflon foot on in this case. And obviously, which it comes with the Teflon foot and the walking foot. But as you can sort of see...
And it hasn't gone tiny.
Nope, that stitch is the same on here as it is on there.
So when do you use the walking foot on
So the walking foot, obviously, when you get to some extremes of quilting...
Right, so which is thicker.
This is it, with the thicker on there. But also, as we know, some of the waddings are a little bit more slidey than others on there.
Yeah. So and it's not going to do everything.
Absolutely.
But there's a lot of things you can get away with without the
walking foot. As what people
although it does come with a free one, to be fair.
It has, it's got the walking foot, it has got the Teflon foot. Also, if you're going to do...
And these are expensive.
Absolutely, you can pay over £100.
I know.
And obviously, with the quilting guide as well, that's another reason, obviously, having the quilting guide there, that obviously using that, it will give you those parallel lines, which can
I mean,
be
that
really
is
nice
amazing.
way.
Look at that. Can we have a look at that, Bruce? Bruce? He's there. Thank you. Look at that. Bruce, sorry, Bruce. Isn't that lovely? Look, and look at the other side. It's perfect.
Again, that's perfectly balanced. Obviously, I'm using a size 80 needle. I haven't changed the needle either.
Are we still on 80 Microtex?
This is just a universal. Yeah,
Okay.
I always use universal rather than the Microtex. But again, you've got the options to do that. So I'm just.
And that's quite good because the independent. Because I've done it, sort of try to do it, but you have to use some of the same roots as the main thread, and it tangles a bit.
That is it. So little thread trimmer, it holds the thread. I have actually, because I'm completely threading it with a new one this time. I am just going to sort of thread it up. But again, how quick, easy it is as well. Just let it do it on there. So when that's full, that's just going to disconnect it. But obviously, when I feel I've got enough on there, we're running out of time, so I'll disconnect that now early.
Right.
I'll take that off. Little thread trimmer just in front of the. Again,
perfect.
Nice. It's handy to have there. So we're just going to drop that back in, round through. Obviously, we have got 287 built-in stitches. We have got quilting, we've got patchwork, we've got creative, we've got cross stitch, we've got heirloom, we've got satin stitch, we've got lettering, we've got 4 alphabets built in there as well.
Wow.
This is just a little sample of the block lettering on the alphabet we've got built in.
And what size does the alphabet go?
7mm.
Oh, that's good.
Again, because it's the maximum width we do, we don't go outside that at all. And then, so for labelling, for name tags, anything like that,
perfect.
absolutely superb on there. Again, just over, down, through, behind.
I think this is actually, I mean, now you've talked me through the features and what it's got, this is a really good price. This is a really good price. Because it's funny, it's things that if you've not worked with a machine that has the option of needle down, foot up, you don't realise how fantastic it is.
That's it. Well, a lot of these...
It makes your sewing more accurate.
Yep.
It's quicker. It's just a joy.
Well, also, it's not a gimmick because it's something
No,
you
it
do
really
every
isn't,
time
no.
you sew.
Yeah.
You cut your threads, you lift your foot. Why not have it do it? I sort of said it before, and sort of people seeing on there will know. I relate it to electric windows in a car.
Yes.
Not needed whatsoever, but you would not buy a car without electric
wouldn't.
windows because it's a bit of a faff. And it's the same as with one of these. Once you've had a thread trimmer, once you've had an auto foot lift, you don't look back.
No, I know, because if you are moving round curves and you've got two stitches, I mean, I sometimes sew with my hand on the lever.
Yeah.
Because it's just, it's that often.
That's it, literally sort of 2 stitches lift, 2 stitches lift.
It is, no, you're right, it is the electric windows in a car, isn't it?
In having that facility. So this is a triple layer of denim. It's just an 8-ounce denim, so quite a nice heavy denim on there.
Right.
So I'm going to go to number 9 on the front of the machine is my triple stitch. A lot of people will have this stitch on their machine.
Okay.
And they will call it a stretch stitch.
Right.
It's really not a stretch stitch. It will stretch with your fabric, and that's why people do use it. But the problem is it's a supermatic stitch, so it stitches forwards and back. So therefore, naturally, it's stretching your fabric, and it would really then come up with a wave on the fabric. So to me, it's a reinforced stitch more than anything. But the thing is, with a lot of machines, you can't elongate this stitch, or you can to such a small amount. It doesn't really change a deal. What I'm going to do, I'm going to actually take it up just so to, let's go to...
So what do you use this machine for?
This stitch on there.
This stitch.
This is exactly what I'm going to show you on here. So down, if you was doing like a side seam of a pair of jeans...
Yeah.
Then you want that stitch to really stand out. But
so it's like a top stitch.
Well, see, domestic machines, you can't. Exactly, it is a top stitch. That's it.
But
with a lot of domestic machines, you can't use top stitch threads or heavier weight threads. The tensions are not designed for it. The systems are not designed for it. So again, like we were saying earlier, I'm not really helping it through. I'm letting the machine do its work for me. And there, just the auto finish on there again. Cut the threads. So I forgot to switch it on. I'll switch it on and off on that way. And if we have a look at that now.
Oh, wow. That's like a backstitch by hand, isn't it? Butter perfect
on there as well. But also just giving you that perfect seam on there. Obviously, it's a lot stronger because it's stitched it in 3 ways.
Yeah, but even if you wanted to do like on a bag strap or something, a beautiful
bag
stitch.
handles or things like that.
I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it?
Absolutely. And obviously, because I've elongated it, it stands out
Yeah, it
so
really
much nicer
does.
on there. It really does.
And with use that contrast thread like that,
Yeah.
I mean, that is beautiful.
It's like you would do, say, specifically like on there, you want it to stand out. You want it to be a feature on there as well.
Well, that's the thing with it. And I think everyone, when they see a machine, they go, well, I'd use that for my bag straps. And someone else will go, well, I'll use that for my dressmaking. It's different things.
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
And that's the great thing with the machine as well. It is a complete all-rounder. It really is. So, and then taking it one step further, going to the quality, I've just put it back to straight stitch and I've turned the stitch length up. Well, I'll put it up to, say, 3 mil. On there.
It's quite nice, yeah, that you've got just the dials for that, so you're not having to go into something and into another thing.
Oh, you're not going into a memory, into control and things like that. It's very, very simple on the front there. So that's 3 layers of denim, and say it's an 8-ounce denim. And obviously we've done many different fabrics, but what I'm going to now do is I'm going to turn it once. Ooh. But obviously that's not a jeans hem. A jeans hem is where you turn it again. So I'll go in 3,
Yeah,
9,
I would be worried about that.
Most people would be. And
in fact, I might not stitch that middle bit.
A lot of machines, exactly it. You end up taking it and having to do it by hand or something like that. But also, it's a lot of people get to that point.
I so wouldn't do
and
that.
they end up having to try and push. And obviously, as soon as you do that, I say don't do it, because then you're going to have more chance of breaking your machine. Because if the machine doesn't take it on its own, it really doesn't want it. So I'm just going to hold the fold down. I'm not going to push it through or help it. I'm just going to sew. But what I will say is also, if you just listen to the machine as well when it gets to this. So again, I'm not helping it.
Oh my Lord, I can't believe it's done that.
It doesn't change a beat. It's as smooth and it's as quiet, so you know it's not straining at all.
That's amazing. So I had to finally get round to hemming the DPD man shorts, because I had the same DPD man all the time. And a month ago he said, can you hem my shorts?
Yeah.
Why am I don't know why I'm hemming them. I don't know. You know when people ask you and you can't say
Well, the thing is, when he's at the front door, he takes them off and goes,
No, and he goes, that's right, here's a bag. He goes, here's my trousers.
Oh, that's all right, I had them in the back.
And here's the shorts, can you do them the same? And I finally did it yesterday. And this bit, because they were sort of thick.
Well, it'd be like a cargo canvas or something like
that.
I
had
so.
the DPD man, honestly. And when I saw him on Friday, I said, I haven't done them yet. He goes, really?
Yeah.
I thought, I'm doing this for free. What do you mean, really?
Right, yeah.
Anyway, it's the only way I'm going to shut him up. But I had to hand wind it over that section.
Actually go over that, because, again...
Because the machine goes...
No, and
what it did.
That is the thing. Is last thing you want to do is end up damaging your machine. And you're fortunate enough, you've got a machine, sort of a higher machine, which has got a safety feature on it.
Yes.
So when it doesn't like something like that, it won't sew it.
Right.
It will tell you.
Just
which
go,
is
no.
like, beep, beep, beep.
Hannah
some
says you've
machines,
got 10 minutes.
Right. Okay. Yes. But if you look at that, obviously you can feel it's there, but it's not missed a single stitch.
That's amazing. Honestly, amazing.
And it's kept the same stitch length, and you can see I didn't help it, I didn't push it.
I'm just hoping the DPD man's not watching.
Well, he's a nice man. When he delivers you one of these and drops it off, he's
no,
going to go.
But you know what? When I did them, because they were trousers that had pleats in the knees, you know, and then they want to turn to show. It was really difficult, and I thought, do you know, I don't even care if they're not straight, because he might not ask.
Well,
me.
he's probably not. He's not going to look either. Probably on there,
nice
or someone's looking at his.
How
knees
heavy
and
is this machine, please? I've got the UX8, and I love Juki, but I need a lighter machine for workshops.
And that's wonderful, which a lot of people then buy these for, again, having the portability with the hardcover, things like that. The machine itself is 9.5 kilos. So
I'm very impressed to know that.
It's 2 kilos lighter than the NX and the UX, which is the long 12-inch arm machines on there. So obviously, as I'm talking, I'm just playing around.
Yeah, I'm going to lift it. I'll tell you, Anne, what I think. She's having broken it. So I haven't broken it,
No, they are designed to come
that's
off
fine.
in a way. But obviously you're lifting it off the high table as well.
Yeah, no, but I've lifted it. That's fine. That is portable.
You can. We have a lot of people who, again, buy machines like this, even though... So, let's just pop that back. So
right,
it is fully designed to come off.
It is fully designed to break.
No problems there at all.
But
and obviously that's
don't lift it with the thing up.
No, this is it once that's on there. So, and the nice thing about this, again, with the NX UX, you can use all the feet are interchangeable there with that machine. Obviously, the bobbins, the needles, etc. that way. But
we're doing free motion.
Yeah, we're going to do a bit of free motion. I know, say we're running out of time very quickly here, but to show you how easy and smooth it is on the machine. So this is the point where I'm going to take out the foot control. I'm not.
Oh yes, so you were saying this earlier.
So what we can do is, first of all, we're going to put the foot down, and then we can set the height on the foot. So it's screw adjustment on the foot, which will then take it up and down so that we can set it. Because what we don't want is obviously any movement of the fabric. That's what gives us the eyelashes and the loop stitching. So we have to set it. So
what do you want it touching, but not?
That's literally, yeah. So you know the bulk of it, because it's the padded, so obviously it puffs it up to touch it slightly. But when I move it, you can see it's not creasing the fabric at all. Because obviously the last thing you want to do is having a little crease and end up sewing that crease in. Yeah. So you want it enough so the fabric's not moving, but the foot's then not pushing the fabric.
What's the warranty on this machine?
2-year warranty
2 years.
on that.
We've had someone messaging 2 years.
So, yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you use it for business.
And again, if you're using it for business, we cover all of that. And it is parts, mechanics, labour and electronics. So, yes, so thank you for that. That's brilliant. Yeah.
So, well, it's important, isn't it? If you're spending this money, you want to know that you're covered.
Absolutely, you do. Very much.
And you've got a great backup team as well.
Thank you. Well, having the machine is one thing, and then getting the most out of it is what we are here for. Because we know the reliability, everything on our machine is safe. We're happy with all of that. And then this is where then having that backup to say, whatever question it is, give us a ring, talk to us, it doesn't matter.
I know, I can't get it to do that, and you go, well, you think you'll find you've got the wrong one.
And that's exactly, and a lot of time it can be as easy as that.
Or you've got rubbish needles.
And this is it. So, I am not a freehand embroiderer, but having the cruise control, what you don't want it to do is go too slow. Obviously, as you can see,
so what you mean cruise control? So that you set it to a speed,
and then, as you can see, it's a smooth.
Because normally, if the slower you go, the longer the stitches, and when you go really fast, the stitches get smaller.
Yes,
but not with this.
Well, it can do if you don't keep the motion.
And because you've got the
it's all about keeping the motion. That's right. So if I stay on the spot, obviously it's going to go a lot smaller. If I move it a lot smaller, if I go bigger, it's going to go bigger.
Yeah.
Because that way, sometimes you want fill-in stitches, so you can then do that. Absolutely no problems. It doesn't upset it at all. But other than that, if you just keep to a flow, it just glides. Absolutely glides.
So it's sort of holding the fabric, but not holding it.
Well, this is it. You're controlling it without the machine restricting you.
And do you have to I presume, lower the feed dogs to do this?
At the moment, I've not.
You haven't?
No, because I've set the foot to that height. But technically, and yes, at home, you've got a little switch underneath here.
Right, so you can do.
And it's that mechanical clink, lower the feed dogs, because you know nothing's going to catch at all then.
But you haven't done that.
I haven't done at this point on here.
Does that give you more control then, by not lowering them?
No, because, again, technically you don't want the feed to actually touch the fabric at all on there. So obviously just by playing around and having that foot set to the right height, if I had a hopper foot on, I would definitely lower, because it would be digging in the feed as it comes up.
That is. But let's have a look.
And then obviously I'll let you do what most people do on that. Have a little look on the front and to say
and go right. Let's
let's have a little look on the back.
Always.
And it's 100%
beautiful. It's beautiful.
And that's me doing it at the side, because, as I say.
That's the back. That is the back.
And that is how smooth it is just to run like that.
That's gorgeous.
Absolutely wonderful.
Oh gosh.
So
key features, because Hannah says we're running out of time.
Right.
Key features.
So full metal chassis, DC motor, industrial box feed system. So the main thing, that's sewing point, as you say, 90% of your sewing is straight stitch basically, and I know I can go from crystal organza to quilting to vinyl to leather, and it will just sew it. As you can see, we don't have to play around with it. Using different types of threads, obviously very important as well, because we don't want to stick. Many times I hear people, oh, my machine doesn't like that thread, or it doesn't like that thread. Don't get me wrong, if it's a cheap, nasty thread, it's not going to, and no machine's going to like it, but there's a lot of good quality and creative threads out there that, yes, you want to play around with, so your machine should be able to take it. It comes with everything you need for quilting, for soft furnishing, for patchwork, for all your bag making, or fully.
Well, that's what I think. When I look at the price, because obviously we sell a lot of machines, I see lots of sewing machines. I think that is a fantastic price for this level of machine.
And that's when I see a lot of people out there, and obviously we're hearing it run on TV and things like that. How smooth, quiet. You see, there's nothing vibrating and moving. It's then when you sort of actually get one at home and you sit there. It is that quiet, it is that smooth. The construction, obviously the build of the machine as well, it's that dukey quality and performance on there. That's its high level, but having the flexibility, obviously, so you can expand your sewing.
So with a standard, what feet are we getting, just for people who've just...
So going through there, so a standard utility feet, your overlocking foot, blind hemming foot, buttonhole foot, zip foot, in the ditch foot. You've then got your free motion quilting foot, you've got your Teflon foot, open toe foot, patchwork foot, we say the walking foot with guide as well. It then comes with your applique foot, comes with your free needle cording foot, comes with your gauging foot, comes with your creative cording free motion foot as well, in the ditch foot on there. Also
10 extra bobbins.
The bonus package, that's it. We're putting with it, the 10 extra bobbins, the narrow zip foot, the button sew on foot, and then also our professional piping foot on there.
I mean, that's, you know, that's all you need and more.
That's it. Thread stands on there, so, and obviously ideal for your cones, your metallics and things like that.
Table.
Your knee lifter, your extension table, plus your
and don't forget the amazing
hard
cover.
On there.
This
so
is
again,
like putting it in a box because it's got like polystyrene inside.
and that's it. So if you are taking it around to classrooms, carrying it around, perfect.
And I think we're going to put it in the car, aren't we? And you need it to be nice and secure.
Or we even say a lot of times, sometimes as well, we haven't got room in the house, so we've got to put it in a cupboard, and before we know it, things are put on top of it.
Yes,
you want it protected. This is your baby. Protect it on there. So again,
and we've had someone ask us about, do you do workshops at all?
Through our, obviously people know us through the Franklin's Group with Juki UK. At the moment, we've just opened a new workshop. I'd say it's been a couple of months now it's been open. So we do actually have 4 separate classrooms around.
Okay.
So they're all online. You can look at all the different classes on there. Obviously, we do Pacific classes on the actual individual models.
I really want someone to show me.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We are there. But I say, on our other hand of it, we do FaceTime, absolutely no problems. So queries that way, it's easy just to see something.
Yeah, so if you've really can't work it out, FaceTime.
FaceTime us, you can phone us, you can FaceTime us, you can arrange to come in and see us. Obviously, we see loads of shows, exhibitions as well. It's fantastic. They come and say hello, but also...
And I think that's it, is that we all have our own individual needs. Every person will go, well, I want to do this and this and this and this.
Absolutely.
And which might be the same as other people, but it's just those very specific things. Will it do?
Exactly, because you might do the same sewing, but are you using the same fabric? Are you using the same thread?
Absolutely.
The answer usually is no.
And honestly, that price, 1695, it is an amazing price because that's got a lot of capability to it. And my favourite thing is this. Look at that. Honestly, there is no way that I would be able to sew through that.
Yeah.
Because that is...
And you say, most machines, you say, will struggle, or you're forcing it, which then will either change
or
the
hand
stitch,
cranking,
or hand crank
which
through,
is rubbish.
Again, which is just not good for the machine either. It really
is it not?
Oh, no. Because, again, you're straining it. It doesn't want to naturally feed it through, and you're straining it through. Again, you've got more chance of obviously bending needles.
Or you just don't stitch across that bit.
Oh, then you don't stitch across it. Or when you get to that, it's then completely missed the stitches.
Yeah, I know.
Yes,
it does. That's amazing.
On that way. So
take this opportunity today, while you've got these free, the kits of all the extra feet and bobbins and things. Well done to all of you who've all checked out. I'm very envious. It's an amazing machine at this price. If you want to spread the cost, we can split it into 5 equal payments of £339. So you pay that today, just £339. Juki will send it to you.
Yeah, we handle all the machinery. Obviously, they're all in stock for ourselves.
So you ship out.
Oh, yeah, we take care of everything that way.
Fabulous. Yeah. Or you can pay it all in one go. It's entirely up to you. But thank you so much, Gary. It's been a joy.
Oh, pleasure. Absolutely fantastic. Again, it's just 2 hours. I know I always ask this, like, 1 hour is just not enough. 2 hours doesn't seem to be enough.
It doesn't seem enough. I know. I want both of these, actually.
And brilliant. And again, sewing them for the first time and working and playing together. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's been lovely working with you.
Very much so.
There's loads of you who are checking now and in baskets as well. It's the first time we've ever offered it on Sewing Street. Oh, don't forget the 2-year warranty. That's very important. Also, even if you run your own small business, you are still covered. And that's important to know because you might buy this and go, oh, I'm going to start.
Yeah. Oh, and a lot of people do, especially nowadays, on that, of just doing that side little business. We all want that little bit of extra on there. Obviously, we're not going to talk about that period of where everybody was at home doing things. That certainly created a lot of home businesses on there where people were carrying on. They realised that the machine they had did a certain job, but then obviously it then can cause more problems. Obviously, the beautiful fabrics you had earlier on there, if you end up damaging all your machine, uses them up. That's very expensive, that is.
Very
you start chewing them up,
expensive.
and as you say, with threads as well. You say you've got the hand effect quilt, and you've got 287 stitches to play with, even though I've so limited to what I've shown you, obviously, with time. Obviously, to me, the important thing, if it does that well, which is 90% of your sewing, you know it's going to do...
It's going to do the other things
the fun
as
and the
well.
playing around with the rest of it.
And it's very user-friendly, isn't it? So when you get it out of the box and just go, I'm just going to sew a seam, just that.
Yeah.
And you don't have to learn the whole thing in one day.
Absolutely
just
not.
do one thing at a time.
And it's a case of, it's got those features on there. If it's not happy, it won't work. You try and work it.
You're just going
to... It will just keep on saying, you haven't done this, you haven't done this. So I'll do that again, because I know I just did that. So, like, for instance, it would then tell you what is not
I mean,
correct
1695, it's an amazing price. It's going to take your sewing from just okay and happy with it to like, wow, I can actually do this. People who go, I can't do that free motion quilting. You can because your machine can do this.
And have a pleasure doing it as well.
And it will be enjoyable as well.
That's the thing as well, a lot of the time as well. Sometimes, I've sort of before now, you can have a tool and it is okay. And recently I sort of upgraded a drill set. I don't actually use it anymore, but I know when I do the job, it's perfect. It's maybe more than what I necessarily think I need, but it's not, because I know there's nothing I can't do, and I enjoy then using it. And it's the same as with a sewing machine as well. If you enjoy using it and you know it's not going to be hassle, then you hopefully going to use it more. But if it saves you time as well, because you're not fiddling and playing,
even better. Well, thank you so much, Gary. Well done for all of you who checked out. Anyone who's come to the Festival of Quilts, they'll be able to come and see you.
Oh, we're there. Please come and say hi. Any questions like that, just
But at least we've got you today for our Quilt Festival, for those people who can't go.
Yes, for those people who can't get there. Hopefully you've enjoyed and you've
it's been wonderful.
Well, so fantastic.
And we'll see you back here soon, hopefully.
Oh, definitely. Yes, indeed. Always coming with something new and something exciting.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations to everyone who's bought the overlocker today. And if it's in your basket, please do check out. That offer ends at midnight. Now, I will see you back in a few minutes' time. It's all about granny squares. We're from sewing machines, we're on to crochet next. It's the Granny Square Joyful Hour, where we've got brand new Granny Square card deck, as well as kits and patterns as well. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Thank you.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So today is our today is Monday. It is, I was laughing now. First day of our quilt festival. And to celebrate that, because the reason for this, obviously, it's the Festival of Quilts this week in the NEC, where we will be, and we look forward to seeing any of you that come there. But we know, obviously, that not everybody comes. So we're having our own quilt festival on Sewing Street, where we're bringing you new products, new launches, new fabrics, new crochet patterns, new everything. And also, to celebrate, everybody who checks out while stocks last, we're right today, will receive the free Quilt Festival badge, which has a special offer on the back. When you check out, you don't need to do anything. It will automatically be added to your order. So you can have the free Quilt Festival badge as part of your order. And that's all this week while stocks last as well, while we celebrate the Quilt Festival. Now, Now, I have a new product here. I mentioned this right at the beginning, hours and hours ago, 8 o'clock. Hundreds of you already bought it. It's called the Granny Square Card Deck. Now, when I was up in the office a few weeks ago, I went, oh, I like that. Can I have that? And they said, we've only got one and you've got to bring it back. It's a bit mean. Anyway, so I've had it for a week at home. Oh, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. So if you love granny squares like I do, you are going to love this. If you are brand new to crochet, maybe you've done a couple of chains, you haven't done granny squares, or you think, what is one? Don't know how to do it. This is brilliant. It's very user-friendly and lovely. So in the box, it comes with a little instruction booklet that explains how the box works. It comes with a free gift, which is like a beer mat with an extra pattern on. So you could use it as a coaster. That's with the extra pan. And then it comes with 50 granny square cards. So we all think probably of what a granny square is. But a granny square isn't just one pattern. There are loads of different patterns that you can have. And it just depends on which one you choose. It's brilliant to use because all of the patterns are charts. Oh, I've got mine mixed up now. I put them all in order. They're all charts. So let me show you on the back. So I tend to be a written crochet person. Some people tend to be chart crochet people. I know how to work from charts, but don't do it a lot. So I thought, okay, well, I'm going to see how this works then. And honestly, it's fabulous because you've got one card per design, which is brilliant because you think, right, you go through and you go, right, which one should I have? And you lay them all out. This is what I did. Well, actually, I spilt them all over the sofa. You lay them all out and you go, now, which one shall I do? You could make a blanket or a cardigan or whatever you want to make with all of them. Because they're all... So, and what's amazing is they're actually, when you crochet them, they come up this size as well. So I laid them all out and I chose which ones I fancied doing at the beginning. And because I thought the only way to see whether I like this is to see whether it works now. So what I did was I laid them all out and then I can see some of them now. And then I had a go. So that one there is this one here. Move that forward. See? Same size. Well, it is the same size. Depends on what yarn you used. I used a double knit. It's a similar size if you, because obviously you could be using a 4-ply, a double knit, an Aran, and whatever. It's a similar. They're all 10 centimetres squared, but they will be the same size. If you use all the same yarn, they will all then be the same size. So that's that one. I also did, this one. Did that one. Look at that. Cool. On a diagonal, because I hadn't done that one before. I did that one, I think that was in the 50s. I mean, they are gorgeous, aren't they? I did that one. I remember, I should have written the numbers down. I did that one. So what I did with this one, you see, they've used different colours. Now, can you see the colour palette they've used? It's quite cool, isn't it? In the booklet, it tells you what yarn colours they used, should you want to copy it. So I did that one, but I did it in 2 colours. So that's that one. I have to see which other ones. Oh, that was look at that one I did. That was quite a lot of fancy edging. That was one of the later ones. Well, look at that. I didn't do that one. Wish I'd done that one. I got as far as 8 and then I ran out of time. We've got hundreds of people who've got these in their baskets. It's so fab, isn't it? And loads of you are checked out as well. But it is honestly brilliant. I'm looking for the wibbly edge one because that was quite cool. It'll probably be the last one that I found. I did one that was 4 colours because I thought, I've never done that before. That's quite cool, isn't it? 4 different colours. Should have put the ones I did right at the top, shouldn't I? That would have been useful. But anyway, look at that one. That's quite cool, isn't it? Because it's got, like, curly edges on it. That's that. I think it was that one. No, it was this one. So, look, this one. But obviously, I need to stretch it out. But look, I think it looks, like, more complex than it is. Anyway, so this is what you do. You lay them all out. You could just choose one and go, well, I really like that one. I'm just going to make loads of those. Or you could sit down and go, I'm going to do every single one of these using all my oddments of yarn. What I did is I picked out, I don't know, 6 colours or something. But, oh, there's that one. It's like Snap now, isn't it? Look, that was that one. See, 4 colours. Quite clever, isn't it? Obviously, I haven't blocked mine. They would come back in a better shape. Easy peasy to do, but you could use all your scrap yarn, make all 50 of them. I could do about 2 or 3, 2.5 an evening. Now, when it comes to actually doing them, this is what I loved about it. I thought it was actually very easy. So let me pick out. I know how a chart works, but I don't normally do a chart. I prefer words. But because these are charts, so there's the chart and you think, what's this? Now, the biggest problem that anybody has with crochet, after they've learned how to hold the hook and do a chain, because that's probably the hardest bit at the beginning, because you need 3 hands and you've only got 2. After that, the biggest problem probably is counting. And there is a bit of a queue on the phone line, so bear with us. But the team are getting through it. And so the issue is counting. But if you work from a chart, counting is easy peasy, because it tells you how many you're counting and what you're doing in what. So in the instruction booklet, there's a little chart that tells you what they mean. So you can see here I've got sticks with a line through the middle, so that means UK treble crochet or US double, so it's giving you both of them, so you know what that means. It tells you what the charts mean, it tells you how to read the chart, so it tells you things like the chain, that's where you'd start off. And so if you're new to crochet, it will explain that to you. It tells you that each round is coloured in different colours, so you know that's round 1, that's number 2. It tells you some of them were some special stitches like puff and popcorn and double crochet clusters. And they're in all of these. These are in these things as well. So once you've done all 50 of these, you can go on to other things. Then once you've done your squares, obviously, it tells you how to join them together, whether you want to slip stitch join or join as you go. It explains all of that. It talks about colour even, how are you going to choose the colour. At the front, as I said, if you love the colours they've used, they even tell you what yarn and what colour numbers they used, just in case. And then it gives you arrangement tips. So look at that. So there they've used all different ones. But say here, for example, they've used one square but sewn it 4 of them together to create a secondary pattern. But honestly, and then there are some squares that are a little bit more specific, like this one that I've done, the circle to square. That gives you a few more details if you want them. Oh, I didn't use that actually. But let me show you how it works. We'll start off with a bit of, gosh, I'm in a bit of a tangle here, a bit of a red. So on this chart, it says that we've got, you start with the starting chain, and then it says 3 chain, because there's 3 little circles, and then after that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 trebles and 1 starting circle. You can start with 4 stitches together, or you can do a magic ring. It's entirely up to you. If you're new to crochet, do 4 chains and slip stitch them together. I like to use a magic ring because I can get it tighter, but if you're new, I would do the 4 slip stitches. So I'll start off with my little magic ring. Right, so what it says is at the beginning, do 3 chains, sorry, 1, 2, 3. That's to get you up to the top. So 1, 2, 3. Now I need to work 11 trebles, and I know that they're trebles because it says it in the book. So I'm going to do 11. So this is really easy. So I'm not having to, in a way, if you're like me, that you mainly work from written instructions, I don't need to read anything. I sat there with my little cards on my lap and just followed it. And because I haven't got to go back and read to see what I'm doing, I know that I'm on round 1 because that's in a different colour. And I'm not even going to count them as I'm doing them because I'm talking and I can't count and talk at the same time. And I've got Hannah talking to me as well. So if I count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they're easy to count, and they're easy to count on here. And that's honestly the biggest problem. Where were we? 10? Was I on 9 or 10? Oh, I can't remember. I have to count them again. Honestly, the biggest problem is normally the counting. So let me just count those again. So there's my starting chain. So that's number 1. And then there was 11 trebles after that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Lovely. I've finished counting. You can send a message now, Hannah. Hi, I've only just got back into crocheting after like 100 years. Basic granny square. Will I be able to do this easily? Thanks, Tina. Yes, absolutely. Because the other thing with these, I've just got to pull that through. Oh, I need a pair of scissors. Sorry, I just need a pair of scissors. Yes, I'm just on my way, Tina. No, I wasn't. Because I did a magic ring star, I can just pull that. So what's great about these, obviously mine are now completely out of order because I've been playing with them. They are actually in numerical order from E. So number 1 is the basic granny square. So if you can, once you do that, you move upwards from there. The more fancy ones, like that, like this one, they're at the end. The ones that have got puff stitches in, like this one, they're nearer the end. Then you'll have like circles in squares. So this one here, where you've got the granny square and you've got thing, you see that's 46. So if you start at the beginning, I've no idea what number 2 is now. Well, that's number 3, you know. So this is a granny square. This is done in exactly the same way, but you've just got one lot more trebles rather than being in clusters. So if you can do a basic chain or you can do a granny square, you will absolutely love this because you will know how to do it and the chart will help you to do it. So it's just fab. So there's my, oh gosh, have I lost my thing now? Oh no, we're right, we found it. I know, and then the dog jumped on the sofa and they all went all over the place and I can't remember what number I was on. So this is what I mean about the counting. So now I've done my 3 chains and 11 trebles. It says round 2, it says 3 chains, so we're going to join that in. So all I'm going to do, I can start that wherever I want. I'm going to start it somewhere else. It does say in the same place, but it does tell you in the instructions you can start where you like. So I'm going to join another colour. I'm going to go mustard with this one. And then it says 3 chains. I can do that. 1, 2, 3. And then what it's saying is now do another treble into the same stitch. And because I can see that, it makes it easier. Then when I look at the next one, it's saying 2 trebles. And if it was in words, it would say 2 trebles into chain into treble below. But actually, visually, it's easier to see I've got 2 trebles in the one below. But also, when you come to it, actually, working from a chart teaches you to count better. So now I've done 2 trebles into the one below. You can see that I've done 2 into the one below. And then you can see that looks exactly the same as this, which is fab because sometimes when you're going round on this and you're not really concentrating, you end up doing 1 or 3, but you can easily see where you've gone wrong because you can look at the chart. So again, I'm going to do 1, 2 trebles into that stitch, and then 2 into that stitch. Right, 2 into that one. It's just a bit, when you come to the stitch where you've stopped before, it sometimes is a bit tighter. But it is really, it's so much better because you can actually see where you've gone wrong. And also you can see which one you should be counting as the first one, because particularly when you're working an outer ring, sometimes where you go wrong is you don't count outer stitches to go into, so you don't have enough. You'll know what I mean if you've done that. And that does make it a lot easier. Which I hadn't really figured since I have worked from charts, but if I've got a pattern that's got words and a chart, I'll always use the words. But actually, I think I've converted myself a bit here. So I'm doing 2 into this. So if you've done granny squares before, but you haven't done this style, this is all trebles, really. It's all trebles into trebles. If you were doing a granny square, you'd be doing 3 trebles into one. With this one, I'm doing 2 trebles into one. And then when you get to the outer edge of it, what you're doing is you turn it into a square. Some of them are squares anyway, some of them are circles into squares. And also, because you can see what you're doing, there's never a point where you think, oh, I don't know what to do, oh, I don't understand that. It's there in pictures, you can't sort of not understand it. But sometimes when you're reading words and it says, slip stitch, bracket, repeat this 24 times, you think, repeat what? And also, you never lose your place, whereas on a pattern, you really can lose your place. But when you're doing it from a chart, I've nearly worked all the way around now. When you're doing it for a chart, you kind of can't lose your place because, I'll get all the way around and I'll show you. Because because obviously I'm talking while I'm doing this, I'm not counting at all. Because if you count each ring, each round, you know you've done it right. Because you can then count on the actual chart. So in here, I should now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should have 12 pairs of trebles, so I'm going to count them. There's 1. And they're easy to count, and you can see that that V looks like that V. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Brilliant. So I've got 12. And then all I do is slip stitch that to join it, which it shows you because there's a little dot, and if you go into the key, it will tell you that that little dot is a slip stitch. And I've done another round. So you think about this. So for one granny square pattern, I mean, it depends where you're buying it from, where it is, and whatever. You know, what's £14.99 divided by 50? It's about, what is that? 29 pence. 29 pence per pattern. Oh, and you get a free bonus pattern, don't forget. Free bonus pattern. You're also getting information on how to join, how to choose colours. I think it's a really fun way of working. And you see, and now I've got that, so I think, look at that, look, that's where I've got to. So I don't need to know where my place is on the pattern. I can see. So if I leave this, I could just clip it to the pattern, couldn't I? And then I know where I am, and it's easy peasy. So when you do it like this, that's where I got to, and then I just carry on. It's a really lovely way, and the idea is, I think, having these, is that you can lay them all out, you see, and you can say, well, I really like that one and that one and that one. I wonder what it would look like if like what they've done on their blanket is they've used this one and then they've turned it round to create a diamond. Or you think, actually, do you know what? I only want to use one colour, so I'll use that one. And you can really play with them. But I would say, well, that's the free beer mat one, do all of them. It's quite nice to do with them. And I did that one there because I looked at that and thought, oh, that looks quite fancy. I like those little sort of little V's. And you can use their colours as inspiration, or just do what I did and just pick out, I don't know, a few colours that you like or fancy. It's a brilliant, brilliant stash buster. It is your yarn stash buster, because you could just go, well, I'm just going to work through my colours and I'm going to use them all. You imagine then joining all of this together, and the instructions for that are in this little thing. I just think £14.99 is an amazing price. 51 patterns, because you get one for free, with the little booklet with so much inspiration in it. Now, I did read here that if you do want written patterns, it does say on the back, a downloadable ebook of all the written patterns using both US and UK terminology can be purchased online. So if there are any where you go, I really want the written, you can get those. But there are written patterns for the ones that they feel that you needed them for. So circle to square. So this one that I've just done, they've put that in just because it works slightly differently in the middle, and there are other circle to square ones. So there are a few where they have given you the pattern, like this quartered one. And And keep them in order, because then you can do that. You see, that one's number 7, so that's quite easy, really, isn't it? I quite like number 7. Very difficult to choose. Right. Sorry, serious time. Serious time. Sorry. Right. There are over 100 of you who have got this in your basket, and we launched this at 8 o'clock this morning, just quickly, for those of you who were here then. And 100 people went at 8 o'clock, just like that. And that was, I ain't even done any demo, I just showed you my little samples. We've got over 100 of you who've got it in baskets now. 300 people have checked out, so we are very busy. We've got loads of you on the phone lines, loads of you want it. We are launching this today, because I said it had to be me. I hope I haven't got to give it back. Although it is the only one we've got, unfortunately. Yes, now guys, if we sell out, I can keep it. Can I? Is that how it works? Oh no, so sadly no. They were lying to me. That's a shame, wasn't it? Anyway, do go through, please check out. What I'm saying is we're very, very busy. It's an amazing price. If you are teaching someone to crochet, this is a really good teaching element. Start with number 1 and move on from that. I mean, in fact, to be honest, I would say this one is, what number's that? That is number 4. I would say number 4 is easier than a basic granny square, because you're doing 1 treble in every treble rather than 3 trebles into 1 treble. But you can play with that. This is a great teaching tool. It's a great gift, and honestly, it gives you instructions for the more complex stitches. It doesn't give you instructions for like double crochet and half double crochet, but you know, just go onto YouTube for that. That would be easier than anything anyway. Once you've mastered that, this is a lovely gift for somebody, and it comes in a really nice little box as well, doesn't it? I think it's fabulous. And I think £14.99, how much did we say? 29p? 29 pence per pattern. And that also means then that the instruction booklet and the free one is free. There is again a queue on the phone lines. But the team worked through it, and then it goes back up again. It's just lovely. And it's not about blankets, you know. Maybe you want to make yourself a granny square cardigan. Maybe you've got a pattern for a granny square cardigan. In fact, we're going to show you some kits in a minute. And actually, rather than doing a granny square cardigan in the same granny square, why don't you mix and match them? These are all the same size. As long as you use the same yarns throughout for yours, then you could make an amazing granny square cardigan. Or a gift for somebody. You could give these to them and go, right, choose your favourites. Choose your favourites. Which one do you want? And you also, because each one uses such little yarn, you can try different colour combinations. It doesn't take that long to make one of them. So you can just try it, go, oh, yeah, no, that's a better colour, that's a better colour. And you might think, oh, well, I'm going to make a bag. But, oh, look at that one. Oh, I wonder how that one would work because it's, you could put 4 of those together, wouldn't you? So you'd have, like, solid in the middle and, you know, you could really play with them. This really helps you to move on from the granny square. How many have we got left? Right, when everyone is checked out, we're down to our last 50, and believe me, we had hundreds. So I'm going to go through some other kits and things, because obviously this is the We Love Granny Square show. And then I will let you know later on how we're going, but we have less than 50 left, and we had hundreds. Don't want you to miss out, and don't forget, you will receive the Quilt Festival badge, because you are part of this, part of Sewing Street's Quilt Fest. Right, Quilt Fest. Is that a bit like Love Fest? You know, Quilt Fest, Car Fest. I think Hannah thinks she's going to Car Fest. Right, what should we start with? Yes, yes. Now, for those of you who really love crochet, that's me. I absolutely love this. This is the Jane Crowfoot Fury Crochet Blanket Kit. There's a photo of it. It is gorgeous. Now, if you've ever done a Jane Crowfoot pattern, the patterns are fantastic. She's a very, she's a skill builder, Jane. So she starts off in the middle is easy, and then she builds outwards bit by bit by bit, and you learn all the new skills as you go along. This kit has got everything you need to make this blanket, and is that not just stunning? Absolutely stunning. And sometimes, you know, when you see blankets like this, can we show that? Sorry, thank you. Sometimes when you see blankets like this, you think, oh yeah, but where did I get those colours? This has got all of the colours that you need in it. It is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, so Fields of Gold, but it's got that's the pattern, but your colourway is this colourway. It's all Life DK as well, and Life DK is, well, some of it's Special DK, some of it's Life DK. Special DK is a really high quality acrylic. Life DK is a mixture between a little bit of wool and some acrylic. So you've got a mixture of those. Obviously you get the whole pattern. So the Fields of Gold is this Fiore colourway. Everything you need to make it, but obviously there's the pattern for another colourway. So you could, once you've done this, you could do that pattern to that other colourway. It's gorgeous, and that's the one that we're making today. It is beautiful, isn't it? $69.99. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're getting 16 balls of yarn. So 1,600 grams of yarn, and the pattern, $69.99. You did it. Sorry. $69.99 for 1,600 grams of yarn and the pattern. I was surprised when I was looking through to choose some items this show that we actually had any of these left in stock. Amazing, because they are gorgeous. So do get checked out on that one. That is one of my favourite things. What's next? What should we do next? Yes, now, very hard, because obviously you know how much I love Sam Sabido's kits. So I had to choose some, and it's not that. What's it? Which is them? I can't remember what they were called. Yes. Now these are brilliant, and do you know what? These have passed me at some point. I didn't even know. Sam must have come on and demonstrated them when I wasn't here. And they are gorgeous. Now, what's amazing about these is they are all granny squares. They are all crocheted in cotton yarn. And they are all gorgeous. So let's start with Tutti Frutti, which is my favourite one. Tricky to choose. I am going to just open it, because it does open okay. So what you're getting is all of the yarn. Now, we've got pictures of them, because I messaged Sam this morning and said, can you send me some photos? She says, I'm in France. Sorry, Sam. But she did send me the pictures. So isn't this beautiful? I want to make this so much. Look at all the colours that you get in the kit. Now, it's a beautiful cotton T-shirt. Absolutely perfect. The size range is, so there's enough yarn in here for a size 8 to 10, which is a 32-inch bust, all the way up to a 46-inch bust, which Sam says is a size 22. So they're granny squares, obviously, because this is we love granny squares. They're all joined in the round, and I've got 4 different colourways, so they are size 32 to 46 inch, and there is enough yarn to make even the biggest size. So this colourway is Tutti Frutti. So what you're getting with this one is you're getting white background, and then the highlight colours are green, blue, pink, red and yellow. I love that. So that's Sam wearing Tutti Frutti. Right, then the next colourway we've got is Mint Choc Chip. Funnily enough, these are all named after ice creams. Yeah, so Mint Choc Chip in this one. Let's just show the picture. Look, it's all shades of blues and greens, like that as well. If you've not worked with cotton yarn before, it's just as lovely to work with as acrylic or wool. It's a double knit. It's a beautiful quality, but it just gives, it's cooler to wear because it's more breathable, and it's really nice to crochet with. Oh, that one is nice. So that is sort of your blues and oceany seaside mint choc chip. Then we've got rum and raisin. This is nice. No, that's cookies. This is rum and raisin. Oh, now maybe that is I'm not sure. Do I like that one more? That's Hannah's favourite. So the background is this deep ocean colour. And then you've got like mustard. Oh, I do actually. Maybe that is my colour. Yeah. Hard to say, isn't it? So you've got the two deep teals, and then you've got a deep mustard, pink, green, red and blue. That is gorgeous. Looks really nice on Sam, that one, doesn't it? Right, that's number 3. And then number 4 is cookies and cream. This is very autumnal. Oh, sorry. So the background colour of this is beige, and then the actual granny square colours, they're really lovely autumnal colours, aren't they? So you've got that lovely oceany blue and a terracotta and a mustard and a white and a grey. I really like these. And also what I'm thinking is, if it's getting into the colder months, how nice would this look like with the long sleeve T-shirt underneath? So you could buy one. What I would do is I'd buy a T-shirt, because you can get them quite cheaply, just a thin long sleeve T-shirt, to match one of the colours in the granny squares, and it would look really nice on top of that. So summer, not winter, put one of those on. I like these. Right, so now just repeat the colours. So this is cookies and cream. Oh. Right. Cookies and cream, rum and raisin, which is that one I might, but I'm not sure. I love that one. I think the thing with rum and raisin, it does suit a lot of people, doesn't it? Don't know. It's hard to say, don't know, because I quite like all of them. I do like all of them. The next one is mint choc chip. So that's all your sort of blues and greens. That's lovely. And then the next one is the last of the options, which is Tutti Frutti. And I like that one as well. Now, I think Tutti Frutti was the most popular when Sam launched them. Don't know. Right, we're on single figures of Tutti Frutti, everybody. Right, let's do bags. So here we go. We've got granny square bags now. Love a bag. So there are 3 of these. They're called the Flower Patch bag, but they're available in different colourways. Butterfly Garden. Really, really popular, this one. So in the kit, you obviously get the full pattern to make the Flower Patch bag. That's what it looks like. It also comes with the cord, because the way that the handle is constructed is you crochet around the cord. That's what gives it its structure. And it has a magnetic clasp. You can line it or not. It's entirely up to you. It's DK, and the background of it is this denim blue, and then you've got all of these other colours. So it's a really nice bag that you can take shopping with you can take down the beach with you can take to the office with you can pop your sandwiches inside. Dead cool. You go into any of the shops on the high street, everyone's got these. And $26.99 is an absolute bargain. Full pattern. Crochet bags are everywhere. Make your own. And once you've got the pattern, you see, make the kit, use the kit, make it. You can make more then. Another great stash buster. I mean, if you want to line it, you'll need a bit of fabric. The instructions are all in here. So that's Butterfly Garden. Winter Garden next. This is the blue one. Oh, I like the colours in this one. It's like oceans and greys and navies and greens. Now, what Sam's done with this obviously does come with the piping cord, but Sam with this one put those little bamboo handles on. Just because she had some and she wanted to show different ways to do it. Obviously, the instructions will tell you about because you can't just crochet a strap, it would stretch. This is why you crochet around the piping cord. But if you want to do it a bit differently, or if you want to make a second one, you could put a bamboo handle on. I like that blue one. That's very nice, isn't it? Like that one, $26.99. That's just, and you see, that is, now we know what about granny squares. We know that they're not all those trebles and trebles. That, in fact, looks very much like the one that I was just making, doesn't it? Might be even the same. Does look very similar, doesn't it? Oh, no, that's a square within square. That's probably card 24 or something. And then the last one is Cottage Garden. Cottage Garden. So with this one, you've got the background is sand, and then you've got all these really pretty cottage garden colours that are all the flowers. Lovely. Right, so you just have to decide which one you want to check out on. Now, I've got two cardigans. Let's start with the Lazy Daisy in dark red. Right, this has only been on air once before, and we've only got 3 left. Seems to be quick, like this one. So, there's the picture of it. I would imagine it's the same, probably 32 to a 46-inch chest, should imagine. It's a very loose fitting. So the main colour is this deep red. It's not like scarlet. It's more like cardinal red. And then you've got the white for the daisy and then the yellows for the centre. That's a lovely cardigan, isn't it? How nice will that look? White T-shirt, jeans. Do you reckon? Yeah. Or summer dress, red cardigan. Outfit done. Next cardigan is the Summer Love Natural. Ooh, nice colours in this one. A little bit different to the other one. Look at all the colours in here. We've got lime green and turquoise. Pink. Oh, this is fab. Oh, I like that. Look at this. I can tell you what the size are. That is very nice. So natural Summer Love. You get 900 grams of yarn with this, and it goes from a size 8 up to a size 20. So I imagine it's your 32 up to a 46-inch chest again. Fabulous. The patterns are, I've made loads of Sam's things. The patterns are really easy to understand. It explains it all to you, how to measure yourself, what size you're going to make. Again, I mean, that's just a lovely bright pop of colour. Just a pair of black trousers with it, or jeans, or even if you've got like a neutral summer dress, how lovely will that look on top of it? I've got a really bright cardigan. I always wear over just something very plain, and then you just have this amazing pop of colour. Really simple to do, because what you're doing is you're starting by crocheting granny squares, and then you are joining them all together. So it's dead easy. Right, cushion pattern. Now I found this. Right, so just shoving all that back in. Right, this crochet pattern. Now I found this. Now Wendy Orlando did this when we were, ages ago, at the beginning of Yarn Lane. I can't believe we've got some left. Only the pattern. We used to do it as a kit. We haven't got the kit, but it is a pattern. Now, what is fabulous about it is you've got the traditional granny squares, but you've also got then, she takes you that one little step further, you've got the ones with flowers on, so it's really 3D. Oh, and we're going to have a special reduction. $6.99. On the back, you've got a massive granny square. Isn't that fab? So There's fewer than 20. I knew that we didn't have many, but we did them as a kit originally, but we've got just the pattern for you for £6.99. So one side is that. Now, Wendy has crocheted hers in a cotton double knit. You can do it in whatever you want. You can do it any colour, super bright, acrylic. They're about to go. About to go. Little treat. Now, how many cards have we got left? So we've got over 300 have checked out. And we've got 160. So we've got fewer than 40 left when everyone's checked out. And they are fabulous. They work out as 29 pence a pattern, which is amazing. You can make all these beautiful. I've just made a few. Look at these. And they were dead easy as well. Oh, I've shown you how easy they are. Obviously, mine aren't very well blocked. But aren't they lovely? And you see, and all I did was I chose 6 colours for my stash. And as you go, see, I mean, I've only done 7. I've only done 7. But as you did more, particularly if you stuck to 3 colours, 10 colours, if you use the same palette and just mix and match them, you've suddenly got an amazing blanket. Start at number 1 and work the way through. It's a lovely, lovely gift. Pop it in your basket. You get your free gift, which is the beer mat, the little added one. So you actually get 51 patterns. Lovely little gift for somebody. Please do carry on checking out for that. Remember, Quilt Festival at Sewing Street, because it's Festival of Quilts this week at the NEC, but we know you can't all go. But the Quilt Festival at Sewing Street continues tomorrow with even more loveliness, new things. This is the menu tomorrow. Who is it John tomorrow? Right, so at 8 o'clock, it's the Liberty Fabric launch, postcards from the Highlands. So I get William Morris and Tula today. We've got Liberty tomorrow. Oh, I can imagine it's gorgeous. Bet it is. I'm going to look forward to seeing that. 9 o'clock, Quilting Fabrics. Gorgeous. 9 o'clock, Sneaky Tools back in stock. Should have called it that. Not Quilting Fabrics, Sneaky Tools back in stock. 10 o'clock, Susie will be here with her Liberty Tartan Stars quilt, which I imagine is using postcards from the Highlands. And then Jo Venison is here at 11 and 12 with her storage solutions, storage of crafts. They are fab. That's what sorts your craft room and space out. So that's going to be a fabulous day tomorrow. Fabulous day. Thank you for joining me today. Now, anyone who's coming to the Festival Quilts, I will be there every day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be on the Amber Make stand and I'll be on the Sewing Street stand, so do come and say hello to me. Anyone who doesn't come, enjoy Sewing Street this week. If you can't come to the Festival of Quilts, join us. We will be having our own quilt festival with you. Everyone who shops and checks out will get a free patch too. Have a lovely week, and I will see you back on here next week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on